Yeah.
We have to use Teams. I'm going to have to start doing these things for my work computer. Teams doesn't work on this computer.
Good. Keep your computer.
Yeah, Teams sucks. I hate Teams.
I can't believe this many people all hate it because at work everyone else loves it. So really,
No, I
do or don't like Teams.
Linux.
Here, honey, you want one?
Yeah, he's a Windows hater.
Ew, that's what people cry.
Okay, so I'm curious. I want to hear what everyone's operating system preference is.
Don't care.
Okay.
I mean,
I have not Mac.
I have Windows 10.
I sweet.
But what's the show?
Yeah, so I'm gathering there are no Mac people here.
What?
Star.
You gathered there's no what? Oh, no Macs. 22.04.1.
Mike's a Linux guy.
Yes.
I have an iPhone and an iPad and a very, very basic Windows laptop.
Yeah, okay. So you're a Windows person then.
But
you get a lot of stuff.
Close to it, I just find it easier to use Windows, but I go either way on that.
I got Linux. I got a Linux server. I got Windows desktop and Apple device.
Well, my nephew loves apples now. Loves everything. Apples.
Most of the Windows stuff is for the radio stuff. For all the programming cables and all that crap. That's got to be. The programmers are only in Windows.
Yeah, sometimes you still have those primitive programs out there, Mike.
I want to see Wendy. Please, please, please.
You can see Wendy. Look.
I see now Wendy. Please.
Hello, cat.
Don't lick mommy.
Rainy.
Lick mommy.
You're going to get you ready. You get you ready to grab pop.
Should we start? I don't know. Is everybody...
Yeah.
I don't know. The entertainment already started.
Yeah, do we really need
The party don't start till I walk in.
Well, I think there are a few
Says
more
Christopher Walken.
Wait, what?
Your video's on.
My video is on, and yes, I realize I'm naked.
I think that should be today's webinar.
Mommy, I'm watching the carnival.
That was an interesting finding.
Anyway.
Your video's on as well, Dan.
No, I know. Yeah, I gotta...
Ooh, it's a cat!
I should turn that off, yeah.
Is Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Alright.
Am Saturday.
Well, we are going to have a few people coming and going during the day, and I think a few of us will be here for most of the day. So, it's our annual attempt.
Because you went off, I think you had a net split there, Dan.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that means.
Any issue with posting this calls on the live chat?
Say that again?
There's
chats.
Well, it's
on the YouTube live chat.
Well, it was disconnected for a little while, and then it connected again. I've been having this issue this morning for some reason.
Oh boy.
We have a request from someone named Adam Froleg that says, "Can you post a link so I can join it?"
Well, I got to figure out what's going on with our connection right now first. Let me try to do that. I mean, I'm on the landline connection, so there shouldn't be a problem. But apparently, there is a problem somewhere.
Well, I'm gonna get myself onto Optimum, so I'm off of yours, and see if
I think maybe that's what we should do. Yeah. Like, you jump onto that thing, and then I'll jump onto the jetpack, and we'll try that.
You expect to find optimum in this location. Well, it worked.
Did we lose Anthony as well?
No, I'm still here.
I was going to say, yeah, he had good connections at 2 hotels, but now he has problems at home.
Yeah, there's something going on with my reception here, which is...
No, we're actually in Colorado right now. What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you say. Is there anybody a P to PM in the YouTube?
Is there a way to what?
PM in YouTube?
Oh.
Well, yeah, it's after 12, so you just have to be on our coast.
Oh, that was cute.
You might need to like Facebook message him or something.
I'm going to.
All right.
Yeah,
I am off of your network completely, so.
All right, so
See if that helps.
All right. All right. Let's see here.
I sent the Skype call to Adam via Messenger on Facebook.
This chat's gonna have to get serious.
Yeah, we're gonna have to step up our game a little bit.
Yes.
All
Sergeant Foggy is joining us.
Right,
Yes.
let's see if we've got... Let's see how this does for a little bit. Alright.
Looks like you're back live.
Well, at least for now I am. Let's see how this goes. So... Alright. Who's here right now? It's me and Alps at Wiz HQ in New York. I've got Anthony. I've got Doug.
The day is mine!
Wisconsin's here. David Golub is here. And Laura and her entourage are here. Somewhere.
Shivering as usual.
It's a nice Minnesota winter's day here in New York.
Yes.
That's why I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And he's not making that up either.
It was only 5 degrees on Long Island this morning.
It was 10 in Boonton, so I win.
Yeah.
It was minus 12 where I am in upstate New York.
What better way to do a show on the Twin Cities than have it on a winter's day when it feels like the Twin Cities? And since this is a virtual meet, why not do a show? And there will be a lot of side banter and all the other stuff that goes along with these things. But yeah.
All right, am I on?
No. I'm just gonna say that every time.
I think you're off, in fact.
Okay, well, I'm definitely off in the temperature department. I have you all beat. I was minus 26 this morning.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that wins.
And I was looking at the weather up at my cabin, and that was only about minus like 17 or 18, so I would lose even there.
Yeah, well, elevation and latitude are the factors here, and I think your cabin has one, but less of the other than Adam does.
I'm amazed.
Yeah.
I have won this somehow by having the warmest start to my day at 10 degrees.
If you had
Your day is coming, Steve.
Well, 10 at what time? Because it's 11 here now.
It was 10 when I left this morning, so...
Okay.
Our low was supposed to be 6, but, you know.
Who said they're 11?
what?
Oh, that was me. It's 11 here right now. The low earlier this morning was 1.
Okay, well, it's 11 here too, but mine has a minus sign in front of it.
And this is why I do not live in Vermont.
I love Vermont.
Yeah.
Don't blame me, blame my wife.
I mean, I live a half hour away from Vermont.
We all know that Megan's always right.
Is it still below 90 degrees Fahrenheit 90 degrees, minus 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the top of Mount Washington?
Oh yeah, they have warmed up. Last time I checked, they were. Last time I checked, which was like an hour ago, their wind chill was only minus 80.
Well, yeah, you know,
That's when we're in shorts.
it's nice. It's a nice day, you know.
Balmy.
Balmy for
Oh, it's only
that area.
26 there now. Yeah.
It's only positive 27 at my me.
Can be up as high as 23 on Tuesday. Yeah, we should go visit.
Yes, sounds tropical.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it'll be tropical here. I'm going to go from 20 some below this morning to in the 30s by tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, that's tropical.
Yeah, we
Vermont.
we also call that.
Vermont.
There's a semi professional saying for that. It's called weather whiplash.
Yeah. Well, it sure feels like that. All right. Twin Cities is the subject of today's gathering, so welcome everybody. Let's do this first. Let's do some announcements while we have a few minutes of quiet here. YouTube stuff on my end. We're continuing with Oklahoma uploads right now, and then there's more stuff from Texas coming in the month of February and March. Around that time, I'm going to start to put out some stuff related to my trip from January. The first trip from January, not necessarily the most recent trip from January that I'll talk more about in a minute, but the stuff from the Dallas-Fort Worth area will start to make an appearance, I think, February, March, something like that. So that's what's coming up on my end. Doug, you're here, right?
Yeah.
What are you cooking up on GribbleNation.org?
I just finished a article on the hardscrabble covered bridge in New Brunswick, actually just before this started. And next thing I think I'm going to be working on is I have a page on the Klondike Highway in Alaska from my travels last summer that I want to work on.
Klondike Highway.
Yeah, we need more content from up that way.
Yeah, well, I have that, British Columbia, and, who knows, there's, plenty of Alaska to cover.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yukon Route 2.
Yeah.
Travel update for me this week is I'm doing the show from home. So I did the 16 days out west, and I'm here today. I got home late last night, so I'm here for a couple of days, and then there's another trip that starts on Tuesday. So that's, you're happening to catch me right now in a brief period of pause before I start my next big adventure, which I'll tease what I'm going to be doing with that as the show progresses today. As far as the trip that I was just on, it was 16 days. It started and ended, I flew in and out of New York to Nashville, and then I had 16 days where I drove west on I-40 out to California and came back east on I-20, all the way out to Alabama, and did a lot of stuff in between. So I did some exploring of places like the Texas Panhandle, New Mexico, Southern California, Western Texas, also Northern Louisiana, which I had never been in before. And also I've started to do something here where I utilize the drone quite a bit, and what I would like to do is do a comprehensive photo album of at least the bridges of the lower Mississippi River, which is to say downstream from the Ohio River confluence at Fort Defiance. I've already got a decent start on it, and I'm pretty happy with the footage I've got of at least 3 of the bridges. There's about another 10 or so that I would still have to do, but I like what I've done so far, even though the weather kind of sucked the last few days of the trip. But it was good enough that I was able to cover some stuff along the Mississippi. And as you might be able to tell by the picture you're looking at here, I ended up in the New Orleans metro as well. One of my favorite shots from the whole trip, in fact, is the one that's on this slide right now with the Crescent City connection spans and the New Orleans skyline in the background. Actually, when I took this picture, it was so foggy in the morning that you could stand on the levee in Algiers and not see the skyline on the other side. Not even see the opposite bank of the river.
It should be US 90 east facing west.
But you can still see the mud in the river, though.
Well, you can see that no matter how foggy it is. Yeah. But so New Orleans was a nice surprise. I ended up in New Orleans because, I wasn't supposed to end up there. I ended up there because of the ice storm that hit Texas and Arkansas, Tennessee for a few days. So it kind of meant that I had to divert to a more southerly route for a few days. So I ended up here, I'm not complaining about that because, I like New Orleans. I like the food. I like the roads.
Football.
Well, the Superdome's a nice building.
Amazing.
Huh?
If you actually like the roads in New Orleans, you are a rare person.
I just love everything New Orleans. Culture, the food, the people, the roads. I love it all.
New Orleans does have some interesting infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have drive-through daiquiri.
They do. I didn't take advantage of that, but that is.
It's a little tough trying to find the south end of US 61, though. Sometimes.
No.
It depends on where it's signed.
Well, I don't think I've ever actually tried to do that.
I didn't have any problem finding it, so no.
Well,
Maybe you stole all the signs? I found it, so nobody else will find it after me. Because we all know that there's no such thing as road maintenance within Orleans Parish. So,
and Louisiana has a tendency not to leave N signs.
I mean, I was going down 61 until it hit 90, and it was fairly clear where 90 was. That was, to me, that was relatively easy to do.
So between these three pictures, I recognize the Crescent City connection in Vicksburg. What's the other one though? The cable stay one.
That is the Hale Boggs Bridge on I-310.
Okay. I was wondering if that was what. Okay, so I have crossed that bridge. I just didn't recognize it from that viewport point.
This may be a controversial take, but I think it's one of my favorite bridges on the whole river.
There's no. Hale Boggs.
Did you cross the Huey P. Short Bridge? Long Bridge.
Yes, that's the other bridge in New Orleans that I did some photography of. Yeah, this one is 310. It's one of my favorite bridges on the whole river, mainly because there's no other bridge on the river that looks like it.
The one thing I find interesting about Louisiana infrastructure is the fact that they do not raise the approaches. They build the bridge ends right down to the ground.
Well, and the bridges are so long because they have to span not only the levee system, but also the floodplain.
Yeah.
On either side.
Well, and as far as going right down to the ground, you also have to consider here that, when it's basically a swamp, if you try and build too much ground up, it's just going to sink more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For people's reference, the reason I'm so fond of 510 is it goes by the abandoned Six Flags.
Yeah, everybody.
I've traveled it, you can see the roller coasters and things. So.
Yeah. 510's an interesting experience. Yeah.
You know what my favorite bridge on the Mississippi is? You'll find out during this virtual meet.
I like the one that.
Well, yes, there are also bridges on the Mississippi in the city we're supposed to actually be talking about today.
Yes.
Yeah, actually. So the Mississippi does have something to do with this show.
My favorite Mississippi River bridge is the one where you walk off the bridge to take a photo of the lake where the Mississippi River begins. It's not a good bridge, but it's a great spot.
Well, you're talking about way up north, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, up at the source. Yeah.
Lake Itasca, where at the source of the river itself, you can actually walk across on rocks.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's a land bridge.
There is a highway bridge.
It's not really a bridge per se, but there's enough rocks where you can walk across the river without really getting your feet wet. I mean, up there at the beginning, it's not much wider than a creek.
Oh yeah, I believe that. Yeah. But yeah, you wouldn't believe that it would get as big as it does. But yeah,
it crosses 200, and then right before the headwaters, there's one other bridge. And
there are at least one road bridge and 2 or 3 pedestrian bridges between the lake and 200.
Yep, that's what I'm recommending because it's a short walk from the road bridge. Actually, you go to the parking, you're pretty much there. So, some other ones.
The other thing I want to mention before we take off here, I spent the whole 16 days of this trip listening to the complete available audio recordings from the January 1969 Get Back sessions that the Beatles had at Twickenham Film Studios and then later at their studio down in their Apple Records headquarters. This is also the same session that ultimately resulted in the famous rooftop concert that perhaps you're familiar with that took place on January 30th, 1969. The available audio, and it's never actually been formally released. I mean, it's just a massive bootlegs that leaked out roughly 20 years ago. It comprises about 98 hours of recordings. Over a period of, well, it took place over the month of January, but it wasn't every single day in the month. It was probably about 20 different days. You're going to have to turn that down. Sorry, I can't actually play it for you, even though this dope seems to think that you can.
Yeah. Not enough to get you in trouble there. You know.
Okay, fine.
It's a very brief little, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, well, I mean... I think there's enough of a hint on the slide here, but okay. So anyway, when I landed in Nashville and picked up my rental car, I started listening. And when I dropped off my rental car 16 days later, I had just finished listening to the whole lot. And it was really an amazing experience to spend 16 days on the road listening to these 4 guys basically create an album out of thin air. And it was so interesting to learn about how they work as musicians, how they write together, how they write separately, and then bring fragments into the studio the next day to work on. There was one moment, and it was also captured on the new Get Back series that came out a little more than a year ago, where you have Paul just sitting there on the bass and he's just kind of messing around, and then just out of the blue he comes up with this song that becomes Get Back. He's improvising and he has the tune in his head and he comes up with the main idea of it, and then within a few minutes he's got a song on his hands. It's just incredible how these guys...
Oh, sweet Loretta.
Yeah. It was just so cool to be able to have that as the audio backdrop. Now, you won't hear any of this in the video footage that I came back with on this trip. I had earphones in the whole time, so you won't hear any of it. But when you're in the middle of nowhere in West Texas or New Mexico or Arizona...
Nowhere in the middle of... Okay.
You done? Okay.
It's topical.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you're in the middle of nowhere and you've got no radio stations or anything to listen to, it was pretty cool, I have to say, to listen to these guys just jamming in the studio. And it was...
I'll say you probably had plenty of time to listen to it because you were slowed down by ice.
Yes.
Well, I actually worked it out that in order to get through 98 hours of audio in 16 days, I think I had to listen to about 6 hours a day.
That's not bad.
Which isn't bad at all. And
yeah.
There were days when I was in the car for 9 hours, something like that.
Yeah, there you go. So we can work it out.
Yeah, so I... See, this is why I have you people on these shows. Cause you guys are intelligent and you know how to bring the humor. Yeah. So
for an entire Olympiad of travel.
Yeah, it kind of worked out that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, the Get Back sessions, or as they're known in pop culture, they're known as the Niagara Reels. It's actually not that hard to find them. Since they are technically a bootleg and they've never been released, and there's all sorts of ethical considerations about whether or not people should even have them, I'm not going to broadcast how I got a hold of it myself or give you any hints as to where you can find them, other than just to say they are floating around out there, and if you really, really are interested, it's not that hard to acquire a set. So I'll just leave it at that. Is Jeff on the call right now, or what's Jeff doing?
Or Gene?
Who?
Van Dusseldorf.
Oh,
the one Kansas City we all know.
Yeah, well, I don't think Gene's not with us, but
Eagles at Chefs.
Yeah, well, Jeff, I was hoping Jeff would join us so that he could talk about the Eagles.
I'm here for the third place.
The
game,
Eagles.
So.
You hit the third place game, really?
Those are the two teams I wanted. So.
Oh.
Yep.
I mean, in other sports, they have a third place game, like the World Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
don't believe in third place games in this side of the ocean.
It would have been what? Cincinnati and
San Francisco.
Repeat of the 1989 Super Bowl, Super Bowl.
Yep, and it may have been more interesting than the Pro Bowl.
Well,
what Pro Bowl?
Everything. Well, even the Jets are more interesting than the Pro Bowl.
You know what? I will agree with that, because as long as Zach Wilson's on the field, I'm like glued to the TV. I'm like, dude, what is this guy gonna do on this play?
What the fuck's gonna happen next? Yeah.
Like even
the thumbtacks are more interesting than the.
Yep, guys, the Browns are more interesting than the Pro Bowl.
Well, yeah, any football game period is more watchable than what the Pro Bowl has devolved into. Yeah,
including Browns at New York Jets.
Oh, I'd be all over that game.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yes, the thing you have to realize is that someone has to win that game potentially.
Well, not necessarily, but yeah.
as long as
right. So
as long as Zach Wilson's playing, the true winner are Cougars and MILFs. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of codes here.
What a disaster.
You're a fan of Brigham Young, huh?
Ooh.
Anyways.
Well, anyway, as we try to focus on this for a second, my grandfather was an Eagles fan, and he passed away long, long before the Eagles were good again in the 21st century. So I was thrilled when the Eagles finally won a few years ago, and I'm pulling for them again in this one. Sorry,
yeah, the Eagles are actually good for the first time.
I know for some people it's sacrilegious to root for the Philadelphia sports teams, but I do kind of have some sort of lineage to the area, so that's where I'm going with this. I'm gonna say, my prediction will be Eagles 27-17, and Super Bowl MVP will be A.J. Brown.
I'm more like Jalen Hurts will be the MVP.
Well, they tend to pick quarterbacks mainly.
Yeah, they do.
Right?
Yeah,
not always, but that's been the trend over the years.
There's only been one special teams player that got that won the Super Bowl MVP.
And I know who that is. Because
yes.
The person on that team was, the team that he was on who won the game was my dad's favorite team. So that's how I know that. And I think you know that because the team that he was on plays in your state.
You got that right.
There you go. We're talking, of course, about Desmond Howard.
Correct.
Yep.
And Steve probably knows him because he used to play for a team that he favors.
Michigan?
Yay!
Vaguely remember that name, yep.
Yeah. So that's my pick for the big game, which will be a week from tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I'll talk to Doug off the air. We got to do the Super Bowl podcast show at some point. I don't know when the hell we're going to do that.
That's fine. You played Michigan way before I was a fan, so cool. Okay.
All right. By the numbers, it's important to know that we are talking about one metro area. When we talk about the city of Minneapolis and the city of St. Paul, they're both contained within the same metro area. It's an unusual layout because you have two separate cities, two separate entities that are as big as they are, and yet on a clear day you can see the other skyline from the skyline that you're standing next to. You know, I think the downtowns are only 8 miles apart on I-94. So it's an unusual situation, but it's one of the reasons why this metro area is so memorable and why it's called the Twin Cities, for that reason. Minneapolis' population is over 400,000. St. Paul's is a little bit less than that, but the metro population is over 3.5 million. The Twin Cities metro is at the heart of the state, which is nicknamed the land of 10,000 lakes, and they're not kidding when they say 10,000. That's probably even a lowball estimate.
Oh, very much.
Yeah.
Land of 10,000 lakes and 1 million mosquitoes.
I think there's.
Would you allow the Minnesota native to pipe in on that for a moment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
So officially, Minnesota has over 15,000 lakes that are at least 10 acres in size, and plenty that are smaller than 10 acres.
According to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Minnesota has 11,842 lakes.
But it depends on how you're defining
it
lakes.
depends on how they do their measurements here.
Yeah, the University of Minnesota says they may have as many as 14,380.
I think that what you're suggesting is that we all go out to Minnesota and count them.
After it rains, then you'll find more.
I think they've been counted. The question is it a lake or is it a pond?
Yeah. Okay. Well, it'll be up for debate for as long as we're around, I guess.
Long story short, yes, the 10,000 is very much a low ball.
Yeah. Well, the other thing to consider is that this is the northernmost metro area on the Mississippi River. Its source is a bit further north and west of the Twin Cities metro. We were just mentioning it a few minutes ago. Lake Itasca?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lake Itasca.
Yep.
Does Bemidji not count as a metro?
Bemidji has a lot of curlers.
And hockey.
Not for the purposes of this show. No, I don't. I haven't done a road trip up to the greater Bemidji metropolitan area, no.
Yeah. I will tell you, my great-grandmother was born near a lake in Minnesota out in Otter Tail County, which is in the western part of the state.
Okay.
Sounds very New Yorkish.
Bemidji.
No.
Beltrami County.
Yes.
And yeah,
Beltrami.
that doesn't look like a great look for a metro area. Just a bunch of small towns. And Bemidji.
So
the Paul
Bemidji is
Bunyan
north of
statue.
10,000, so they probably consider Bemidji a micropolitan area.
More likely.
Yeah.
But I did a little digging, and the Twin Cities is actually not the northernmost metropolitan area. That would be St. Cloud.
What, not Fargo Moorhead?
Well, it's
Fargo
not.
Moorhead's not.
Yeah.
No, on the river.
Good point.
Well, yeah, it's got to be on the river, yeah.
Good point.
Not
And
Alfred.
yes, St. Cloud does count.
They consider
not
St.
far-
Cloud a metro area?
Census Bureau considers it an MSA.
Makes sense.
Okay.
If it was a micropolitan, it would be a MUSA.
Yeah, it's got suburbs.
It's got buildings.
Yes.
More than Cleveland.
University.
It's got
more than Cleveland.
It's got more buildings than Cleveland.
Yeah.
It has a university.
And Bemidji is still noteworthy as being the furthest north city on the Mississippi, even if it doesn't count as a metropolitan area.
Yeah, that I would agree with. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, we know that over the last few years, you've heard the name George Floyd in the news. I don't know how many times, but the nationwide protests of the summer of 2020 have their origins here in Minneapolis. And I'm sure that's not the last time that'll come up, but Laura is here. Okay.
I am here, and Mike and Rainey are off, so I can give full undivided attention.
Hooray!
Hooray! But yeah, I mean, like you said, that basically George Floyd on May 25th, 2020, was a Black American who was murdered by Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis, Minnesota, during an arrest made after a store clerk suspected that he used a counterfeit $20 bill. Basically, Derek Chauvin was the officer who knelt on Floyd's neck and back for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which caused him to pass away from a lack of oxygen. So basically, cardiopulmonary arrest due to neck compression. And it was after his murder that protests against police brutality, spread not just in Minneapolis, but across the country and even internationally. His dying words were "I can't breathe," and so that became a rallying slogan as well.
For not the first time.
No, you're correct. He's not the first. Sadly, unfortunately, not the first Black American who died saying that. But the protests were held to against the excessive force by police officers and lack of police accountability. And New York Times described it as the largest protests in the United States since the Civil Rights era. Basically, the city of Minneapolis settled a wrongful death lawsuit for Floyd's family for $27 million. Chauvin was convicted on 2 counts of murder and 1 count of manslaughter on April 20th, 2021, and was sentenced to 22.5 years in prison on June 25th, 2021. And the other 3 officers were also later convicted for violating Floyd's civil rights. So that's just the basic background about George Floyd.
One road-related item with George Floyd, the intersection where things happened, 38th Street and Chicago Avenue. It's on the south side of Minneapolis. That intersection is still, to this day, closed to vehicle traffic.
Really? What's the reason for that?
The city is trying to figure out what they're going to do with it that will be, shall I say, mindful of the local residents and what happened. But they have not figured that out yet.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out. I think that makeshift statue still sits in the middle of it, doesn't it?
I believe so. I didn't actually go through there the last time I was home, so I'm not 100% on that. And I mean, I have a zillion friends and family back home that I could probably ask, but I may not have an answer in time for this session.
Yeah, I didn't think to go looking for it when I was in town last summer, but yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'm sure we'll revisit that over the course of the show, but let's talk sports for a minute. We were talking about the big game next week, but there are no Minnesota teams taking part in the big game next week.
Skull?
Well, the Vikings have been in the big game 4 times. They were founded in 1961 as an NFL expansion team. They played in the Super Bowl 4 times in the late 60s and 70s. They didn't win any of them, but they were participants in those 4. They have not been back to the game since then. I think it's going on 50 years since they last played in the Super Bowl. The Twins have had some more success than the Vikings. They were founded in 1901 as the Washington Senators of the American League. They relocated to Minneapolis for the 1961 season, where they were renamed the Twins. Where does the name Twins come from? The Twin Cities, of course.
Yep.
The two,
and the New York Giants were looking at moving to Minneapolis before they settled on moving to San Francisco.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe if I turn it up, it'll be a little bit better. Well, I haven't been talking straight into the mic either. That's part of the issue, I think.
That could be
one
a
thing
problem.
to add. I should have said this earlier. When Anthony mentioned that "I Can't Breathe" is that George Floyd was not the first to say that. That's correct. It was Eric Gardner, who was killed in 2014 after he was put in a chokehold by a New York City police officer. And there are a number of other Black Americans that have uttered that phrase when dying in police custody.
I also posted a link to the city page that talks about the 38th and Chicago plans.
Thank you. And now back to sports.
Also, I'm noting
back
that
to you, Dan.
the whole makeshift memorial and everything is street viewed.
Yes.
If you want to go look at it.
Okay.
Now back to sports.
I'm going to have to do that. Okay. Well, maybe if I talk closer to the mic, then people will be able to hear me better. So, yeah, we were talking about the Twins. The original, I guess you call it the mascots for the Twins in the 1960s, I think they were named Minnie and Paulie. And there were 2 guys shaking hands, and of course they represent the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. You'll notice that all of the pro sports teams in the Twin Cities do not call themselves Minneapolis or St. Paul. They call themselves Minnesota. And that was an agreement that was made between the 2 cities, because there was a push back in the 40s and 50s for Minneapolis to become like the dominant of the 2 cities, and St. Paul didn't like that very much. So the 2 kind of agreed to be equal partners, and part of that was to call all their pro sports teams Minnesota and not Minneapolis or St. Paul.
The Minneapolis Lakers may have had something to do with that.
Well, I was just about to bring up the Minneapolis Lakers. Basketball has its roots much further back than the Minnesota Timberwolves franchise, which has been with us since 1989. The first pro team was the Minneapolis Lakers, who were established in 1947. They played in the Twin Cities area until 1960, when they relocated to Los Angeles, where we know them today, of course, as the Los Angeles Lakers. But their name comes from their original roots in Minnesota, being, from the land of 10,000 lakes.
Yes, and of course in LA, I would say they moved to Los Angeles where there are no lakes. That was actually a quote from a movie. And I think, I'm not sure if we lost Dan or not.
No, I'm still here.
Yes, he's lost.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm confused.
Dazed?
So long it's not true.
Yes, Doug?
Oh, yes, I was saying that they moved to Los Angeles where there are no lakes.
Oh, well, yeah. Not really.
Actually, I think there is a lake in LA, but...
There's a
Artificial.
Yes.
That's up by the northernmost part of the valley.
Yeah.
Doug, would you like to talk about hockey?
Oh, yes. Minnesota is the state of hockey. So the Minnesota North Stars, as you can see, the logo in the far left corner, they came into the National Hockey League in 1967 as one of the first group of expansion, along with like the Penguins and the Flyers and what have you. They actually did make it to a few Stanley Cups, but did not win any Stanley Cups while they're in Minnesota. I think they lost to the Islanders one year, and then they lost to the Penguins the other time. They moved, I think, around 1992 or so to Dallas because of that Norman Green. I know that Minnesota residents, probably don't have nice things to say about him. But in the late 1990s, I think in around 99 or maybe actually 2000, the Minnesota Wild moved in. They're actually the main sports teams. I believe they're the only one that plays their home games in St. Paul.
2000 to be exact.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, they do play in St. Paul.
And of course, you also have a lot of colleges around the area. They have, college sports, like college hockey teams like University of Minnesota, St. Cloud State, which is a little bit further away. I think St. Thomas, they're going in. St. Thomas University, I believe they're going into Division I in a year or two as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of, whenever you see footage of, the Frozen Four tournament and all that, the vast majority of the teams are, Minnesota, the Dakotas, Michigan.
Wisconsin.
Minnesota Duluth. Occasionally you'll see a team from the East, like Quinnipiac or Union College won a few years back, or, one of the schools near Boston.
This is college hockey is one of those. I know it's out of whack here, but it's one of those leagues that actually had Alaska participants at one point.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Alaska Anchorage was actually in the same conference as Minnesota, Wisconsin, Minnesota Duluth, too. So.
Alaska can have minor league baseball. Why can't they have hockey?
Sure enough.
Yeah, why aren't they gave Seattle a team? Let's give Anchorage a team.
No, they had minor league for a while. That's not this.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll have to do an Alaska show at some point. We can talk about hockey in Alaska. Lastly, on the sports front, I will make you aware of Minnesota United, who is the region's MLS franchise. They were an expansion team that joined the league in 2017. MLS has expanded by leaps and bounds in the last 10 to 15 years or so. And so Minnesota was granted a franchise in I think they were granted the team in 2015. They began play in 2017.
And the number of fans you see in that left photo is the total number of soccer fans in Minnesota.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I actually don't know how popular the team is, but I don't know. They must be doing all right, I guess. These are some pictures from my visit to Target Field when I was in town last July. I had the pleasure of attending the game with our friend Patrick, who couldn't be with us today, but we sat out in the right field bleachers, and it was Target Field's okay. It's not one of my favorite ballparks, but it's okay. It's fine.
Like
it does.
Generic ones like the Orioles, sort of just.
Well, I wouldn't call the Orioles generic, but Camden Yards is pretty nice. But I would say that...
Yeah, don't hate on my Camden Yards over there, Alps.
Camden Yards is great. The problem is that 20 other ballparks are clones of it.
Yeah. Well, but, excuse me, Camden Yards was the original.
Exactly. That's why Camden Yards is good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As opposed to Target Field?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't blown away by it like I've been blown away by other ballparks.
If I could just interject here for a moment,
Yes.
Target Field was hemmed in a little bit because of the spots. The city and the county, because the county paid a not small chunk funds into build it. They wanted something in or very near downtown so that it was readily accessible by both transit and by the highway. It's like literally right off two highways where it's at. But they were hemmed in a little bit just because of the space constraints of the site that they had available. So that may be part of what it is. It may feel a little too constricted, and I can understand that. It's just the space constraints of the site that they had available.
They wanted to take advantage of the parking and the alphabet ramps.
Yeah, Adam, is there a reason why they didn't put a roof on it?
After spending decades in the Metrodome, they wanted something open air.
Even with the weather in April and October, they
even with the weather in April, October is usually not a big deal, but yes, even with the weather in April, yes, they wanted an open air.
Wow. Okay.
They wouldn't even let the roof retract.
Plus, it's kind of funny when you go through downtown in April snowstorms and the in the VMS on the traffic signal posts saying Twins game canceled as it's snowing heavily.
That's better than snowplows in use.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the Viking ship.
Yeah, the stadium that looks like a Viking ship, which is where the Vikings play. It's a very.
Oh, is that what that's supposed to be?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what they were thinking of.
Inspiration for it. Yeah.
I don't know what they were thinking of when they built this.
AKA the stadium the state built for Ziggy Wilf.
Yeah. It's a very funky looking building on the exterior. I've never been inside it, but
according to this, it was designed to reflect ice formations on the nearby lake.
Which one? There's 10,000 of them in here.
No, 13,000 and change.
You gotta be specific. We're in Minnesota, after all.
Well, it is worth noting that they built that stadium right on top of where the Metrodome used to be, and there's at least two occasions that I can think of offhand where snow got heavy enough to deflate the Metrodome roof.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's that famous video from probably close to 10, 15 years ago now, when the cameras were on.
That was one of them. But I also remember at least one from my childhood.
Okay. Yeah, the deflating of the Metrodome roof was a big factor in Syracuse University reimagining and redesigning their roof at what was then called the Carrier Dome, and I don't remember what the hell it's called now, but people still call it the Carrier Dome. Yeah, well, people still call it the Carrier Dome, but
yeah, I'll probably call it the Carrier Dome till I die.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we've been looking at some pictures of the skyline of Minneapolis. There's so many great cityscape shots on the freeways around town here, and these are just the ones that I have of Minneapolis. There are more of St. Paul that we'll be flipping through, but if you like driving around urban areas and you like urban cityscapes and all that, Minneapolis and St. Paul are not short on great views like that.
And downtown Minneapolis is cool if you're a Signal fan.
If you're a what?
Signal fan. There's a lot of.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of signals, and if you're in there for the first time, make sure you know how to get out. It's very hard to drive Minneapolis with, especially in the past when I tried to drive it when I was younger. I was like, okay, how do I get out of this town? Because it's so angled. The city grid was so angled.
Huh. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that, it has to do with, like, where
I found that an amusing comment because, maybe I'm biased because I grew up there, but I found it very easy to get out of downtown, especially if you're heading south.
Well, you do have streets that connect to the freeway conglomerate down there, yes.
Yeah. Yes, well, not just that, but I mean, half the time heading home from downtown, we wouldn't even bother with the freeway. We would just head down Portland Avenue.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
being from Minneapolis does count.
I mean, in fairness, where you may may hiccup a little bit is getting across the river.
Yeah.
Well, that has something to do with it too. Yeah.
I mean, nowadays I have no problems with it.
There are a lot of bridges over the river, but not nearly as many as there are streets. So, yep.
Yeah.
Mall of America, real quick. Built in 1992 on the site of the old Metropolitan Stadium, where the Twins and the Vikings used to play up until the 1980s. It is the largest.
Did you get a picture of home plate?
I'm going to get to that. It was the largest. It's the largest mall in the United States by square footage. I think it's 5.5 million square feet of space, over 4 different floors. There are over 500 stores, and there's also an amusement park right in the middle of it.
There used to be a
3.5 floors to be exact.
Well, he announced this lame Nickelodeon universe nonsense, but I think it used to be something else, right?
Camp Snoopy or something
Camp
like
Snoopy.
that? Yeah.
But
I didn't want to say the name too obvious because otherwise it might be copyrighted.
Yeah, well, I when I went there, that was the one that was there, and we saw that little Snoop dog.
Yeah, the Snoop dog. Here you go. There's your answer.
Let's say there's 2 pieces of the stadium that are still there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're looking at a couple of, or more than a couple, interesting little pieces here. So the location of home plate, which you kind of have to know where it is in order to find it. And even then it can be a little tricky because it's, it can be covered up by strollers or other people standing on it. You might not necessarily see it when you walk past it. I actually had to spend quite a while looking for it, even though I knew I was in the right part of the park. But here's the location of home plate is well marked there, as is the 50-yard line when the stadium was in its Vikings configuration. Also on the wall there's a random red seat that belonged to the old Metropolitan Stadium, and that is where Minnesota's favorite baseball son, Harmon Killebrew, hit his longest career home run, and it was at Metropolitan Stadium when he hit it. I think the ball traveled something like 520 feet from home plate.
One, right?
A what now?
There's a famous name for that home run. That's not the shot heard run in the world?
No.
No.
That's like, although this one would certainly qualify if it was more famous.
Or he was just nicknamed Killer because he would kill the ball. Played okay.
Well, I'd say 520 feet is killing the ball. Yeah. Yeah, so the seat is located on the wall there, just kind of stuck up there, and it's roughly where the seat was when the stadium was still standing. So yeah, if you go inside the Mall of America and you go into the amusement park, which is free to enter, you can come and go as you want. You can find all these little old, trivial pieces of sports history in the Twin Cities, which I think is really neat. I'm not much of a religious nut myself, but I do appreciate beautiful architecture, and I appreciate beautiful churches, and we should talk also about 2 of my favorite buildings in the Twin Cities. One of them you're looking at in this picture, which is the Basilica of St. Mary, located in Minneapolis. Built from 1907 to 1914, it became the first basilica in the United States, under a direction from Pope Pius XI in 1926. At the same time that Minneapolis was building their basilica, St. Paul, on the other side of the metro, was building a cathedral of their own. It is known as the Cathedral of St. Paul. It was built from 1906 to 1915 and consecrated in 1958.
I was about to say, you'll never guess which saint they named this one after.
Gee.
Yep.
I need some help with that one.
Yep. So
Mine is bigger than yours.
Yes. So the Basilica of St. Mary is near the Walker Art Center in Minneapolis, which has a famous sculpture called the Spoon Bridge in Cherry.
Ooh.
Also, a fun road-related fact about the Basilica of St. Mary: that basilica is the primary reason why it is a very tight ramp from westbound 94 onto 394.
Westbound 94 on the okay, because that is kind of a weird interchange. With
Yes,
how the ramps are laid
and the
out
Basilica is the primary reason why that ramp is as tight as it is. Because the Catholic Church they don't just own the Basilica, but they own a number of nearby properties on the east side of Lyndale Avenue there.
Did you say the Basilica is a virgin?
I'm not sure he heard you. Either that or he's ignoring you,
That's for the better.
which I am in favor of as well. Yeah.
They said it was tight, so you know.
Yeah. See.
I'm sorry. Did Steve say something there? My
Just Alps.
No, I don't think he did actually. No.
Yeah, what were we talking? Let's move on, please.
The point that I was going to make here, that I was building to, is that my favorite building in the whole Twin Cities metro is the Cathedral of St. Paul. I think it's so. It reminds me of something that you would see in like Western Europe. It certainly must have been inspired by some of those creations out in like France and Germany and places like that. And we were lucky enough to have something as beautiful as that here.
And it's also a little more noteworthy because in St. Paul it sits on top of a hill, or close enough to the top of a hill, so it has a little bit more prominence, so you can see it from a lot further away.
Oh yeah, like this picture in the lower right, I took from the Smith Avenue High Bridge across the river, and you can't miss it. You know, you can't miss it from a lot of different vantage points, but yeah, it certainly stands out above everything else. The Minnesota Capitol Building is another gorgeous creation. It's been with us since it was completed in 1905. Another beautiful example of architecture on the St. Paul side of the metro, which I think that's true in general. Like St. Paul to me seems to be a bit more architecturally, classic, beautiful, whereas Minneapolis is more modern. Not in all cases, but it seems like that's the trend, where St. Paul has more of like the Victorian style of architecture going in its direction, whereas Minneapolis tends to favor more modern approaches. Here's some pictures of the St. Paul skyline. We already saw some pictures of the Minneapolis side of the metro, but again, there are many great vantage points of the St. Paul skyline as well. As you can see here. All right, let's Adam, you can, as long as you're with us on the chat, feel free to chime in with your comments about the roads. I pulled a lot of stuff for this PowerPoint from your website, and I'm sure that you can plug it, as many times as you want. But
absolutely,
yeah, so
that's fine. I'm only able to get to the presentation on YouTube, and I noticed that I do have a little bit of a lag between the live chat and the presentation.
Okay, yeah,
you're not alone. You're not alone.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it works. We've got, I think it's anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds of delay depending on how the stream is going. But yeah. So we're going to kind of go through some maps here.
Downstairs.
So these are like conceptual maps. These are maps. This one on the left on this slide is talking about completion schedules for the Metropolitan Freeway system, and this only includes the interstates. This doesn't include all the state and U.S. highway freeways that are also pretty abundant in the metro area.
I see at least one item on the map on the left that didn't come to pass quite as they thought.
I think we're looking at the same one.
Yeah, I think yeah.
There's only one I think that didn't.
Well, yeah, I think there's one in particular that stands out, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have then we kind of have the progression of construction in the metro area. So like this map is from roughly 1960. You can kind of see like the early parts of I-494 are being built. The Wakota Bridge, the Bloomington Strip is coming together. But most of everything else around 1960 is still a dotted line on the map.
already decided on.
Okay, so on that note, Wakota Bridge, 494 along the Bloomington Strip, and then 35W through Richfield and Bloomington. Those were all the first segments of the interstate system completed in the Twin Cities. All of them were completed in 1950. Well, Wakota Bridge might have actually been a little sooner, 58. They were all completed by 1959.
Okay. Next slide. If we fast forward a few years, we have more of the loop coming together. We have more of I-94 being built between the downtowns. 35W is coming together, as is 35E north of downtown St. Paul. Also, the Lexington Bridge on 35E has been built by this time. So you have that, and then if we fast forward some more, here we have a close-up look at Minneapolis, where you have I-94's alignment basically decided at this point, along with 35W, and you also have the dotted line for I-335, which we'll talk more about later.
And you have the other stub up there that remains a stub as well, but they already knew that was one.
Yeah, that's kind of a stub that remains to this day, I believe.
Yep.
I
didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
335, I don't think there's as much remnant of as the other thing that they already killed at this point.
Yeah, there isn't really anything there. Not really. I bring up this slide.
So
you can. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the stubs at 35W and 335, there are a couple remaining if you know where to look. The ramp from 335 to southbound 35W, a little bit of that one still exists. I believe a little bit of no, I take that back. They took out the embankment. There had been an embankment on the east side of along northbound 35W, where 335 would have come in. That embankment was taken out in a reconstruction project sometime in the past decade. I don't remember offhand, which extended an auxiliary lane. And it was also at that same time that a little bit of the stub that would have been from northbound 35W to 335 was taken out.
Yeah,
now, if you go a little bit further north, with those ramps to Johnson Street, that was actually going to be that was very briefly considered for something else. I have in my collection a 1964 planning map that considered running a freeway from there up to where Highway 65 meets 694.
Yep. As far as 335, I just want to point out to people, the ramp that comes in is right at Hennepin Avenue, which is a landmark street in the city, so that should make it easy for you to find where that is if you want to come visit.
There should be a little bit of the stub left underneath the Hennepin Avenue overpass.
Yep. Okay. So that's the downtown of Minneapolis for you. Here's the downtown of St. Paul. We'll revisit these maps a little later when we talk about unfinished projects in the Twin Cities. But here's the system as it stands today and is likely to stand for quite a while. I don't foresee any new additions to this,
And yeah, you can see on satellite view under the Hennepin overpass what would have been the on-ramp to 35W southbound.
That whole area was cleared to facilitate an interchange that was never built. Hence the long service roads that would have taken you from 335 north on 35W to the next interchange for that other freeway.
Right. Not uncommon at all for that to be the case in a situation like that. Okay, well, let's go through these highways one at a time. It might take us a little while to do that, but that's okay. We have all afternoon.
That would also explain why there's no on-ramps to go north. No northbound on-ramp or southbound off-ramp for Hennepin's a half interchange because it would have been a whole mess of ramps otherwise. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So, the Twin Cities metro area is lucky enough to have a 35E and a 35W, and this is a leftover from the early years of the interstate system, when you used to have a lot more suffixed interstates. You used to have, I-80N and I-80S and stuff like that. But over the years, the practice was eliminated in just about all cases. The two most prominent ones that still exist today happen to be along I-35, where the main line splits into an east and a west alignment. This was done basically to please both Minneapolis and St. Paul, who both saw themselves as deserving the main I-35 highway, and neither city wanted to be subjected to having to settle for an auxiliary designation for the highway, the main north-south route through their city. We see this also in Texas with the 35E and W alignments in Dallas and Fort Worth. And I think Texas, the one that's most recent is, of course, the I-69 family in Texas.
Nice.
Yeah, well, who knows if those will ever reach 100% completion, but that family of the E, C, and W alignments down there also needs to be mentioned real quick.
At least one piece of all three of them exists.
That is true. I mean, 69W, if you blink, you miss it, but it does exist as of right now.
Been on it. Well, I punched it.
Have you?
Because
Okay.
it was like 1 mile on a turnaround, yes.
I think if you're on 69W, you have no choice but to clinch it. It's that short.
Yeah.
As of right now.
And thankfully, it doesn't go. The end of it isn't at the Mexico border.
Right.
But anyway, we're talking about Minneapolis and St. Paul, so let's do 35E first. Where do you guys want to go with this? I know that the thing that has to be talked about is how it was held up in South St. Paul in the West 7th area. Maybe that's where we should start. Who wants to take that? Laura's got notes on that. Is Laura even here?
Of course I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, you've been very quiet, so...
I have. I've just been kind of chilling back. Also, just been reviewing my notes. It's been a crazy week for me, so I didn't get to prepare as much as I would have normally liked. So while y'all are, chatting and everything, I'm just kind of chilling, reviewing my notes, all that stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you guys sort of go with this right now, because I'm going to go have some food. So,
food?
Who wants to, well, you guys can all take turns talking about 35E, so go ahead.
Nom.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. And then Froggy and anybody else, please fill in all the gaps. But,
I'm standing by.
You are standing by. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna talk more about I-94 later. But basically, you had multiple neighborhoods that were destroyed with that when I-94 was built. I mean, and you had Rondo was destroyed. People in Merriam Park were concerned that having 94 below grade was too little, too late. But 35E, I guess, kind of had the benefit of coming along a bit later, in that you had environmental protections, and that 35E was subject to. So basically, there was a group called Residents in Protest, RIP, 35E. And they had environmental lawyers, Chuck Dayton and John Herman, and they took the matter to court. Court found it couldn't go forward without the environmental impact study. And then basically, the area was studied. It was brought up that it was going to be passed within feet of at least 6 legally recognized sensitive receptors, in quotes, basically 2 elementary schools and playgrounds, a high school and athletic fields, city park, and 2 hospitals. And basically they had to look for a way to minimize all this. And so they made design changes. Basically, heavy trucks were banned to mitigate noise, air, and visual pollution. The road surface was required to be thinner. And so the idea being that if they wanted to accommodate truck traffic, they'd have to rebuild it to handle the vehicles. Third, the surface had to be asphalt to reduce tire noise. Fourth, speed limit set at 45 miles an hour to mitigate noise and air pollution. Fifth, sound barrier walls were required. And then sixth, special aesthetic design features in the form of lighting and landscaping to minimize visual pollution.
Well, and also that it's only 4 lanes.
Number 7, no more than 4 through lanes.
There we go. It's the other big obvious one.
Yes.
I would also like to interject here. Everything with 35E between West 7th Street and downtown it's a result of a legal settlement. It is a binding legal settlement with all those features that Laura mentioned that allowed MnDOT to actually finish building the road. So going in and changing any one of those would require reopening that legal settlement.
Correct.
Does this include just changing the pavement? I mean, just putting...
Oh, no. No. MnDOT can go in and repave and restripe and do basic improvements. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. It does, as Laura mentioned, it does have to be asphalt, so they can't go in and put a concrete overlay on top of it. But they can still go in and do basic maintenance rehab.
Yeah, the big things is they can't widen it, they can't allow trucks, and they can't raise the speed limit. The third of those being a source of routine consternation because, while the speed limit may be posted at 45, it is a road that is otherwise comfortably taken, traffic allowing it at a significantly higher speed than that. So it is kind of, from a user perspective, a pretty silly speed limit.
There are many locals, and I'm sure Monty will back me up on this because he uses the term himself. There are many locals who call it the practice freeway.
I would say, having driven it, there are a couple of curves where you actually do need to slow down. So they put them in there.
Only one of them can still be taken about 50-55. The main curve that I would agree with you on is the curve at the west end of the 94 overlap.
I mean, 50-55 to me is still pretty slow for a freeway, so...
Well, knowing how you drive, that doesn't surprise me.
Did you, while I was away for a second, did you mention the 1975 freeway construction moratorium? Has that been brought up yet?
No, that has not been brought up yet because that encompassed a lot more than just 35E.
Well, maybe we should talk about it now, because it is relevant to 35E, but also to other highways that we will talk about. So as you see on this slide, it impacted a number of projects around the metro, and a full stop was put to further construction of new freeways. They were allowed to continue construction of highways that were already approved and underway, but they weren't allowed to continue, or they weren't allowed to start construction on other key highways like the 335, 394.
So Dan, I'm going to interject here because there are 2 other freeways that were part of that moratorium that are not shown on either of these maps.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them were actually along 94. 94 from downtown Minneapolis up to 694 in Brooklyn Park was one of them on that moratorium, and then also 94 between 494, 694 on the east side and the St. Croix River. Both of those were also part of the moratorium.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not shown here, but okay. And then obviously the Hiawatha Avenue Freeway upgrades, which were proposed at the time and then never saw the light of day either. That's included here as well.
Now, what makes me wonder is you got freeway lines on here that exist, say 394 and 35E here, and yet you say they're part of a construction moratorium. So does that mean that they cannot be expanded?
Let me elaborate further on that. if I may elaborate further on that, so what this moratorium is the Minnesota legislature in 1975, they passed a bill imposing a moratorium on the freeways in question until either they were fully studied and went through the channels and were approved, or the legislature lifted that moratorium, which, if I recall correctly, they did a few years later for some of them. Now, as noted, some of these freeways never saw the light of day, namely 335 and Hiawatha Avenue. But the legislature did allow construction to proceed later on once these freeways were studied to death, and an acceptable solution to all came about. In the case of 35E, that being the legal settlement. But then again, 394 was also litigated, but that one was not quite as significant as the 35E litigation was.
Now, I have two questions for you on this. First of all, with the 394, does that include the little piece that extends into downtown, or the part that had the
Yes.
Okay, so the moratorium was the entire length. And then
the moratorium, that little piece that went in did not exist.
Okay.
Until it did not exist until the end of the project, when they converted what had been Wayzata Boulevard, US Highway 12, into 394.
Okay. And the other question is, proposed Highway 55, is the current 55 some compromise on that as well?
Yes. So the current 55, which included not just the 4-lane boulevard, but also the light rail line, that was the end result of the 1985 environmental impact statement.
Okay.
So I guess they were originally planning on building a 6-lane freeway without a light rail line, I assume, then.
Yeah, the original plan was 6 or 8 lanes, depending on which year and whether you were north or south of 46th Street. And then that got held, and the main thing that held that up was its proximity to Minnehaha Falls. And the neighborhoods in that vicinity raised enough of a stink to basically put it on hold.
Okay. Yeah, we'll revisit Hiawatha and 394 because I have slides for that stuff later. But this was a good overview of the freeway moratorium because it was a pretty significant event in the course of the development and construction of the freeway system that we have today. So as Laura and Adam have outlined for us, one of the requirements of the 35E Parkway in South St. Paul is that it wouldn't be open to trucks. So you get signage like this in the lower right picture of this slide where trucks are told to avoid the St. Paul city center and follow the 694 or 494 bypass. Did the unweave the weave happen on 35E, or was that 35W? I think it was 35E, right?
That was 35E and 694. That was in the mid 2000s.
Yeah, we did mention that on last week's show when we did the drive around the loop. So you can find more information about that there. But yeah, that was where they took the original configuration there, which required drivers to move across all the lanes of the highway just to stay on the one highway that they were already on. They kind of untangled that and made it a lot more orderly, that whole merge and transition area there. The project was nicknamed Unweave the Weave, and it was completed, 10 years ago? Something like that?
About 15 at this point. I want to say it was 06 or 07.
Okay. All right. So that's 35E for you. 35W. On the other side of things, over on the Minneapolis side of the ledger. What you guys got?
So many lanes.
Don't all of you jump at the opportunity at once.
Well, I could wax poetic about this one because I grew up about 3/4 of a mile away and crossed it every day to go to school.
Well, that probably has something to do with you being a road enthusiast, right?
Amongst other things.
Yeah, well, that certainly helps.
So 35W. I had mentioned earlier that one of the first segments of Interstate in the Twin Cities to be completed was 35W through Richfield and Bloomington. The entire thing wasn't completed until about 73, and that's the section northeast of downtown Minneapolis, basically between the aforementioned Hennepin Avenue and Highway 36. That was the last section to be finished. I'm just backtracking a quick moment. A question in the YouTube chat that is asking if local freight deliveries can use 35E. No, they cannot. Anything more than I want to say it's 9,000 pounds gross vehicle weight is prohibited from using 35E between West 7th Street and downtown St. Paul. Not even local deliveries can.
So
use
this
it.
also means if you buy a Hummer EV, you can't use it.
Technically, well,
Good.
I'd have to double check the classification rules. They might squeeze in under that. If it's strictly by weight, then technically no, the Hummer EV cannot use it. But I would have to double check the vehicle classification rules with MnDOT on that. So going back to 35W, completed early 70s. By the mid 70s, had already been choked with traffic south of downtown, massive delays. So this was a longer demonstration project. Now I'm going to backtrack again to 35E because one of the lines on one of Dan's slides earlier about 35E mentioned something about ramp metering. The first ramp meter in the Twin Cities was on the southbound 35E on-ramp from Maryland Avenue, north of downtown St. Paul, that was put in 1969. And actually, for like the first bit of its operation, they actually had to have a police officer stationed at that ramp meter to let motorists know when they could go. Ramp metering, of course, has developed a lot more since then. The first longer freeway project that involved ramp metering was 35W. Again, basically from the Minnesota River up to downtown Minneapolis. That corridor was upgraded as a early rendition of what we would call an intelligent corridor. In 1975, it was given ramp meters, mainly inbound, not so much outbound. Those came in the 1980s. Inbound ramp meters, preferential treatment for buses. They also had, and I wish I had a picture of it because this was way before I had a camera, on the downtown streets. So we'd be talking 5th Avenue and 10th Street, trying to approach the access to get onto southbound 35W. They had these big overhead signs that basically gave a letter grade for how the traffic was on southbound 35W. A, B, C, D, F. I distinctly remember those as a kid.
Really?
No E.
So it did not correspond to the level of service then.
Yeah, it's the level of service.
Oh, that's annoying. I don't like it. I don't like it.
It was strictly a letter grade, and I wish I had a picture of it. But I was like a kid and an early teenager at the time. I didn't really have a camera. I didn't think about taking road pictures way back in those days. Fast forward a little bit. So fast forward to we're talking in the mid to late 80s. MnDOT decided they needed to do something further with 35W. So they had this huge environmental study, basically again from downtown, actually, and extending down to 35E down in Burnsville for this one. Just looking at all sorts of possibilities, what they can do: upgrade interchanges, widen the highway, throw diamond lanes in,
bike lanes,
throw a light rail in. There were some very, shall we say, lively meetings in the early 90s about this project. They finally decided on something in 1994, but then later canceled the whole thing because they didn't have $1 billion to pay for it. And this was $1 billion in the mid 90s. So imagine what that would have cost today. So they set about, and despite some local opposition, namely in Minneapolis and Richfield, they set about doing some local, some smaller projects, which eventually gave us what initially was an HOV lane, and is now the hot lane from 494 down across the river down to Highway 13. And that was put in That was finished in 1994 because I remember coming home from boot camp in late '94 and driving it. Had to go down to Burnsville to pick up a couch for my mom and dad. Later on, the next big thing on the south side of downtown would have been the crosstown. Well, no. Late 90s, they eventually got around to widening 35W through the 494 interchange and up to the crosstown to make it at least a consistent 6 lanes. That, of course, became an HOV lane, later upgraded, and I want to say it was 2005 is when 2005 or shortly after that is when they upgraded the HOV lane to a hot lane. After they did the 394 hot lane. Fast forward to the mid-2000s, and they finally decided they had to do something with the Crosstown Commons. Crosstown Commons being the local term for what had originally been the concurrency between 35W and what is now Highway 62. I don't know if Dan has something on 62. Do you have something on 62 later in the presentation or no?
Yeah, there's slides for 62. Yeah.
Okay, so I won't wax poetic on 62. Long story short, 62 and 35W originally had a concurrency that was like 3 lanes in each direction, and it was a choke hazard, and MnDOT realized it was a choke hazard. They had barely had 35W open through Minneapolis, and they realized it was a choke hazard. They were already talking about doing something about it in 1968.
Wow.
But they didn't really get around to much until the mid 2000s. The original plan, because they were trying to cut costs, had minimal improvements. Certainly not the amount of widening that exists today. They still would have separated 35W and 62, but they would have chopped a lot of ramps. The interchange at Lyndale would not have existed. They would have cut ramps at 60th Street and Portland Avenue and 66th Street, and I think the east ramps at Penn Avenue as well would have been chopped in that plan either. And folks on the south and west sides of the metro just went into a bloody uproar, went straight to the legislature. The legislature basically told MnDOT, stop, you are not doing this plan. I mean, they had construction plans ready. The legislature told them, stop, you are not doing this plan, restudy it, we'll get you money. And that resulted in what up to that time, and this would have started like 2006, 2007-ish time frame, what at that time had been the single largest construction contract in MnDOT history at $288 million. And that and 4 years of construction resulted in what exists at the Crosstown Commons today. Worth noting. Now in Minnesota, we have this thing called municipal consent, where the local government organizations involved have to give consent on highway construction projects for those construction projects to be constructed. Minneapolis did not give municipal consent on the Crosstown Commons projects. And they listed all sorts of reasons why they didn't, all sorts of reasons, things that they suggested that MnDOT needed to change. But because it involved an interstate highway, state law allowed the MnDOT commissioner, who at the time was also the lieutenant governor, that's politics that we will deal with at a later day, to override that, but they had to put in writing each of the concerns that the city brought up and what MnDOT was doing to address those. This is the only project that I know of offhand, and from what I've been able to find, where this happened in the entire state.
Yeah,
I'll let that sink in for a minute.
Yeah, well, you find throughout history that there is always an exception to the rule somewhere. And this certainly sounds like that.
The loophole abuse.
Or loophole, or whatever you want to call it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, long story short, Minneapolis thought the Crosstown Commons rebuild was too big. They wanted it smaller, and they were essentially overruled. Granted, MnDOT did concede, or they did give a lot of concessions to the city as a result of that. but it's the only case that I know of where a project was municipal consent was specifically withheld, but the project was still able to continue. All right, moving on, and since we have a picture of the split approaching downtown, this is a project that just wrapped up like last year or the year before, later on, taking care of 35 between the crosstown and downtown. This also had some major bones of contention, but MnDOT, hopefully learning from past lessons, worked with the city a bit more on this one. So this basically extended a dedicated hot lane in each direction up into downtown from 35W further south. It gave us the direct or the dedicated in median bus station at Lake Street, just like the one at 46th Street that was built as part of the Crosstown Commons project. Interesting segue, especially for the engineers on this. These are not full 12-foot lanes. Especially in the area of the lakes. Yeah. MnDOT got a design exception approved by Federal Highway to have slightly narrower lanes and slightly narrower shoulders, especially where they had auxiliary lanes and in the area of that Lake Street bus station.
Okay.
Also worth noting, you can vaguely see in the background a red overhead sign. Something a little unusual, but that sign is warning about the prohibition on hazardous cargo in the tunnel on 94 West.
Yep, for the Lowry Hill Tunnel on 94.
Yep.
Look at 35W
now that said,
24th Street.
Yep. Now that said, this project it did some significant improvements. For starters, you no longer have if you look just above the blue pickup at the curve sign there. Pre-construction, that curve sign was associated with a 35-mile-an-hour curve. So this reconstruction project greatly improved the design speed on that curve. I want to say it's 45 northbound and 50 southbound now.
Also, I think the lanes are 11 and a half feet, by the way, if anyone wanted to know this more specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I have the design layout on my laptop somewhere. I would have to dig it up. I know they're not full 12. I know they were narrowed slightly, and I think the shoulders were narrowed slightly as well. Yeah, that curve that curve sign right there.
Yep.
So now we'll flip over to the north side of downtown. I saw a picture earlier.
About a year or two ago.
Go ahead.
Street View in October 2022 still shows 35 miles an hour.
No, it's more than that now.
Well, then Street View is misdating itself.
Let me. Now you've piqued my curiosity.
Yeah, see.
Let's see if I can get to the right spot.
Speed, not necessarily a design speed.
Right, but 35 miles an hour is signed.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be a posted advisory speed, but that might not be the design speed of the ramp.
Right, the design speed may have gone up from 35, but the posting is for 35.
Yeah, so that's
interesting.
Yeah, so that's,
Okay, so yeah, I know it's a smoother curve than before, so it can be taken.
I've driven it. I know.
Yeah, so their advisory speeds are lower than the design speeds, as I recall from the design layout.
That is
southbound has southbound has a 40-mile-an-hour advisory speed, which is still more than the original 35 miles an hour, and you also have 3 lanes southbound. Granted, one of them becomes an exit-only lane at Lake Street, but there is. It's still a big improvement over the old curve. Anyway,
it's a advisory street. They could very well have speed limits on there, but they don't.
Yeah. Another thing I should mention with this, it's a nicer flyover from northbound 35W to westbound 94, which actually comes in on the left instead of on the right like the original flyover did. And the reason for that is to cut down on weaving on westbound 94 between 35W and the tunnel. And plus, origin destination studies found that 85% of the traffic taking that flyover was staying on 94 after the tunnel.
I see.
I just want
So that's the reason why that's the reason why that new flyover comes in on the left instead of on the right.
Okay, Steve wants to say something.
I just want to point out to our viewers that whether a speed limit or an advisory speed for new construction is supposed to be posted 10 miles an hour below the design speed. For an existing roadway, they allow 5 miles an hour below. That is an engineering standard.
Okay.
The great
and that would actually that would actually make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to 35W on the north side of downtown.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's see real quick. What did you want to point out about north of downtown? We'll skip the Mississippi River Bridge and save it for later. But
we could wax poetic for an hour just on the Mississippi River Bridge itself.
I know we could. Well, we have to get there first, though, on the PowerPoint.
Yeah. So plenty of more recent constructions on the north side lag behind south side, because south of downtown has historically had a lot more traffic on 35W than north of downtown. So that's why the focus was originally south of downtown, and now there's been some projects to the north of downtown. Besides replacing the magically vanishing St. Anthony Falls Bridge, as it is called in some circles, further north they added a hot lane between 36 and 694. That was the first one to be built, and that was a few years ago. And then much more recently, they completed a reconstruction that extended it north of the duplex with Highway 10. So that site has certainly seen some work. There's still a gap that they are currently studying between downtown and where Highway 36 splits off. So we'll have to do a wait and see what happens with with that particular section.
Okay.
Also worth noting, one of the first DDIs in the Twin Cities area was built on this section of 35W at County Road 96. And I don't remember offhand when that was built. That interchange was converted to a DDI before the mainline reconstruction project. I don't remember offhand how long ago it was.
All right. So we've dealt with a couple of north-south freeways in the metro. Let's talk about the freeway that connects the two downtowns between Minneapolis and St. Paul, and that is the I-94 main line. Again, it's only about 8 miles between the downtowns, so it's not a large distance that we're talking about here. But there is a lot to talk about, that went on here as far as the history of the highway, how it came to be, and some of its features. I suppose the thing that I want to jump on right away is the Lowry Hill Tunnel, which we've alluded to already, but it's located at the right angle in the southwest corner of downtown Minneapolis, where 94 makes a 90-degree turn. It's been a problem ever since it was completed in the early 70s. I want to say 1971 is when it was completed. And because of the fact that it is a tunnel, and because it's located on a right angle where traffic has to slow down anyway, the tunnel has been a problematic choke point along this freeway for probably, 50 years? Something like that. And that's just the starting point of a lot of different things we could talk about as far as 94 is concerned. I know that Laura's probably got notes as far as the Rondo neighborhood in St. Paul is concerned. Also the interesting, study between what happened to Rondo and St. Paul versus Prospect Park in Minneapolis, and how their influence diverted the freeway away from them successfully. But, there's a lot more that we could talk about as far as that's concerned. But, Laura, you've been quiet lately. Yeah. What do you want to say?
Sure. I guess I'll start with Prospect Park. I have a lot about Rondo. But yeah, basically Prospect Park was so both Prospect Park and Rondo were in the path of the freeway, and both had very different results. But basically, the original plans threatened 100 Prospect Park homes, Glendale Housing Project, and Luxton Park. And basically, alerted in 1956, residents supported a freeway route with a crossing into Minneapolis at 26th Street. Leader Norma Olson, middle-class volunteers Ann Munt, Jerry Purple, and their neighbors gained access to the governor. The Prospect Park East River Road Association lobbied to divert the freeway to the railroad spur at 26th Street, but University Avenue and downtown Minneapolis businesses prevailed with the more direct route through Prospect Park that crossed the river at Dartmouth Avenue. Some route adjustments saved the housing project and the park, but the neighborhood was still cut in two. But that's very different from what happened in Rondo. I don't know if Adam wants to, or anybody else wants to add anything about Prospect Park before I go into Rondo. I hear crickets.
Help me, Rondo.
Yeah, so Rondo. Basically, the Rondo neighborhood in St. Paul was the...
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want to
Sorry,
add
I lost my mic for a moment there. Just going back to Prospect Park quick, the
Yes.
26th Street alignment was the pre-1956 bill proposal for what eventually became 94. By the mid-1950s, it was routed more or less along what its current alignment is. After Ike signed the 1956 bill, the biggest political contention, besides just where 94 was located in Prospect Park, is there was originally going to be an interchange at Franklin Avenue. The neighborhood was successful in getting that interchange removed from the plans.
Yes.
And now we take you back to Laura so we can talk about Rondo.
Sure. So St. Paul's Rondo neighborhood was known as the center of the Twin Cities Black community. By the 1950s, about 85% of St. Paul's African-American population lived there. And besides its large Black population, it was also culturally diverse with significant immigrant population, with German, Russian, Irish, and Jewish residents also intertwined in the culture of the neighborhood. From the years, so between 1956 to 1968, unfortunately, the Rondo neighborhood was demolished right through the heart to make room for I-94. And about 500 to 600 families were displaced, alongside many businesses and social locations. And what that means is that 1 out of every 8 African Americans in St. Paul actually lost their homes to I-94. As I've talked about in previous episodes, this sadly fits the theme of what was happening in cities across the country. That Black and African American neighborhoods were targeted as places to put freeways, but also integrated neighborhoods were also targeted, and Rondo had both. And basically, what's very interesting is that as the road was being constructed, that there was a period for a few years where it was unused. The road where there was a large strip of I-94 that was unused as it was being developed, and so neighborhood residents actually protested and eventually were able to convince highway engineers to put the highway into a sunken trench. Also, the thousands of state residents that lost their homes were able to have their former houses cataloged in the State Department of Transportation's files, so that there is some record of the original neighborhood for the residents. But Rondo basically has continued to be resilient. Every year they have a yearly celebration called Rondo Days on the third Saturday of July that include live music, local food, several other community events to highlight the arts and culture of Rondo. And what's really significant, and I remember when this actually first happened in 2015, I was a planning student at the time and, attending an HBCU. So this was a really big deal thing that basically in 2015, a couple years prior to 2015, unfortunately the last building of the old neighborhood burned down. Oh, don't know if y'all hear music in the background. Remo activated
somebody woke up.
Toys. Thanks, Remo, for the musical interlude. The last original neighborhood. I'm sorry, what?
And now your hosts for this evening, the Rolling Stones.
Ooh.
Let's end the webinar together.
Oh, anyway, so the last building was burned down about in, I guess, 2013, 2014, and on that site of the vacant lot, Rondo Avenue Inc. purchased the lot with the intention of building a museum. But they concluded that the costs of operating were too high, so they decided to take that lot and build a commemorative plaza instead. And so in 2015, in that summer, Minnesota DOT Commissioner Charles Zelli joined a group of community members at the plaza and had a healing ceremony at the heart of the community. And he publicly acknowledged, Commissioner Zell publicly acknowledged past transportation policies and practices that disrupted and dismantled the neighborhood and formally apologized to the community. And and I'm actually going to post a link in the chat after I finish talking, because the city of St. Paul actually has the entire ceremony recorded and on their YouTube page.
This plaza, by the way, is at the corner of Concordia and Fisk.
Thank you, Anthony. But yes, this was a very big deal, like I said, when I was a planning student, to find out, wow, there's actually a DOT that apologized for doing this, for, dismantling this neighborhood. And not only did they apologize, but it wasn't just an apology, because the next year they started the Rethinking I-94 effort, which is basically a long-term effort for the Minnesota DOT to engage in engagement and relationships with communities along a 15-mile stretch of I-94 between Broadway Avenue, Minneapolis, and Highway 61 in St. Paul.
And I just posted a link to that in the live chat as well.
Awesome, thank you.
I was actually going to bring that up, but you may have more information on that than I do.
Yeah, and I want you to be able to talk about it too, Doug. So definitely fill in the gaps. But yeah, basically, through public engagement, the stakeholders and the DOT are, developing a plan for the corridor, basically to prioritize the well-being of the people who live there, first and foremost, in community engagement, along, with planning for roadways. But basically, phase one happened from 2016 to 2018, where basically they gathered feedback from the communities about I-94, its condition, use of the corridor, and community needs, and then did research into the cultural, historic, and stakeholder makeup to build a foundation for understanding for future planning and project work. And so now they're in project phase 2, the environmental process, and focusing on receiving input for government agencies and the public. And they released in, I believe, October 2022, their draft purpose and needs document. Basically, identifying goals, and let's see. So basically, it's, purpose and needs statement, identifying the transportation problems, then looking at the development of a program of projects for the area.
Yep. So I think, basically with that in mind, basically what I'm reading from this, it is something where, they're actually supposed to, at least on the website that I had posted, I know that in basically they're still in the process of trying to select a preferred alternative and trying to figure out what the next steps are, really, because it is something where they're trying to make right out of a wrong that was done decades ago when the thinking was different, and still trying to figure out, okay, how is this going to work for everyone involved?
Right.
I'm just going to piggyback off of something that Laura said. Something that added to the problems that the residents of the neighborhood had in trying to find other places to go is both Twin Cities were heavily redlined, like heavily redlined. So there was large, like ginormous chunks of both cities where minorities couldn't even rent a home, let alone buy one.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that's the really unfortunate reality of what happened when these neighborhoods were destroyed in the Twin Cities, as well as, across the country, is that basically not only were people's homes destroyed, but then they weren't allowed to live anywhere else.
Yeah.
And then as integration happened, there was a hope that there would actually then be some sort of reconciliation at that point, but that really didn't happen. That's when, instead you had white flight. And so the fact that finally, Minnesota is trying to address this now, I think is really huge.
Yeah, it looks like they're talking about putting a cap over 94 for a few blocks.
Just don't put it on the plate and then on the table.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, it's a logical place for that. Freeway below grade.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go back and talk about, there is a slide of pictures here that I kind of bypassed earlier, but we were talking about the Lowry Hill Tunnel on the Minneapolis side of the ledger. A rare instance where the advisory speed on a mainline interstate is 40 miles an hour. Obviously, it's not the only example of that, but there actually are a few examples of this within the Twins. What?
Cleveland.
Yeah, if you joined us for a show that we did about the mistake on the lake a few weeks ago, we talked about perhaps a more infamous example of this. But yeah, the 40 mile an hour advisory speed is there on I-94. The tunnel itself, it was cut through. It's basically a giant rock cut that was then capped over. That's my understanding of it.
No, there was a lot of cut and cover because it literally went right underneath the Hennepin-Lyndale intersection.
Yeah, but you can kind of see in the photo in the upper left how the surface streets come together right above the tunnel entrance there. Yes, that's a significant highlight of the whole trip through the metro. Do you guys have anything else you wanted to say about 94, or should we move on?
Yes. Speaking of the Lowry Hill Tunnel, the 1957 plan for 94 in that area was an elevated viaduct.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this slide had a couple of interesting things on it. Studies for alignments of 94 on the Minneapolis side of the ledger. You can kind of see where the tunnel is today is at this southwestern corner here. They had different alignments that they were looking at for the area around Lowry Hill, and then further north they had a preferred alignment along the west bank of the Mississippi as you headed north out of town.
So Line A, at least through downtown, at least the portion through downtown proper along Washington Street, Line A was more or less the 1946 plan.
Wow. So Line A.
It would have diverged in very different directions on both sides in 1946. But Line A along Washington Avenue was the original 1946 plan for what became 94.
It was interesting to see these things in maps because line E would have cut off the gardens. So ultimately, they didn't do anything because the 94 is just on, unless it's
Line E would have gone through what had been a baseball stadium at the time.
Were these lines laid over after they built 94? Because I see 94 clearly on there.
Yes, it's
at least as far as the end of the tunnel.
If Dan got both of these maps from my website, both of these come from a pamphlet I found on that 1975 building moratorium.
Yeah, so basically what ended up getting built, if you look at the map on the left, is a variation between lines D and E, where the freeway does dip further south before making the right-hand turn, similar to line D. Lines A, B, and C were looked at various points in time over the decades, but ultimately what got built was a hybrid between D and E. And then on the right, the alignment that is shown there is essentially what ended up getting built, I believe. Yeah, so, okay.
Yes, that the one on the right is definitely from the moratorium document I found.
Okay. Yeah, as I said before, Adam, I did get a lot of these maps and renderings from your site, so feel free to talk about, this stuff as it comes up. Plug your website, as many times as you want. You can be as selfish as you want, I don't care.
Well, I want to wait until you talk later about 94 because I have a few other things that I've thrown in there already.
Okay.
But has the name of this website been mentioned even once thus far?
It is about to be.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Yeah.
That's okay. Or we could just talk about 394, since nobody wants to say that.
Okay, well, one last thing on 94, and this sort of alludes a little bit to some of what Laura said. There was a proposal, so 1945, so we're talking way before Ike signed the 1956 bill. But after Congress had given initial approval to an interstate system, 1945... George Harold, who was at the time the St. Paul city planner, had an alternative alignment proposal for 94 between the downtowns that would have taken it basically immediately parallel to what is now one of the Burlington one of the BNSF rail main lines. That would have gotten it away from the St. Anthony Avenue corridor, would have saved the neighborhoods and especially Rondo, and potentially would have made things a lot better. The railroads at the time were already barriers between neighborhoods, so his thinking was this would not add a new barrier in between neighborhoods. Of course, the highway department immediately shot him down, making arguments along the way. Some of them were valid, given that the St. Paul Midway was heavily industrialized at the area, and the current alignment of 94 would have supported that. But then another one of the highway department's arguments was completely stupid. They argued that it would have been shorter taking the existing alignment than taking George Harold's proposed northern alignment. I actually mapped it out. The difference was about 300 feet.
Sure.
So I put in the YouTube live chat, I put a link to a picture that I have on my Flickr of that northern alignment.
Yeah, maybe Adam, you could send it to Sconson so that he could post it. I think
Sconson posted it.
Did he already post it?
AJFroggy.com.
No, he posted a link to my website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead and send that to me and I'll post it. Send it to me. I'll do it.
Just look up thread on the chat there, and you'll see the URL.
Yeah, because sometimes YouTube is funny. They only allow mods to post links. So
Okay.
Since you're not a mod, it may not show up. It's one of those.
No, it's not showing up as a link, but it should be an easy copy paste.
Yeah, well, I don't see it here on the chat. What I'm looking at.
All right, let me get it to Scott then.
Yeah, you'll have to do that for now. While we're doing that, I will introduce you folks to the 394 corridor, and there's a lot more to talk about on the subjects of air rights and something known as the ABC ramps in downtown Minneapolis, and we'll talk about that as well. The 394 freeway is basically an interstate corridor upgrade for the US 12 corridor, which stretches from downtown Minneapolis westward. So it's an east-west freeway for the west suburbs of Minneapolis. It's interesting for a multitude of reasons, and we'll talk about it as we go along here. It features the only dedicated reversible roadway in the state of Minnesota, which happens to be, I think it was built originally as an HOV roadway. Now it's a hot roadway.
That's correct.
And yeah, so there's that. And then we can talk about the air rights garages, which were built as the ABC ramps in downtown Minneapolis as part of
Not
the
to be
freeway.
confused with the air rights garage in New Haven, Connecticut.
No, the air rights garage in New Haven is a national road enthusiast landmark, isn't it? Yeah, we can't forget about that.
Yeah, so unlike these, it doesn't actually have a freeway underneath it. Anyway, while I'm talking, I'm going to go ahead and say that I got other stuff to head out and go do. So y'all enjoy the rest of your presentation.
All right.
Nice chatting with y'all.
Hey.
What?
All right.
Okay.
Post-meet dinner. Yeah.
All right. See you later. All right. Yeah. So I've kind of laid out a bunch of different directions that we could go in with 394 for you guys to take from here, but we have different maps here, like this one showing the planned alignment of 394 east of 94 as it enters downtown. Had the working title of 3rd Avenue Distributor when it was being drawn up, and that's because it roughly parallels 3rd Avenue on the city street grid. Notice how on this map only 2 of the 3 ABC ramps are featured. The 3rd one was added later. I guess that's just...
No, you do have the 3rd one. The 3rd one is just not directly over the freeway. You see that box in between 9th Street and 10th Street? That was the original proposal for what have been the 3rd ramp.
Okay. But as they were built, all 3 of them are over the highway, right?
Yes, that is correct. And that southwesternmost one got moved basically to along 7th Street.
Okay. Yeah, so over the course of the 394 Odyssey, as far as the planning and construction, they also looked into transit options, bus rapid transit, light rail, and I think this has something to do with the difficulty that it took to build the highway. As far as of course, there was the moratorium from 1975 that we already talked about. And on this slide here, the next slide that's going to come up, remember how Anthony was talking about those signs, those unusual red signs that alert you to hazardous materials that are prohibited from the I-94 tunnel? Well, here's a better look at them on this slide in the upper left picture. So who wants to talk about 394 any more than I've already done?
I'm just looking at the street view of signs that say Ramp A, Ramp B, Ramp C on them. So.
Yeah, you're very happy over there. Okay.
So, was Ramp A an expansion? Did Ramp A get expanded over the freeway, Adam? Or was it always built that way?
They were all purposely built over the freeway.
Okay.
Also called, at least what I recall from when they were being built, 4th Street, 5th Street, and 7th Street ramps.
Right.
And those names are still used in some contexts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is basically downtown's parking lot.
Yep.
Yeah. It basically collect collect the car commuters on from 394 and then distribute them into downtown. The Minneapolis Skyway system was extended to all three garages to accommodate those who just wanted to walk to wherever their destination was.
Even if it's all the way far enough as US Bank Stadium.
Even if it's the Skyway system doesn't reach that far.
Right. But yet you can get to the surface and go that way.
You can get to the surface and go that way, yes. There's also...
the light rail line also goes past that stadium, so it's...
Yes. So the light rail line now, but remember, this was built in the 1980s and completed in 1992, so the light rail was still over a decade away at that point.
Yeah, so it's an afterthought.
Yeah, just
but this goes back to my childhood. There were so like for I think it's ramp A is the first. Yeah, it would be ramp A would be the 7th Street ramp. There's a major transit spine, a lot of bus routes along 7th Street and 8th Streets, 7th Street westbound, 8th Street eastbound, that could also feed commuters. And once you get to the ramps, you're inside the downtown fare district, so they don't have to pay a full bus fare to take a bus from the ramps to get to the other side of downtown.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe there's one on the north. There's some routes on the north side of downtown as well, along 3rd and 4th. I don't remember if there used to be bus routes along 5th. Anything that had been on 5th got moved when they built the light rail.
The light rail basically took over 5th Street.
Yeah, the light rail took over 5th Street, yes.
You were mentioning the Minneapolis Skyway a few moments ago.
Okay,
for those who don't know what that is, can you explain what that is?
So what the Minneapolis Skyway system is it's a series of basically interconnected, fully enclosed passenger bridges over service streets that are at the second floor of the buildings. So you could take this. We call it the Skyway system. So you can take it basically, and then pass through the buildings. And there's like agreements between the city and the building owners as far as keeping those corridors mostly open, even outside of normal business hours. So you can basically walk from one side of downtown to the other, and A, not get your feet wet, B, not get cold, and C, not get run over by a car.
Yeah. Well, the cold part, I think,
kind
is
of a staple of larger cities within the state of Minnesota, because Duluth has a reduced footprint here. Even St. Paul, Rochester also have such a skyway system.
I can vouch that Boston, of all places, has one as well. Not a long one, but there is a considerable length of one, surprisingly.
There are variants of such a thing, like in Chicago, you get the underground pedway.
It would be basically for those of you who have been to Montreal, it's like that underground walk in Montreal, except on the second floor instead of the basement.
Yes, amazingly, Baltimore used to have a Skyway system.
Used to.
You say Baltimore, hon?
Yeah, hon. Baltimore, hon.
Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would say about a decade ago was when the rest of it was taken out. It was put in as part of all of the like Baltimore Renaissance in the 1980s and connected like the convention center to McKeldin Plaza and then about a decade ago was when they closed the Skyways and then took them out one by one.
I feel like you just said a decade ago. You betcha.
I probably did. I'm picking up all y'all's accents.
Yeah, so I went to college at the University of Buffalo in Western New York, and so I'm very familiar with the Skyway concept because UB also has a Skyway system that connects all of the main buildings on the Amherst campus. So yeah, it was a very popular means to get around when temperatures were, let's just say, below freezing. And what's interesting about the UB Skyway, and I know I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent here, but one of the only major buildings on the campus that it doesn't connect to directly. You want to take a guess at which building it is?
Stadium.
Well, no, not the stadium. The stadium is its own separate thing. It doesn't connect the civil engineering building. interestingly enough. Although the main explanation for that is because at the time they built the Skyway at UB, they were planning to build the Earthquake Research Lab, which was sort of an annex to the civil engineering building. They were afraid that, if we build shake tables and it's connected to the Skyway, that could be a bad thing. So you would have resonance throughout campus every time we simulated an earthquake. So that's probably the more practical reason why there's no connection there.
Not a true civil engineering school.
I know, right? It would have been
not willing to do that.
The whole, whether you're a civil engineering major or an accounting major or a English literature major, you could take part in our experiment too,
Yeah.
Shake it up.
Yeah, just shake it up, man.
He's just gonna hate.
Yeah, somebody wrote a song about that once.
Pass.
Hey, Laura's listening. Be nice.
Yep. Well, there's some other things
what?
too
I
about.
heard my name.
Oh yes.
Yeah, she's not paying attention.
It's okay.
Doug, what do you want to say?
I was just going to say too about 394s. Now that I notice that the slide is switched over, but it used to be designated as I think it's Wayzata Boulevard and US 12. Yes.
Okay, let the Minnesotan give the proper pronunciation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, like I think it's pronounced this, but
Wayzata.
Why is that pronounced that way?
Why Zeta?
yes, as in the W and the A are silent.
Yeah. So yes, it was originally Wayzata Boulevard. I believe the frontage road still carry that street name.
Yeah.
And Highway 12 has like a semi-hidden concurrency with 394. Where it changes from 394 to 94, Highway 12 is signed, but otherwise you don't really see a whole lot of Highway 12 signs along there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
In fact, if you're coming in from Wayzata or Long Lake proper, there's a sign before you get to 494 that there's a guide sign that says US 12 follow I-394.
94 also has 12 hidden on it, except for on the BGS's end.
Has 12 hidden and has 52 hidden.
Yep.
And at one point had 10 hidden, although 10 is not on 94 for very long.
No, now it is showing on 10 is showing on all interstates across.
I believe at one point it didn't, but I believe it's showing on all of them now.
I mean, right up to the Wisconsin state line, 12 is hidden.
Yes. Yes. A couple more quick tidbits about 394. Approved in 1968. I believe it was part of the 1968 mileage. Some sources originally had it designated 894, but it was renumbered to 394 within a year. But this was also way before construction. Studies on how to upgrade Wayzata Boulevard were in earnest in the early 70s, and then the moratorium, the aforementioned moratorium hit. They finally decided on 6 lanes, with 2 of those lanes being HOV lanes, and then from 100 to downtown being the reversible section that Dan had mentioned earlier. There's talk about changing that, making that permanent in one direction. That's one of the things that MnDOT's considering. HOV lanes were converted to hot lanes in 2005.
So they were the first toll lanes in Minnesota, then.
They were the first toll lanes in Minnesota, yes. And they did that, and then after they studied that and noted the success on that, that's when they converted the 35W lanes.
Gotcha. All right, we talked a lot about the loop that encircles the Twin Cities on last week's program, but it's worth going over some of the key points here. In fact, one of the biggest questions that I think comes up as far as the loop is concerned is where the interstate designations for this highway came from, why there's one designation for the southern half of the loop and why there's a different designation for the northern half of the loop, because when you look at it on a map, it's a continuous ring road that encircles the metro area. So you would think under normal practices this would just have a single interstate designation, but it doesn't. It has two, and in fact 94 joins it for a few miles, so really there's three different numbers that apply to different segments of it. This really has its roots in the original plans for bypasses around the Twin Cities. There was a separate northern bypass that was planned. At the same time, there was an independent and separate southern bypass that was being worked on. And so right around the late 50s, when the interstate system was being born, there were two different designations that were applied because they were two different highways. As the years went on, and these two highways began construction, and they began to coalesce into one single loop highway, it was decided to just connect the two highways together to make a seamless loop. However, they kept the same original designations that were created in the late 1950s for the two different highways. So in a sense, it didn't start out this way. The designations are kind of a leftover of the original vision from the 1950s. But don't worry, you can drive the loop in full, uninterrupted. It's I-494 south of I-94, and it's I-694 either along or north of I-94. And as we were kind of mentioning earlier, the first pieces of the loop to be built were in the late 1950s, like 1958, 59, that area. The Bloomington Strip was one of them. This is the stretch along the South Metro through the suburb of Bloomington, around the area of what's now the Mall of America, what used to be Metropolitan Stadium and the Met Center. And also east of there is MSP Airport. That stretch was among the first to be built. Also, the Wakota Bridge, further east on the Mississippi River, was built around the same time. The Wakota Bridge was replaced. We'll kind of talk about this a little bit later as well. But the Wakota Bridge was replaced in 2010. So nothing of the original infrastructure there remains in place. However, there is still a lot of antiquated infrastructure in the Bloomington area that might finally be seeing some improvements in the coming years as well. That's all I got.
Yep. Well, I know from the presentation we did last weekend, I found that the Beltway has one common legislative number, 393. Of course, you won't see that on signs, though.
To a point, 94 still has the legislative route 390.
393 makes sense because it's right next to 394, don't you know?
Yeah, you would think it would have been a 94 route number or something, but no.
No, they did the primaries primaries first, and then the three digits, and the 390s are the legislative route numbers for all of the interstates in Minnesota.
Oh, okay, so 390X.
So it's like 390, 391, 392, 393, yada yada yada.
I hope 394 is 394. They made that work.
No, that I don't think they actually created a separate one for 394. So 394 has
10 and 107.
Yes, 10 because of the original Constitution route, and then 107 is the legislative route for inside the city limits of Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Confusing, I know, but
well, thank goodness they're not signed. Otherwise, we'd really be in trouble. So we kind of talked. So we've covered all the interstates. So let's kind of run through some of these other ones here, and then there will be honorable mentions after that. But the 610 on the north side of Minneapolis, the Minneapolis half of the metro, sometimes referred to as the North Crosstown. I have here that it is the newest state highway freeway in the Twin Cities Metro. I think that's correct, right? There hasn't been anything built since 2016. Well, that's when the most recent section of 610 was completed. It did not extend all the way west I-94. That was the last section to be built. It was completed a few years ago.
Where it runs now in the median of County Route B1 is where it used to. Maybe it's 81, but it used to.
81, yeah.
It used to just roll into it right there, and then good luck getting back to 94.
Oh, and that was like the third section that was good. That was finished because originally you just had from 252 across the river into Anoka County. Then they extended it to 169. Then they extended it to County Road 81, and then they finally finished the extension to 94.
Mm-hmm. And I believe there might be some plans in the books to extend 610 a little bit westward.
As an at-grade county road to County Road 30.
And also to have the basically to finish off the remaining ramps that need to be built at 94.
Yes, but they will still have traffic signals.
Okay, we were talking a little bit about the Crosstown Highway when we were talking about improvements that were made to 35W at the Crosstown Commons, and now I think we can finish that story that we started, talking about the Crosstown Commons confluence there, which is on the south side of Minneapolis. The Crosstown Highway was originally a county road. It was built by the county. It was transferred to Minnesota DOT in the late 80s, I think, 1988.
1988.
Yeah. So it was originally designated as County Route 62. When MnDOT took it over, they retained the number and signed it as Minnesota State Highway 62. But the origin of the number 62 has to do with the fact that this highway roughly follows the 62nd Street corridor in South Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the inspiration behind the route number. I forget. Did we cover everything we wanted to talk about with Crosstown Commons, or did we have more we wanted to say about that?
Well, you didn't cover the other Route 62, though.
The other route? Which other Route 62?
The actual...
One is southwestern Minnesota, west of Windham.
That's where the actual 62 was, and they just made a second one here without really caring that they were reusing the number.
See,
they thought about it, but they kept the number 62 for the crosstown for two reasons. One, they concluded that it would be a low frequency of confusion between the two, because one of them is a relatively minor, middle of nowhere Minnesota rural route, and the other one is a major metropolitan area freeway. And two, because it had been known so long, at that point it had existed for almost 30 years as County Road 62, so there was a lot of number recognition with 62, so that's the other main reason why they just kept it as 62.
I think does it still turn into County Route 62 at its west end?
Yes, west of 494.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
And now it extends east. It used to end at 55. Now it extends east because it took over 110.
Yep. Used to be 3 numbers to follow one freeway. Now it's 1 number.
Yeah, so that makes a lot more sense to do it that way. Yeah.
I think if I look at my Clinch Highway list. Yep. Oh, I actually put former MN 110. Oh, good for me.
Yay!
I'm surprised I caught that.
77. A freeway improvement of the Cedar Avenue corridor in South Minneapolis. This is a north-south highway now. I really like the twin-span arch bridges on 77 across the Minnesota River. There's a bridge out in the St. Louis area. I think it's over the Missouri River that looks a lot like this one. And I've always liked, like the appearance of the twin arches. There's
tied arch.
Are they tied arches?
Yeah, they're tied arches.
Okay. There are other examples of bridges that have, dual span, arch bridge configurations. I think Steve just, coughed up one example. But and there are others too, like Jefferson Barracks outside of St. Louis is another famous one. But yeah, this is a neat example of that too. 77 also is one of the main feeder routes into the Mall of America, which we did talk a bit about at the start of the show. What is this you're showing me?
That's the west side of 77, the old bridge.
Oh, well, I don't have any pictures of that, so
I'm angry that you don't.
Well.
Just to the west of this is a very nice 5-span truss that is the old Highway 77 bridge and is now very much walkable and, in fact, bikeable.
I need to correct Steve there. That is actually the original Highway 36 bridge.
Thank you.
See that?
It's why he's on the call here.
I guess so.
Yes, what is now 77 had been prior to the freeway had been part of Highway 36 north of 13.
Right.
When they finished the bridges over the Minnesota River, they basically renamed south of Crosstown to 77, got rid of 36 through Minneapolis proper, and that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, yes, and then there's that one too.
100. This designation, I believe, is a leftover from the original idea of the circumferential highway. 100 was part of the west leg of the loop originally, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Built not as a freeway right of way. It was not built initially as a freeway, I should say. It was built more as like a boulevard / expressway, but gradually upgraded to freeway standards over the years. Parts of this highway were known as the Lilac Way. It was an early example of urban highway landscaping and making highways look beautiful, as you might say.
It was also, and specifically the section that's associated with Lilac Way through St. Louis Park, that was a WPA project, Works Progress Administration project from the late 30s.
Now you got me thinking about Ohio 315 if you're talking about trying to make an urban highway.
You're on the air, talking to the microphone.
No, I'm good. I'm talking about a different city. So
No, I know, but you know, I might have wanted to know what you were talking about, but okay.
No.
All right. Okay. US 169, also on the west side of the metro. There are three. Well, if you don't count 94, there's 3 north-south freeways in the west metro, west of downtown Minneapolis. You have 100, you have 169, and you have the north-south section of 494. This is the third of those 3, 169. Originally intended as a county route, I think Hennepin County 18 was the original designation of this before US 169 was realigned onto what's now the freeway. This is a highway in the West Metro that has had a lot of problems with traffic congestion over the years, and it stems from its geometry and how it was built. You know, not just the fact that it's only 4 lanes, 2 lanes each way, but also the interchanges are pretty substandard at times. There's also a very narrow right-of-way that a lot of this was built into, so there's not a whole lot of ability to expand this thing laterally via improved interchanges or more lanes of traffic, stuff like that. So they're kind of stuck with what they got here, and 169 is certainly one of those highways you want to avoid at rush hour. I mean, most of them you want to avoid anyway, but 169 is one of the larger culprits when it comes to traffic congestion in the West Metro. All right, we got a lot of... Those are the main ones to talk about. Now we've got several honorable mentions here that I've put up on the screen for you, and we'll take a second to kind of... I got to catch my breath here, but we'll take a look at each of these in rapid succession. Rapid fire, if you like.
I-35 is another interesting one here. far as how it ultimately exists. But
I don't think the people can hear you.
that's more than okay.
I can hear him.
Oh, you can hear him? Okay.
I can hear him.
Basically,
you're not talking soft enough then.
No, but basically, or functionally, 55 exists in two segments now. And at least what I'm looking at right now suggests it follows 94, but I don't know that it actually follows 94, though I heard that it does.
It follows 94.
It does technically, yeah. Because without the signs, it feels like
it officially follows 94.
Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it when you're there, at least to me.
Nope. No, it was that was kind of an afterthought when they decided to get to turn back the streets through downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't have my pen on right now, so I can't highlight these, but 101 is off in the upper left of this map. It's off screen. You can't see it. It's further up 94 to the west. We'll talk about 280, which is right where I got my mouse cursor right here. It's this piece here, east of downtown Minneapolis on the other side of the Mississippi. 252, again, it's kind of off screen, but it starts up here, up where 94 meets 694, and heads north from there. What else I got? 10, 212. Well, 212 is down here, down in this area, like through Eden Prairie and then off to the southwest. US 10 has two different sections of freeway we could talk about. One of them is up here. It's an east-west highway across the north suburbs up this way. And then the other section is from downtown St. Paul running to the south and east out of the metro that way. 52.
I'm just going to interject here. Southeast of downtown St. Paul, 61 is the primary route along there. 10 and 61 are concurrent, but 61 is considered the primary route.
Okay. So there's that one. And then 52 runs from downtown St. Paul to the south, right here. So that's that one.
Fun fact, what is now 52 was considered at one point for 35E.
Is that because of the holdup in South St. Paul? Yeah.
Yes, that was the primary reason. One of the alternatives when that holdup happened was rerouting 35E east along the Lafayette Freeway. Lafayette Freeway is the local name for what is 52 south of downtown St. Paul.
Yeah. Okay, so let's run through these really quickly. I have pictures of all of them, so if anything comes to mind that you guys want to take and run with, please feel free. But we'll take these in the order I think that I listed them. So we'll start with 101. Again, out well off in the northwest suburbs of the metro. 101 has a short freeway section here. It basically connects 94 with US 10.
Interstate shields or state route shields I just saw?
Pardon?
Nope, those are not state route shields, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so there's that one. 252, which we highlighted for you on the last slide.
252 is not yet a freeway.
It is not a freeway.
I'm going to put that out there. There is a plan. It is still under study. It got corridors of commerce money for an upgrade and also to add a hot lane, but it is still under study. The main bone of contention is with Brooklyn Center and where to place interchanges and overpasses. There's a long-term plan to convert it to a freeway. It just has not happened yet. Mm-hmm. And it will come not a moment too soon because 3 of the top 10 crash intersections in the entire state are along 252.
The Roosevelt Boulevard of Minneapolis.
What's that?
The Roosevelt Boulevard of Minneapolis.
Yeah, the Roosevelt Boulevard of Minneapolis. Yeah, well, that at one point that was Hiawatha, but yeah, you could say that.
280. This one again is not quite a full freeway because there is one signalized intersection for, well, I mean, both directions have signals, but you can only
Northbound no longer has signals. Southbound is there is one signal southbound at Broadway.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I don't know if there's any plan.
Fun fact: 280. The 280 was proposed in the 1960s to cut west across Minneapolis. As the it was proposed as the 28th Street Expressway. That was the planning name for it. It basically would have paralleled that railroad east of Hiawatha and then cut down and basically followed 29th Street west of Hiawatha, gone between Lake of the Woods, gone between Lake of the Isles and what used to be called Lake Calhoun, and then eventually connected over to Highway 100.
I think there is a map that details kind of what you're alluding to coming up in a couple of slides. But
okay.
Yeah, I think that kind of falls in the unbuilt freeways part of
yes,
the discussion.
That would definitely be an unbuilt freeway.
Yep.
I don't know if you have this yet, but 280 played a significant role in a bridge. Due to a bridge that we can probably talk about later on if you wish.
Well, yeah, so with that section of 35W out of commission, 280 sort of became the replacement 35W for that period of time, I think. Or the most logical backup.
It was, and they disabled the signals and blocked the intersection to make it pseudo-freeway for that time being.
Okay. Here's some pictures of US 10, which I have across, which is an east-west freeway across the far northwest suburbs. 212, this is in the southwest metro. It had US 212 has its terminus at the 62 Crosstown and US 169, southwest of downtown Minneapolis. And here's Steve's favorite state highway in Minneapolis, 55, which is Hiawatha Avenue.
Olsen Highway.
Yeah, we did talk about kind of proposals over the years to upgrade this to a full freeway that never really saw the light of day already. But yeah, one of the areas that was under construction when I was passing through last year was right at the Hiawatha junction with 35W and 94. They had a bunch of ramps closed off in that area. So that's what you're seeing in these pictures here.
So if that's what I think it was, Dan, that was related to they were moving the off-ramp from 94 into downtown from 5th Street to 7th Street.
Okay. Minnesota 5 has a short freeway segment in the area of MSP Airport, which you can see here. And here's some pictures of the MSP access roads. Because, when you're visiting cities and you want to see stuff you want to see signage that's not necessarily like per standard or what would be typical of
Come to Newark Airport.
Well, Newark Airport's another one, but always go to an airport because airport signage can sometimes be kind of cool looking. It's very different from what you would normally see on the freeways because it's not necessarily to what specs you would commonly expect.
And of course, in these cases, you got LED signage, which I don't know how much it changes. Basically, probably if a parking garage is closed.
Yeah, so these are LED, and then these 3 panels here are LED also.
Newark is mixed between the two.
Are there LEDs at Newark now?
There are under a number of... Well, they'll call them dynamic message signs, which...
Right.
In the industry, we call these all DMS now. Not even VMS for variable, DMS for dynamic, because they're full color. You can show almost anything on them, so they're no longer just varying between a few messages. You can have moving displays on them, hence dynamic. There's a lot you can do with them. So this qualifies as that. You can show anything you need to. If there's a lane closure, roadway closure, whatever, there's a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, when we did the
TVs.
when we did the cashless tolling upgrade on the New York Thruway, part of the contract involved putting in a new system of DMS boards, and that's what they called them. And I was always, when I first saw that, I'm like, DMS? Don't you mean VMS? But no, it's a different thing. Yeah.
Dynamic messages.
Nice one I posted to my Instagram on the way up here today, where they didn't parse the message correctly, which made it very amusing. Speed limit, you keep family safe. Always obey thee.
Yeah, well, see, that's New York
Woman
State.
yelling at a cat.
Yeah, well, that's the New York State Bridge Authority being goofy, but whatever.
What's new there, really?
It's always the peril of this, though, and I design for a specific airport that may or may not have just been mentioned, but it takes care to design it and to make sure what you want goes up, because if you're the slightest bit off, you get messages that the public can't parse and they laugh at it and they don't follow it. So,
yeah. The 36 freeway runs east to west. It starts at 35W, a little bit northeast of downtown Minneapolis, then runs out to the east across the top of the St. Paul side of the metro, and then out to Stillwater and the St. Croix crossing, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Not all of 36 is freeway still, is it there? To the St. Croix crossing, is that
that's
case
correct?
Still?
No, you have you basically have. Well, there's still a light at Century Avenue in North St. Paul, and then you still have some at-grades and lights from just east of 694 to the west side of downtown Stillwater, and then through Stillwater proper is still at-grade with signals.
Yeah, and of course, you had the St. Croix crossing was open, I want to say about 5 years ago. 36 used to, I believe, go into Stillwater and cross at the lift bridge, which is now a pedestrian crossing.
That is correct. In fact, as I recall, I had a road meet out there not long after they opened the bridge.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And Stillwater, I believe, is also the birthplace of Minnesota.
Is that what they call it?
Well, I'm looking at a picture on Google with a historical plaque says birthplace of Minnesota, and it was in Stillwater.
Kind of, sort of, and also kind of debatable. When Minnesota became a state, they parsed things out. Minneapolis got the university, St. Paul got the capital, Stillwater got the prison.
I don't know what to call it now. It's not the birthplace, though.
Yeah. So we've been kind of flipping through some pictures of different highways in and around the metro that we outlined before.
I think I know what Doug is referring to. Stillwater is where the first territorial convention was held when Minnesota became a territory.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking at.
That's probably what Doug is referring to.
Let's talk quickly about the 4th Street connector, and then there's also the, what is it called? The 5th Avenue connector, which are both in downtown Minneapolis. They're basically long off-ramps and on-ramps to connect you with the main interstates that connect the downtown street grid with those highways. One of my favorite drives in all of Minneapolis is the inbound side of the 4th Street connector, which gives you this great view of downtown Minneapolis here. As I said earlier, there are so many interesting shots that you can get of the skyline from all these highways, and I've been showing you a lot of my favorite ones as the show has gone on today, but this is another one that's right up there as one of my favorites. I believe there has been some chatter about taking this one down, getting rid of the overhead structure and replacing it with a boulevard. That seems to be the talk right now.
Yes, that has been discussed, and it probably could work. If Minneapolis would have been smarter with some of its adjacent development, they could have put 3rd and 4th as a one-way street pair, and then just rebuilt the connection to 94. But they were a little stupid about how they did some of the development along 3rd Street near the railroad. So that getting an overpass over the railroad at 3rd is probably not going to happen anymore at this point. Mm-hmm. But they are talking about tearing down the viaduct, putting a boulevard in, and connecting. And this is probably one they could get away with because there's really not a whole lot of traffic on the viaducts, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I took these pictures on a holiday weekend, so it's not a very good depiction of what normal traffic loads are like. But, I mean, I basically had it to myself every time I was through there.
Outside of inbound morning rush hour, it's really not a problem. Mm-hmm. I mean, even outbound during evening rush hour is not bad.
Another short family of ramps here is part of the 35W 94 interchange. There's a pair of ramps that connects you with 5th Avenue at the south end of the downtown core here. Again, another nice cityscape view, similar to the one I showed you on the main line of 35W a while back.
Okay, interesting tidbit, fun fact, that spur is still officially part of Highway 65.
Okay, so it's unsigned 65, or
it is unsigned. Well, I think some of the mileposts in the median still have a 65 shield on them, but otherwise, yes, it is unsigned.
Yep, I'm looking at this. 65 begins at 35W 94, and this is 29.
Steve's busy fact-checking you over here, so...
Oh, no, yeah. Well, I have it on Google Street View. The 0.8 mile marker definitely has a 65 shield on it.
Yep.
All right.
I didn't realize...
And South 10th?
But now I... Yeah, because it's only really signed as you get across the 3rd Avenue Bridge. So, okay.
Correct. Yeah, the from 10th Street up to the 3rd Avenue Bridge, well, up to Washington Avenue, was turned back to the city several years ago.
Yeah.
Actually, around it was around the same time that they moved 55 out of downtown and on a 94. But yeah, that was several years ago when that happened.
Okay, it's everybody's favorite mascot here on the screen right here.
It's not a cat.
Mr. Angry.
Yeah. Yep, he's back.
It's definitely not Mr. Metz.
No, not him. Well, I want to talk about 335 some more before we move on out of the unbuilt highways section. But this is a slide that I took from Adam's website that kind of summarizes all of the. It shows the existing highways that were built in red, and it shows the proposed and canceled highways in blue. And everything is keyed here, so you can kind of you can kind of check where you are on the map and pick a letter, and you can see like a brief description of the proposal. I think it's a really neat piece here. Is there anything about this that jumps out at you other than 335? Because I have a slide dedicated just to that, so we'll deal with that separately. I think that Adam had mentioned the 280 extension over, 28th Street, which is on this map. It's the letter L, so it's this piece right here. So there's that one, and then there's a few other ones here too, like Hiawatha Avenue is shown here. A few others that are pretty noteworthy.
Well, I'm just going to start by mentioning that P, as a general rule, P was an original 1946 plan route for what became 94.
Okay.
So it would have extended to I-94.
It would have continued along what is now County Road 81 to more or less to what is now 94-694. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then the other big one that we should talk about on the Minneapolis side of the ledger is 335, which we kind of mentioned before how there were provisions at the 35W interchange for the construction of this freeway at a future date. Planning for it was halted because of the 1975 construction moratorium, and 335 never saw the light of day. It would have been a connector between 94 and 35W. North of downtown Minneapolis, it would have been the north leg of an inner loop freeway that would have encircled the downtown of Minneapolis. It would have also included another bridge over the Mississippi River, naturally. But yeah, this highway never did see the light of day. It's probably the one in the metro that gets most talked about among road enthusiasts is this one.
So a couple of things I'm going to mention with this. Construction was actually halted in 1970 on 335.
Okay.
Yeah, this actually predates the moratorium.
Yeah, it was included in the moratorium because it still hadn't been canceled, and the highway department was still pushing it at the time. So that's one. Second, there were some. It's had at least 4 or 5 different iterations and alignments proposed over the fairly short time period that it existed. There's at least one alignment option that had it going over the north end of Nicollet Island, and Nicollet Island is that island there in the middle of Mississippi, like right adjacent to downtown, where Hennepin Avenue goes over the south part of the island, and then the railroad across the middle of the island. A couple options had it going over that island. Some options had it elevated. Some options had it depressed, basically below grade. I think those were later on in its life, like 1971-ish. Some of the options had it continuing west, past 94 as a separate freeway. Some options didn't. Most options did not have access from 335 to 94 down towards the Lowry Hill Tunnel. Those ramps were not proposed.
Yeah, because I've seen renderings where it's both. Some renderings have full freedom of movement and others don't. So I don't know which one was more current.
Most of the options and all of the quote-unquote more recent options did not have full movement.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, as Adam mentioned, that that really gets back to 1970, and basically the city of Minneapolis had already acquired the land, and demolition was well underway, with estimates that up to 90% of the demolition had already occurred when local residents gained ground in their protest of I-335. They received national support from Senator Walter Mondale and Representative Donald Frazier. And it was with their support, the I-335 Concerned Citizens Committee had convinced the city council to rescind its decision and stop the project. And it was finally deleted as a route by the Federal Highway Administration in 1978. And we already talked about the stub ramps. But also what's interesting is because so much had already been demolished, that there's residential neighborhoods that were rebuilt. So developments bounded on the west and east by Northeast Main Street and Central Avenue Northeast, and on the south and north by First Avenue Northeast and Third Avenue Northeast are, from a later area of their surroundings. So you can actually, because of those, you can see how much of the land was ultimately cleared.
Also worth noting, some of the interstate substitution funds for canceling 335 went to the 3rd Avenue distributor on 394. Hello?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, we're here. There we go.
I know you're there.
Long, awkward silence.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I have on I-335.
Yeah, we'll have to
Laura mentioned one of the congressmen, Don Frazier, that assisted in that. He later was elected mayor of Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Yes, and then Senator Mondale later ran for president.
Senator Mondale was a presidential candidate in '84, and he only carried Minnesota and D.C. in a Reagan landslide.
Well, a landslide in the sense of electoral college votes.
No, in the sense of its effect on America.
It's the sort of thing where, yes, he only carried 2 states, but he, it wasn't, he still had a significant number of votes.
Just not enough to carry enough states to get the presidency.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look up what the number actually is.
500.
No, not the number. I don't care about the electoral college votes, like the percentage of the popular vote he had.
Yeah, that's
72.
500 in total votes, yes.
He got 40% of the vote. So Reagan got 58.8%, and Walter Mondale got 40.6%. But to me, it's just always very fascinating because it's like the most obvious example of how the electoral college does not.
Whoa.
Does not show what actually happened on the ground.
Not much happened on the ground. Most things happened in voting booths.
But you know what I mean? That you look at the electoral college vote map and it looks like, Reagan got like 95% of the vote, when no, he got 58.8%.
Which is still a landslide. But
well, by the standards of today, yeah.
My current goal is to talk about bridges of the Mississippi River.
Yes.
Do we want to do bridges now or take a break?
I want to get past politics, so if we can talk about bridges for a little bit.
Well, that's not the only option we have to get past that, but okay.
Well, it's a little too cold to go outside and flash people, so that seems like the best option.
That's what you say.
Yeah. Tell you what, Steve, you do you.
Not when I'm in someone else's house.
Well, come to your own house and you'll be fine.
Bridges.
You know what? Before we do that, let me just check the chat here. Who is with us right now? All right, we've got so Steve and I. David is here, I think. Laura, obviously.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, you've been quiet.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, well, I know so. Wisconsin, Doug, and Adam are with us. Okay. So you guys vote to keep going. Okay. I didn't prepare a meat lunch for you guys. I'm sorry. It's bring your own food and drink.
We had it.
I had sausage and peppers for lunch.
I had a chicken and Alfredo left over.
What's funny is, speaking of meats and afternoons, I'm so used to napping with Rainey on the weekend afternoons that part of me is like, I think I may end up departing from here and having nap time.
Well, that's okay if you want to do that. I have notes on all the bridges, so
we'll just ignore social justice for the rest of this.
Yo, what?
Well, we'll ignore social justice because you're
Tisk.
You're not making Laura happy.
No, you're making Laura angry.
Right, which should wake her
Slash
up and keep
kick.
her in the presentation.
Yep.
Steve.
What you're not seeing is my finger wagging.
99.
Okay,
Well,
Dan,
Mr.
right off the
Angry's
bat.
gonna depart for a nap.
Yeah.
Dan, right off the bat, I want to make one correction to your bridges list.
I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Which one do you think I want to talk about?
I think you're going to talk about dates.
No.
No?
The Central Avenue Bridge? No, the Central... What you list is the Central Avenue Bridge. The actual name for that one is the 3rd Avenue Bridge.
He's correct.
Avenue. Yeah, you know what? I have that in my notes as 3rd Avenue Bridge. I don't know why it says Central Avenue on here. But, okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
because you mistyped.
Well, let me see here. Yeah, I have it as Central Avenue on here for some reason. I don't know why that is. But, okay. So that's 3rd Avenue.
Now, on this first list, you're just focusing on the bridges in and near downtown, correct?
Yeah,
Because I know that...
So we're not going to cover every single bridge. We're just going to cover ones that are near the 2 downtowns. So, I mean, there might be, by the time I've gone through a couple more years and have been back in town to document the rest of them, maybe we'll do a show that's just devoted to the bridges. We could always do that. But for now, we're just going to focus on the ones that are downtown and the ones that I was able to cover when I was in town last summer. Yeah, so the dates that you see listed here, these are the dates of the most recent constructions. So some of these bridges replaced others that predated, that go back much farther than this. But for the sake of this show, I want to just label the most recent iterations of these bridges and the dates of their completion. So that's what's listed in the parentheses here.
Only 3 of those are replacements.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's, there's only 3 on this list, There's others on the St. Paul side of the ledger when we get to that part of the city, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's start off with Hennepin Avenue. We didn't really talk about Father Louis Hennepin, did we? Like, he didn't really come up.
No, we haven't.
He didn't really come up in any of the any of the presentation to this point. But I guess since we're talking about Hennepin Avenue, we should at least mention who he is. He was a Catholic priest who was one of the first people to be part of I don't know what you call it, like an exploration of the Northwest Territories, if you will, in the 1680s, I think. Something like that. He was one of the first people to lay eyes on St. Anthony Falls in Minneapolis, or what's now Minneapolis. It was not a booming metropolis in 1680, but he was one of the first people to see the falls. He got around quite a bit. He was one of the first people to lay eyes on what's called Niagara Falls nowadays. So he's one of the fathers of Minnesota and one of the fathers of Minneapolis, and so that's why his name is on Hennepin Avenue today. It's really
and on the county.
What's that?
And on the county that Minneapolis is in is also named for Louis Hennepin. It's Hennepin County as well.
Okay. Yep. It's a really interesting suspension bridge. This is not the original construction. This bridge was built in 1990. There was a bridge prior to that.
So, if I may just mention quick here, this is the fourth bridge on that site, and 3 of the 4 have been suspension bridges.
It's amazing how this does not look like a modern bridge. They went through pains here with the concrete shaping to make it look like stonework.
Yeah, I would have assumed that this bridge was much older than 1990. And I think that's what I had always assumed. Like when I visited here last July, I didn't know that this bridge was as recent as 1990. I just assumed that it had been here for 100 years. But no, they did a great job of creating a classic appearance here.
When did they open this bridge?
90.
Yep. Right on 90? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, ignore the title of this slide. It's not the Central Avenue Bridge. It's the 3rd Avenue Bridge. This is the only one at downtown Minneapolis that I didn't get to drive because, as you might be able to gather from this picture, it was closed for a major reconstruction project. The bridge itself was built in 1918. It's closed for an ongoing renovation that began in 2020 and involves adding a new deck and improved parapets, sidewalks, median traffic barriers, also some minor structural repair and improvements. All of this, I believe, is on track to be finished up later this year in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a really nice looking bridge. One of a few bridges on the river here that look like this.
Yeah, the Twin Cities is well known for the number of concrete arch bridges that it has.
I'm impressed that you were there. It looks like ice.
No, that's the rapids there.
That's the falls.
Yeah.
And the falls are something which makes Minneapolis what it is, which is basically it's a large milling town. I think the largest flour mill in the world was in Minneapolis. You got Pillsbury, and you got, I think, Gold Medal, and I know at the end of one bridge you have the Mill Ruins Park, which is, well, ruins of mills.
That'll be the next bridge on his list.
Yes.
Yeah, another one of my favorite views of downtown Minneapolis is from this bridge. You're looking at it right now. So it's called the Stone Arch Bridge.
And it's my favorite bridge over the Mississippi. See? Suspense.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
I mentioned that. I was alluding to something earlier about that. So
yeah. It's actually the second oldest bridge that's currently standing over the Mississippi River. The only one that's older than it is the Eads Bridge in St. Louis. It was built originally in 1883 for use by the Great Northern Railway. It's been on the National Historic Register since 1971. As you can gather from this picture, it's now been recycled for use as a pedestrian and bicycle bridge.
Until he passed away, my father lived in an apartment on the other end of the bridge, not the direction you're facing, but behind you in this picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very nice spot in town. You got a lot to look around at.
Gotta say, I'm glad I finally, last time I went to Minneapolis, got to go around and see all these bridges, because otherwise I would not be able to stand today's presentation. I would just be booking a flight directly out there right now.
You would have left a few minutes ago. Yeah, Minneapolis is kind of a sleeper in that you don't necessarily think of it as a great bridge city, but there's a lot of good stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of good stuff, all right, we've put off talking about this one for a while. This might be the single most important bridge in the state of Minnesota. for reasons not just because of the fact that it carries a major urban interstate in the state's largest city, but there are ramifications with this bridge nationally that continue to reverberate to this day. Let me just talk first about the bridge that we're looking at right now. So this bridge, the St. Anthony Falls Bridge, was completed in 2008. It carries Interstate 35W. It was built, what's interesting about this one is that it is built to be expandable in the future to include either additional light rail or bus rapid transit capacity.
But not a roadway.
Well, that's how things look right now. Yeah. If they were to expand this bridge, it would be for transit purposes.
Not necessarily just for transit purposes. Two things I want to mention to that. Yes, it was built to accommodate light rail on the inside. They would basically, so right now it's 4 lanes plus 2 auxiliary lanes. They would basically take 2 of those lanes for the light rail, put light rail in the median. That's what they designed that for. But it is designed to be expandable and potentially put a bike ped path underneath.
No, like underneath the existing
underneath the main deck. It was designed to accommodate a bike ped path underneath at some point in the future. I don't know if there's really a need for that because the next bridge on your list has those facilities and is right there. But it is a possibility that they built in.
That's interesting. Okay.
So with the old bridge, if you are in Albany, New York, the Patroon Island Bridge, which where I-90 crosses the Hudson, was the same design as the old 35W Bridge. And after
the river in Troy.
Yep. And after the bridge, 35W Bridge, the old bridge collapsed. Basically they went, in Albany, DOT went in and basically spent years trying to fix it in order to make sure that a repeat of the disaster with the 35W Bridge collapsing didn't happen again.
Yeah, when we did the cashless tolling work for the Thruway, one of the main partners in that design-build joint venture was the company who did all the improvements at Patroon Island.
Yeah.
And a couple of the people who I worked with on the cashless project, they also had a hand in the Patroon Island improvements. And they told me that, I think one of them used the term scary to describe the condition that Patroon Island was in. They almost had another 35W on their hands. That's how.
Yeah, and I've heard that from multiple sources too. So
yeah, that bridge was in bad shape before they got to work on that.
Basically, it was going to be one of the non-redundant structures that would fail, and the fact that it was such a major one is really what spurred things. But at some point, by the very nature of non-redundant, means at the right time something breaks and the whole bridge collapses because the stresses it immediately puts on adjacent members is too much for those members, and it just spreads like wildfire from there.
Yeah.
And so what it sparked is at least nationally, is agencies immediately taking a look at what they have left and focusing on that. And during the resulting economic downturn in 08-09, I know at least for one state named New Jersey, with limited money coming in because of the downturn, they focused everything they had on these bridges. They said priority number 1, make sure another bridge doesn't fall.
Yeah.
And it was, in the moment, they didn't have to pay designers a lot. They knew the bridges had to be fixed. They went straight to fixing them, and a lot of agencies did the same thing to make things a lot safer.
So the 35W Bridge collapse took place on August 1st, 2007. It involved the complete collapse of the bridge you're looking at in this picture, which was completed in 1967 as part of the original I-35W. The collapse occurred at the afternoon rush hour. So you can imagine how many cars and trucks would have been on this thing when it fell. 13 people died in the collapse. 145 people were injured. The NTSB conducted a report immediately following the collapse, and they cited the fracture-critical design flaw as the primary cause of the bridge's collapse. This led to the creation of a new bridge, which was fast-tracked. Funding was allocated on an emergency basis to MnDOT. A new bridge was quickly designed and built the following year. This design-build effort was fast-tracked. A contractor and design firm were chosen. The new bridge was built within a year of the collapse of the existing bridge and opened in, I believe, September of 2008. That is this bridge that you see today. As we've said, the collapse of this bridge really sparked a movement nationwide to increase the awareness of fracture-critical bridges, their condition, and in some cases, some of these bridges were immediately either taken out of service or were put on the fast track to be replaced. One of these bridges, the Lafayette Bridge in St. Paul, was one of those. And there were others nationwide too. And in fact, to this day, fracture-critical bridges continue to be on the to-do list for states around the country because they can no longer guarantee their long-term health and safety. But here's some pictures of the collapse in August of 2007. When this happened, it was obviously in August, so I wasn't in school at the time. I was on summer break, but I had just started my curriculum in civil engineering, and so you can imagine what a collapse like this would do from a current events standpoint, in the classroom. And it is still an example that is cited, in civil engineering curriculums nationwide. Some of the, I guess you could say it's some of the perils of engineering, that engineering is still a work in progress, and we must always be vigilant, and we must always seek out better solutions than the ones that we have currently. That's kind of one of the lessons that we take from this. The new bridge, as it stands today, is obviously a major structural improvement over its predecessor. It also has, I don't have any pictures of it, but there's a very impressive aesthetic lighting system on this bridge that obviously its predecessor did not have. It's a very beautiful structure. It's very simple. I mean, again, this is a bridge that had to be built in a hurry. So they chose a design that was fairly simple to create. It's not necessarily the same idea of, the reinforced concrete arches that we see at various points in the river, but it's designed out of reinforced concrete as pre-stressed concrete elements in particular, and the curvature of the superstructure do kind of hint at this, throwback, classic treatment. So it's a bridge that does work very well in its surroundings. It's not an eyesore by any stretch. And I think they did a great job with it. Yeah, and one other thing I'd like to mention. The original bridge, I believe, was 6 lanes. It was 3 lanes each direction. The current bridge, as it's striped right now, is... Well, it's 4 lanes of general traffic, I think, per direction, and there are also lanes for exit and entrance for the interchanges on each side of the bridge.
Original bridge had 8 lanes and no shoulder. 6 through lanes, 2 auxiliary lanes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Did you say all your piece as far as that was concerned, or? Okay. Now, if you had more to say, you could say more. That's all right. Okay. Another reinforced concrete bridge here at 10th Avenue, which, as you see, is right across the way from 35W.
Literally right next to it.
Yep. Very beautiful bridge, engineered by a Norwegian-American engineer named Kristoffer Olsen Olstad. I probably did not get that pronunciation right, but he is one of a few Norwegian-American engineers to contribute to the area in the form of bridge engineering. And they are the people who brought these reinforced concrete bridge ideas to the Twin Cities area, and that's why there are so many of them over the Mississippi. More than even the ones that we'll talk about now, because there are more examples of this that I didn't get to cover last summer. But bridges like this are, this one was built in 1929, so it's pushing the century mark. Yet it looks just as fresh and as beautiful as it did probably when it opened.
It had a major rehabilitation a couple of years ago.
Well, I guess that might be part of it too. But for a bridge that's almost 100 years old, it's looking pretty good. Thanks to a little, tender love and care every once in a while. That's what we like to see. Let's talk about railroad bridges for a second. The Northern Pacific Railroad Bridge dates back to 1924. Formerly carried the Northern Pacific Railroad between Minneapolis and the north side of town. It is now open as a pedestrian bridge, just like the Stone Arch Bridge further upstream. And here you have a good view of the 10th Avenue Bridge upstream, and also the next bridge we're going to talk about, the Washington Avenue Bridge on the downstream side. In fact, this picture of the Washington Avenue Bridge and the lead picture of the 10th Avenue Bridge that we saw a moment ago were taken from this Northern Pacific Railroad Bridge. The Washington Avenue Bridge, this iteration of it, was built in 1965. It is an example of a double-deck bridge. The upper level carries pedestrians and bicycles. On top, there's kind of like a promenade there where those two classes can move. And then on the lower level is it's a roadway, and there's also a light rail line, the Metro Green Rail. The Metro Green Line light rail. It's easy for me to say. This bridge is also located immediately adjacent to the University of Minnesota's main campus, so it gets a lot of traffic just because of its location there, right at the doorstep of the university.
It basically, campus exists on both halves of the river, and this is the bridge that connects the two halves.
Yeah. Real quickly,
I just want to go back to the Northern Pacific Bridge for a moment. Yeah. That is the bridge that we took the meet photo on for my 2017 Twin Cities meet.
Oh, it was that bridge. Okay.
It was that bridge, yes.
Cool. Has there how many meets have taken place in the Twin Cities area over the years that you know of?
There's been two that I have done. I want to say Patrick or Monty may have done one. That's all I can think of offhand.
Yeah, because I know that Patrick has been kicking around the idea of doing another one at some point.
Yes, I want to say
about what that is.
What's that?
Does Finn have any idea what the other meat is?
Which one?
Finn, your cat.
I don't know. Oh,
heard her in the background.
You must have heard him in the background then. Yes, he wants to go out on our mezzanine. There you go, dude. No, I don't think Finn knows because he wasn't around at the time. But I want to say we've had 3 total, but I'm not 100% on that.
I know of the 2.
So really quick on the Dartmouth Bridge, which is named for Dartmouth Avenue, which is the location in the street grid where this bridge crosses the Mississippi. It carries I-94. It was essentially replaced in the early 1990s. One of the things that happened as a byproduct of the 35W collapse was that the the original striping of this bridge was reconfigured. Basically, the shoulders were eliminated and an extra lane was shoved in. This, along with eliminating the traffic lights on Minnesota 280, basically served as the detour around the missing section of 35W until the new bridge was put in place. After the highway was reopened, it was decided to keep that revised lane configuration in place due to positive reception from travelers. So what you're seeing is sort of a byproduct of the bridge collapse, of the detour, and then people deciding to keep it permanent. On the St. Paul side of the ledger, let's skip ahead a little bit here, skip downstream a few miles. So we're going to focus on these bridges. Again, these are not the only bridges. There are a few bridges, downstream of Dartmouth and upstream of Lexington that I did not get to cover when I was in town last year. But we'll see. I'll be in town again, I'm sure. So
that's a pity because there are some gems along that stretch.
Yeah, there's more reinforced concrete arches. There's more old railroad bridges. There's quite a few down that way, I think. Okay, so the Lexington Bridge is I-35E over the Mississippi. It was originally built in 1965. It was essentially replaced in the early 2000s in a project that was completed around 2004. This bridge was kind of a bridge to nowhere when it was built because the freeway on the south side of the bridge went over the river and then promptly kind of ended in South St. Paul. And this is, of course, a byproduct of the ongoing dispute at that time about construction of the freeway, which wasn't completed until, I believe, 1987 when the 35E Parkway was finally built. So for the first roughly 20 years of this bridge's existence, it didn't really carry all that much traffic. It was kind of a bridge to nowhere because it didn't really lead you anywhere from the south side of the river, anywhere useful anyway. It's far from a bridge to nowhere nowadays, though. Next up, this is another favorite bridge of mine on the Mississippi. The Smith Avenue Bridge, which is known locally as the High Bridge, and you can see why it's nicknamed the High Bridge. The roadway stands up to 160 feet above river level, making it one of the tallest bridges on the upper Mississippi River. This bridge came into use in 1987. Parts of this bridge's predecessor, parts of the steel components of the railings and the parapets were recycled from the old bridge, and they were incorporated into the design and construction of this one, which I think is kind of interesting. But if you stand on the pedestrian walkway of this bridge, you have great views of the Cathedral of St. Paul, which is on the bluff on the opposite side of the river, and also downtown St. Paul to the east. I did show you guys some pictures of those earlier in the show. That's where I took those pictures from. How is this street pronounced?
Wabasha.
Is it Wabasha?
Wabasha.
Okay.
Wabasha.
How did I get that right?
Yeah, I was going to pronounce it a different way, but I'm glad you guys did it first. I'm glad you guys spoke up before I did. This iteration of the bridge was completed in 1998. Clearly built with pedestrian traffic in mind here. You have two different sidewalks on each side of the bridge, which are 11 feet wide. It's one of the wider pedestrian facilities on the upper Mississippi. So there's that one. I do like some of the architecture of these street lights and all that. It's right located in downtown, so it's it's in a very scenic spot. But I like the engineering of this bridge. I like the design choice, and as I said, I like the aesthetics to it, and I like the preference of pedestrian traffic here.
Hey Dan, if I could just back up to the Lexington Bridge for a quick sec.
Yeah.
I had to double check a couple of dates so I wasn't just going off my brain. So 35E, when the Lexington Bridge was first built, it only went from Highway 110 up to West 7th Street, which is Highway 5. The parkway through St. Paul wasn't completed until 1990. On the south side of the river, on the Dakota County side, that section was completed in 1985.
Okay. So I guess it was a bridge to nowhere sort of in both directions.
It was a bridge to nowhere in both directions. I mean, it had some local functionality, but it didn't really have regional functionality at a minimum until 35E was completed in Dakota County, which again wasn't until the mid-'80s.
Okay. Here we have an interesting pair of bridges, situated right next to each other. I like the look of this spot in the river. The Union Pacific Railroad Bridge has been with us since 1913. It's a vertical lift bridge, as you see. Very mechanical looking. If you're into that kind of thing, it's a very cool kind of bridge. It is still active. In fact, when I was there, you can't really see it. Well, you kind of can, but you can't really. There was a maintenance crew working on it. I guess they were checking out the lift functionality of this bridge, because it is still a functioning lift bridge.
I can see them. I can see them.
Well, I can too, now that I'm looking at the picture. I couldn't see it at a glance, but they are there. And then its next door neighbor, another handsome reinforced concrete creation. The Robert Street Bridge was built in 1926. This bridge, and Doug probably will agree with me on this, this bridge reminds me a lot, especially the main span arch here. It reminds me a lot of the Oregon City Bridge out in Oregon.
Oh, yes, with my my favorite bridge designer, Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me to be inspired by bridges like that, yeah.
Yeah, although I think in Oregon, the arches are a little bit more, I don't want to say exaggerated, but maybe pronounced. They're higher, like the higher arches.
Yeah, it's
hierarchy.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, that definitely has the Oregon arch bridge design. There was seen other arch bridges that are kind of similar in other places as well.
Yeah, but Oregon likes their arch bridges too, just like Minneapolis does.
There's a nice artistic element to bridges like that.
Absolutely. All right, the Lafayette Bridge, we kind of mentioned it a few minutes ago, but the predecessor bridge that was built here in 1968 was a very similar fracture-critical bridge to the original 35W Bridge that collapsed. In the aftermath of that, it was decided that that original bridge needed to be replaced. The current bridge that you see today was completed in 2015. It carries U.S. Highway 52, also known locally as the Lafayette Freeway. That name, the Lafayette name, comes from the original Lafayette Street, which is the point on the street grid where this bridge crosses the Mississippi. Another bridge that's been replaced in recent years was the original Wakota Bridge, which was built around 1959. It was one of the first sections of the I-494 loop to be constructed. This bridge was... We mentioned this bridge on last week's show. I think it was Sconson who was saying that it was only like a 4-lane bridge or something like that, and it was a
four lanes, no shoulders, steel truss, if I recall correctly, and God help you if the mayflies were out.
Yeah, well,
there would be some years when the mayflies were so thick on the Wakota Bridge, especially the old Wakota Bridge, that MnDOT had to bring out snowplows to scrape them off.
Really?
Really?
Wow. Jeez. Well, the old bridge is no longer with us. It was replaced in 2010. So the current bridge is much wider than its predecessor.
Mm-hmm.
It's at least double, maybe even close to triple the number of lanes as its predecessor. So it's a much more comfortable experience. By the way, where does the name Wakota come from? It comes from the two counties that it connects, Washington County and Dakota County. So they made Wakota out of that.
A Full House song like that.
Is there?
Like that, we love this.
You were going great, Steve. You want
Yeah, no, it's Lakota in there, not Wakota.
Our next America's Got Talent competition going on over here. All right, we got two more to talk about, and these are on the St. Croix River, east of the metro. We'll start with the Stillwater Bridge. This is a vertical lift bridge, which was built originally in 1931. It was reopened in 2017. It had been closed. It was an automobile bridge that was replaced ultimately by the modern St. Croix crossing downstream. And then the existing bridge here, the Stillwater Bridge, was repurposed for use as a pedestrian bridge, and that's the role that it has served ever since then. It is still a functioning vertical lift bridge in spite of the fact that it carries only pedestrians nowadays. When I was in town, I did not actually see a bridge lift take place, but they do make the point of alerting you, pedestrians and bicyclists and all that, to the fact that it is still an active bridge, and there's signage, and there's still gates that come down during bridge lifts and stuff like that. So it is still a fully functioning bridge, despite the fact that it carries far less traffic, obviously, than it used to. All right, we saved one of the best bridges for last, I think. I don't know. Maybe people will disagree with that. If they do, that's okay. Well, that's fine. The modern St. Croix crossing opened in 2017, and this carries Minnesota Highway 36 and Wisconsin 64, because this does cross at the state line. This bridge is not classified as a cable stayed bridge. It is classified as something known as an extradosed bridge, which is, it's kind of a hybrid concept. It takes the cable stay concept and crosses it with a standard post-tensioned deck girder bridge. Basically what happens is that the cable stays that you see here are not the primary structural support entity. It's kind of split between the cables that run above the roadway and the internal post-tensioning strands that run inside the pre-stressed concrete segments. So that's how you come up with this different hybrid kind of bridge, which is termed an extradosed bridge. These bridges are much more common in Europe and especially in Eastern Asia. But they are starting to catch on also in the United States. One of the more interesting examples of this bridge type in the eastern U.S. is in New Haven, Connecticut, at the Quinnipiac Bridge, which is not called the Quinnipiac Bridge. It's called the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge. The predecessor was called the Q Bridge. So that one along I-95 in New Haven is an example of that as well. Aesthetically, this kind of bridge is very different looking than most. It's not, this traditional cable stay bridge, so it does have a different profile to it than you would see on most other cable stay bridges. But it is a really interesting and striking design, and they came up with something really unique here on the St. Croix River for this one, which I really like it. I think it works really well. Also, the fact that you have additional cable stays here allows you to have longer spans. So, which is a good thing in a situation like this where you're trying to limit the number of underwater foundations that you have to build. And that's good environmentally too. It has its perks in that sense as well. So that's another plus to that kind of design. Well, that brings us to the end of the PowerPoint. That's all I got. 150 slides later or whatever. So we can open it up for general questions, comments, for whatever. I know it's not Festivus, but if you have grievances you'd like to air, we can take those as well. We really want to thank everybody who's been a part of this show today.
He said this was a road meet, so we should be watching a lot of driving videos.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because that might just be the next thing that comes along with this kind of show. So we can do that. There's time for that.
Yes. And I would say, if you haven't done so already, smash that like button.
People like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. There's
smash it like you're working on I-35W Bridge.
Really?
It's appropriate and doesn't deal with the racist tensions of the other thing you could talk about smashing, so I prefer this.
Okay, all right.
And I don't think we even mentioned Prince yet.
You know what? There hasn't been a Prince reference.
It's because we weren't out in Carver County.
Is that where he's from? That area?
Well, no. He's from Minneapolis. He got his start basically on the First Avenue music scene downtown. But the house that he built and lived in his later years, and it was also like a recording studio and a party studio and all that, was on Highway 5 out in Chanhassen.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. What can I do here? Can dial up. See, here's I'm gonna let you guys take a look at one of my master external drives. That's got. This is classified as the West drive because it's basically west of the Mississippi. That's all the stuff that I've got as of right now. And it's about to get a lot bigger because I have to back up all my files from the last 2 weeks onto this thing. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me, after we're done with this show. But yeah, so let's see here. What can I subject you people to? Let's start. You know what? One of my favorite freeway drives in the whole Twin Cities area is 35W North through Minneapolis. Let's start with that. Alright, so while this video gets started, I'm going to go... I think I'm going to pour myself a glass of wine. Do you want any, Steve?
That's awful celebratory.
There's nothing wrong with it, though.
I'd say no.
Oh, alright.
Just a comment.
This calls for a beer.
See, that would be my first choice. But...
And that sounds like a Doug.
Yeah. There's a reason why I said exactly that phrase, too. Because this does call for a beer.
Yeah, also please note that we're not drinking and driving. We're drinking and watching driving videos. There's a difference.
There will be plenty of drinking and driving later, don't you worry. Actually, yes, worry. Worry tremendously.
Yeah, the old saying is, do all your drinking, get it over with, and then go driving.
Yeah, there are songs like that. Let's get drunk and go out driving.
That quote was from George Carlin, if you're wondering.
Green Day sang that. Yeah, it's called DUI by Green Day. It is a really fun song to listen to when you're sober. I'd imagine it'd be somewhat less fun if you're actually drunk and yeah. But sober, absolutely. This is the time when one of our cars should be talking smack about the other car, as I remember from some wonderful meets of the past. So.
Can we switch cars after certain videos?
Switch cars?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. You know what? You can jump in the car in front of me. How's that sound?
Yeah. We had to do some of that too.
Well, and I just poured myself a glass of red wine, which reminds me that I should tell you about my trip home yesterday.
You probably needed that red wine.
Yeah, yeah. So the flight home, so that the trip ended in Nashville, and I flew from Nashville to LaGuardia in New York last night. And,
oh, God bless you.
Well,
no, not God.
Yeah, I think you know.
Bless your heart.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yes.
So,
bless your heart. Driving into LaGuardia.
Yeah. So we took off. Now, well, before that, we were actually going to depart on time, and then we pulled away from the gate, and then we had to sit on the tarmac for a while because there was a ground stop at LaGuardia last night, because of the gale force winds that were passing through the area most of the night last night and yesterday. Yeah. So what they did was we sat out there for about an hour, and then they returned us to the gate, and they gave people the opportunity to deplane if they wanted to, because the flight was going to go ahead anyway. So they were giving people a chance to say, hey, if you don't want to be a part of this, that's okay. You can get off now. And a few people did. There were a few takers. Because one of the things that I have to say is that, this was easily the worst flight I've been a part of, weather-wise. But I have to say it was probably the best flight I've ever been a part of, from the sense of, the flight crew, the captain, everybody involved from Delta Airlines. They were fantastic at keeping us posted on what was going on. They were not shy about telling us what lay ahead, and sometimes you don't always get that. But they were very transparent with us. They said, look, we just came from New York. We just came from that. This is what you got this is what you got coming up. So, and they outlined it for us, before we left again, and that's probably why a few people did leave the plane, because they had been told, look, it's not going to be pretty when we try to land this thing. So we were delayed about 2 hours, all told. We finally get off the ground in Nashville. I would say the flight was about 2 hours, all told. I'd say close to the first 3/4 of it was fine. There was no issues. It only really started when we started descending from altitude. Mm-hmm. And that's when it was the longest 30 minutes of my life. After that. Now, where the wine comes in is the outbound flight. They had a full stock of wine and beer and all that stuff, and apparently one of the flight attendants just told us that they almost drank us dry on the outbound flight, and they didn't really have a lot of opportunity to restock. So I had a seat in Comfort Plus for this trip home. So I was one of the first people in the line. And I said to the flight attendant, I'm like, and they also, one of the other things that they said was that alcoholic beverages were on the house for all classes. Usually it's complimentary only for first class and for Comfort Plus. They extended that for the whole plane.
I think I would have stayed on the flight for that.
Yeah. Well, so that kind of gave you a hint also about what was coming up for us, you know. So I was one of the first people in line, and I looked at the flight attendant and I said, "Look, I'll have a red wine," and then I said, without blinking an eye, I said, "Can I have 2?" Because one wasn't going to be enough. I needed to be like borderline drunk for this experience, and I'm being serious. Like I would probably flip the fuck out if I was sober in a situation like that. She gave me 2, and I didn't drink them until we were like, past the halfway point in the flight. So I was like high as a kite, like as we were descending from altitude, and like the plane was being bounced around like from here to Connecticut, and yeah, it was not a pleasant experience. Even while like highly buzzed, it was not a pleasant experience. It's one of the only times, it actually is the only time, and I've flown quite a bit over the last few years. It's the only time that I've ever gone out of my way to shake the hand of the captain and the crew after the flight.
Did everyone applaud when you landed?
Oh, there was an applause that rang out.
I am used to this on international flights, but rarely American flights. It would take something like that. So.
Yeah, no, there was a healthy round of applause when we touched down. Yeah, it was that bad. And as I said, it was easily the worst flight I've ever been a part of, weather-wise. And I hope I'm done with that for a while. But that's
just really shaking on the descent, or is there times when you thought the whole thing was
like
drops,
so it would be like the shaking that you would feel like in light turbulence, and then the plane would just like go boom. It would just like drop. It would bounce upward. It would just get tossed violently to the side.
I've dealt with this in the middle of a flight, but not for a landing.
That's well, and it's also important to mention that we're dealing with LaGuardia Airport too, which is not the easiest airport to land at during calm conditions because of the configurations of the runway and because of the fact that it's located in such a highly urban environment. And also because there's water on 3 sides and all that other good stuff, So yeah, that's stuff to think about too. But no, we made it. That's how my trip ended. Ended with a bang, that's for sure. That's a flight that I'll tell people about. Yeah, no, it's no joke. Like people were just, there were a few prayers being said and all that stuff. As you might expect in a situation like that. But yeah, so I had my 2 helpings of red wine, and it got me through the flight. And so now I'm, celebrating by enjoying another glass right now. So to the captain and the crew of Delta Flight 5652 from Nashville to New York City last night. If you're out there watching, which I doubt you are, you guys don't know about this channel or this live stream, but if you are ever able to find this someday, raising a glass to you guys. You guys were outstanding.
About this.
They did what?
Kiss. Something. You're the masters. Raising glasses.
Well, I know Alaska Airlines. Maybe they don't do it now, but I've flown Alaska a few times, and they used to give a complimentary alcoholic beverage, and it was a decent beer too. Pyramid. It's like a Pyramid IPA. But I remember, speaking of, kind of scary flights and alcohol, I had to take a flight, actually on Alaska Airlines on a propeller plane from Portland to Seattle once. And, that whole plane was shaking on its descent into Seattle.
Oh, that must have been fun.
Yeah.
You were on a prop plane?
I was on a prop plane. Basically, they're running commuter planes from Portland to Seattle on a on a rainy Sunday night. I was actually coming back from my grandma's funeral.
Oh, Jesus. Yes. We've all had that bad experience at least once, right?
Yeah.
So.
And hopefully just once.
I don't call it bad. You know, they landed. So in the end, the fact
Yeah.
that it's here, to me,
well,
I'll take it every time, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then they got you there safe.
I look
And,
at it
you know,
as Go ahead.
And the people who, the pilots and the crew that do this for a living, they are, they know what they're doing.
I trust that they make the decision to fly, that they looked at conditions, and they know that they'll be able to make it. And it's.
Yep. Look at the pilot who had to make a emergency landing on the Hudson River after I think like birds got into the engine or something like that. They know what they did. They know what they're doing basically to the best of their ability.
My only two bad experiences with flights involved American Airlines.
What's that?
My only two bad experiences with flights involved American Airlines.
That's because you don't have status with them.
That's exactly it.
And it was bad enough that I complained to them. They gave me a credit, so I'm going to fly out of the brand new Terminal A at Newark Airport next week on American. I've had good flights with them too, so everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really, and I don't count weather as a part of this because that's not in the hands necessarily of the crew, but. I don't know that I've had a terrible experience like with any of those airlines. And I don't know, maybe that's just luck of the draw. I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's one of those things where if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, that can happen. But, I'll be flying Southwest for the first time next week. Well, you say that, but I would argue that the time to fly Southwest is right now because they've just gone through a big mishap, and so they're going to be on the lookout for this stuff and be more proactive and with prevention and stuff like that.
It's been great knowing you.
I will say, just make sure you are on their website exactly 24 hours before. Pressing that button to confirm your flight, because you do want a good seating number. So
yeah, so I've never flown Southwest, so I'm still trying to get the hang of how they handle things. So they don't.
If I may, because I'm a little bit of a Southwest expert, because Southwest is by far my wife's preferred airline. Doug is correct. If you did not pay for early bird, you have to manually check in order to get your boarding to get your boarding spot. Southwest does not do seat assignments. They do boarding assignments where basically board in order. So it's like business class goes first, and the handicap folks go first, then business class goes first, then the A group, then families, then the B group, then finally the C group. Right at the moment where you're in your 24-hour window to check in, you want to hit check in right then and there because that's your best chance of getting a higher boarding assignment.
It'll be B because A is always impossible.
Not necessarily.
No, I've gotten I've checked in 24 hours in advance. And I've gotten I think my highest was A31 or something like that.
Nice.
And that was I think that was that last year? Yes, it was actually last summer when I flew out to go to Alaska. I flew out to Seattle to go to Alaska from Albany.
Yeah, I'm a type of person that's going to avoid Southwest Airlines like the plague, unfortunately.
Well,
that's good. More room for the rest of us.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Southwest works well for me because of where I live. Albany has a lot of flights for Southwest that go to Chicago, to Midway, to Denver, and I connect over to Portland that way a lot. So
yeah,
that and Delta seems to work well for flying out of Albany.
I had a preference lately for United because of the proximity to O'Hare and I usually fly hub to hub most of the time.
Yeah.
But if there are times when I will alternatively go to Delta as well.
When I go to California in a few weeks, I am flying United, but I find that with California, United seems to have a big presence in that state.
Right.
Like, I think I'm going to San Francisco, so I think they're a hub for United. So
yes, they are.
The only thing I liked about United, and it's been several years, so I don't know if they still do this, is it's the only airline where I could listen to the air traffic control.
I don't think they do that much anymore. At least not that I know of.
That was
yes,
the only
I do remember
that was the only thing that had my interest with United.
No, I guess this is no Airline Whiz.
Yeah, I'll be creating a new channel. That's right.
Yeah, the last time I flew Delta, I flew Origin through MSP, and this was on my Hawaii trip.
Okay.
And it was quite interesting because the evening before and the morning of, I was taking enough documentation of the MSP access area, both terminals. It was actually the first time I'd driven the Humphrey Terminal, or Terminal 2 as they call it, access road.
Oh, you mean 34th Avenue?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it's not a freeway. What do you expect? It's the secondary terminal.
That's okay. It's a lot easier to get in and out of than the main terminal, if you ask me.
You're flying to Portland? What?
No, Terminal 2, what used to be called the Lindbergh Terminal, it's now Terminal 2 at MSP, in my opinion, is easier to get in and out of than the main terminal.
So what's who flies in and out of Terminal 2 now?
Southwest does.
Southwest, Sun Country.
Oh. Okay.
It's basically the bunch of airlines.
I also some of the international flights also go into Terminal 2 as well. I don't remember offhand. I think I actually had one, like, we're talking a couple of decades ago now. I had an international flight on Northwest that landed at Terminal 2, or that's where they put us because it was a direct from Japan.
And parking is cheaper at Terminal 2 because of
parking.
You can do that. Take the light rail to Terminal 1 if you were going there.
MSP.
Yes, you can do that because they keep that section of the light rail open 24/7.
Yep.
It's also, in my opinion, a lot easier, and I alluded to this further, but being more specifically, it's a lot easier to get to and from 494 to Terminal 2 than it is Terminal 1.
Well, that's true too. Yeah. Yeah, because it's right off of that whatever that interchange is there. You don't have to go up.
The 34th the 34th Avenue interchange.
Yeah.
Which is very unique because it is a DDI that has a light rail line going through the middle of it.
That's got to be a one of a kind, right?
I do not know of any other examples. That's for sure.
Yeah. What's we brought up DDI. We're watching I-394 inbound to downtown Minneapolis, which is one of my favorite. It's probably my one favorite freeway drive in the Twin Cities. If I had to pick one, I would probably pick this one.
494 on the west side for me.
Okay, you like a little bit quieter. All right. See, you couldn't resist the red wine, could you?
No.
Yes.
No one can resist Josh.
Yep.
Well, some people can, but anyway. What we alluded to the DDI interchange concept just now. Thoughts on the design, yay or nay? Like, I think it has more to do with the amount of vehicles that an interchange like that can handle, right? I think that's part of that's part of why
Left
they came up
turns.
with it. But,
Yeah.
Left turns are easier out of DDIs.
yeah. So it has to do with, like, you know, not just the number of vehicles, but also the tendency of those vehicles when they reach that intersection, right?
Would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I don't think 34th Avenue is an example of someone that wants to take a lot of left turns, but yeah, definitely coming out of Humphrey, if they wanted to go to Rochester, they would obviously have to take a left turn, and it's a great opportunity there. But the fact that they put a light rail line in there is just a little weird.
Yeah, it's an interesting wrinkle. Yeah.
I didn't see the difference, Adam, whether you were going into Lindbergh or Humphrey, of the struggle to get into an airport. But one could say if you're not parking at the airport, there is a difference. Because 2 is easier to navigate as far as going through the drop-off points, whereas 1, you're basically stuck in there for such a long time in that drop-off point.
Is it like one of those things where you get, like, caught up in some sort of vortex that you can't get out of?
Yeah, basically everybody stopping to drop off people or pick people up, and
yeah,
you can't get out because there's only a few lanes.
Yeah, and everybody triple and quadruple parks everybody else in, and it's a mess. Yep.
Where did I get cut off?
Oh, did
You
we
got an
lose you?
easy pass.
Did we lose Adam?
Someone cut him off.
No, we just cut him off.
I got cut off for a couple of minutes, but I'm back now. But I was probably in the middle of my spiel when I got cut off.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, none of us knew it, so. Start over. Go for it.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Well, that's
Do
okay.
you remember? Did you intentionally put off your Minneapolis trip until they got Easy Pass?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. I put it off because of construction. Mainly the 35W crosstown to downtown project. I wanted to be able to get that when it was newly opened. That was the biggest ticket item. There were other ones too, but the Easy Pass thing didn't really have anything to do with it. Although it was nice to fly to Minnesota and bring my Easy Pass transponder with me.
I was impressed to see that logo there. It's the first time I've seen it, so.
Yeah, it was a recent change, Steve, where they had their own system, and then eventually they just blended it in and replaced it. And you have to have a similar pass to what VDOT has for being able to do free rides as a carpool.
Yeah, so the original transponder in Minnesota was called MinPass, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And then that got absorbed. Minnesota joined the Easy Pass network recently. So now that's what they use exclusively.
Yeah, but I think it ties in well because a lot of people probably would go down to Chicago and use that around the highways there that require toll payments.
The beautiful Illinois Tollway Network.
Yes.
It's all flat.
It's useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a year and a half ago when Minnesota changed over.
Okay, yeah.
Look at that shot.
Yeah, that's one of the money shots of the whole metro area. Yep.
I remember coming in on.
Stay clean, Ted. Stay clean.
Yeah, here's the parking ramps here.
The Alphabet Drive.
Yeah, when I went to Target Field, I parked in one of those. They're nice because you can You can come right off the highway and park, and then you can either walk to the ballpark area, or downtown is very easy to walk to. And of course, it's connected to the Skyway system too. So, if you're looking to go that route, you can do that too.
And got us the money shot, and then he come the ballpark.
That's right. I did do that.
And that's one of those ballparks I need to get to.
By the way, one of my motivations for going to Target Field on that night was that Patrick had gotten tickets in the all-you-can-eat section.
What?
Yeah. I know that would get your attention.
Wow.
I wonder why.
That got Steve's
wow.
attention.
Yep.
Steve is now looking to book a trip
Replicate.
to Target Field for next season.
But you said I could have all I could eat.
That I would like stadium that I would like to be in for a game. It's US Bank Stadium, actually.
Well, so like I'm kind of in the process of clinching ballparks right now, because most of my travels to these cities coincides with the summer, and obviously that's baseball season, not football season. But there are a few football stadiums I'd like to see the inside of at some point, and US Bank is one of them.
Yeah, and the experience that you have pregame and halftime when they do the chant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care too much for that nonsense, but
so the Grand Forks meet is
just to take it all in.
I could go to the 26th and get all I can eat.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like
I'm
to. Are you good over there, or like what are you doing?
I'm going to Target on May 26th.
Okay,
come join me. We'll have a roads adventure.
Is this going to be the Twin Cities Meet 2023?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you heard it here first, folks.
Grand Forks Meet is May 20th over North Dakota, and then I'll get there for the game.
So you're going to that meet then?
Oh yeah.
That Grand Forks.
And then you're gonna do a drive up to Canada.
Oh yeah.
And watch it snow.
That wouldn't be unprecedented up there.
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Say sorry after that.
Yeah. But yeah, there are a few football stadiums I'd like to see a game in. Irrespective of like team tradition and stuff like that. So that's Minneapolis is one. I know this is gonna piss off some people, but I really want to go to a game in Dallas. Because that stadium, I know.
I've been there. What do you mean?
The stadium is spectacular, though. You have to say that.
What are the
as long as it's not a hockey game in Dallas, I will accept that.
I don't understand the problem people are having right now.
I have went to a hockey game in Arizona.
Just checking to see if y'all still them boys.
Yeah, well. Jerry Jones and the rest of Cowboys country is going into hiding for the next 8 months, which is a beautiful
music
thing.
to my ears.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing,
It's music to my ears.
I don't get all these.
Like I said, just checking to see if y'all still them boys.
Yeah, well. I think they're going to be checking for a while.
All right, I'm getting vibes from my other half, so I should probably wrap myself up here.
All right,
well,
Adam.
Don't get too comfortable, Adam.
You must tell her I say hello, and maybe that'll convince her to come say hi to us instead of scorning us.
I say hello as well.
I do too.
I will mention that, but yeah, I should probably wrap up.
Well, Adam, it's been great having you on.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Absolutely.
your time this afternoon. And
absolutely.
Look forward to having you back at some point.
All right, and until the next time you guys are in one of my old stomping grounds.
All right.
Enjoy the Great White North.
Enjoy Vermont.
Very, very great, very white, and still very much below zero.
Oh yeah.
Just the way we like it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's what they say.
All right, be good.
All right.
Take care.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Bye.
And then there were how many? 4? 5?
I'm here.
Who's still here? Doug's still here. Sconson. And I got this dope next to me who's still here. And then
I'm still here.
Oh yeah, David hasn't. David has been spying on us the whole time. He hasn't said anything, but he's been just kind of quietly sitting back in the
back seat.
In the back seat. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just soaking it all in.
I need to plead guilty to espionage.
Oh, like a balloon?
Yeah, what's
Like
going
who?
on with that thing?
Like a balloon?
What's the deal with that balloon that they're tracking?
I guess they took it down finally?
Like it's a Chinese
fire drill.
Well, it's a Chinese balloon that the Chinese are saying is a weather balloon, but like, why the hell is it over this country if it's a weather balloon?
Chinese fire drill for real this time.
Yeah, right. So I don't know. It's just another thing to distract us from probably whatever is actually going on that, they don't want to tell us about. Yeah. So, Anyway.
But anyways, yeah.
Back to the roads. We're watching I-94 through downtown Minneapolis right now. David, you've been beyond very quiet. You've probably said, 5 words all afternoon?
It's probably more than that, but mostly at the beginning.
Yeah, well, now at this point you've said more than 5.
Yep.
What do you got going on your website, East Coast Roads, coming up?
Well, just finished uploading from a New Haven day trip, and I'm currently starting. Actually started. Yeah, did the first upload yesterday from a trip to the Poconos back in September.
Oh yes, when you got to visit that waterfall that you have to be a guest of, like the resort or something like that.
Yes, because that's where I was staying with my company.
Yeah, because I remember commenting, I'm like, I can't visit that waterfall.
Don't go visiting waterfalls.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Visiting.
Yeah, so however much money it cost, I didn't pay it, my company paid it.
Oh, I would fully expect your company to pick up the tab.
Yeah.
Because you're David Golub. You probably went to them and said, hey, motherfucker, you know who I am? I run EastCoastRoads.com. So you're paying for this.
No, it's just they paid for everyone. Or at least everyone.
Oh, it's not just you? Oh, all right.
It was a team offsite.
Okay.
So everyone on Enterprise Tools was going.
It sounded a lot cooler, and then you explained it, and I'm like, all right, well, this is just a regular business thing. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it was just a business trip, and I went in my own car, so I got to do road geeking on the way there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's the best.
Not many people get that chance.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing I'll do. I'll take my car, and then I'll only charge them for the mileage they would have incurred, and anything beyond that is my own choice and my own time. Perfectly allowable.
Not all of us get that.
No, they didn't pay me for the mileage, but they covered the hotel. So that was the much bigger expense anyway. So, but yeah, went out there on I-78 and PA-33, then came back through Hickory Run, so I-80 and the northern part of 287 in New Jersey, up to the Tappan Zee.
I don't recall you coming within 50 miles of me and letting me know you were there.
I was on the way home from a business trip.
But you were clinching things and not clinching my house, which makes me angry.
Well, I'll clinch your house in a couple of weeks.
How's
that?
Oh, yeah, your party's coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah. So, let's see, there was that. There's going to be some more Hudson Valley stuff. Dutchess and Columbia County.
All right, I like
I did a Jersey Shore outing on New Year's Day. Some more Connecticut from Martin Luther King weekend. And we'll see what happens over the next few weeks.
Columbia County,
as
low-key,
you
has
mentioned, there's
some
going to be
stuff.
some New Jersey happening. What'd you say there?
Columbia County, low-key, has some neat road stuff to say.
Yes, it does. I will definitely be heading up there again later this year.
Yep, and you'll be within a 50-mile radius of me.
I guess that's true. Yeah. So, yep. Another big one that I finished uploading recently was the Philadelphia meet makeup trip. So
I love how you call it the makeup trip.
Makeup trip because I didn't make it to the actual meet because I was sick with COVID-19 at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, you know.
So anyway, now I'm in the two-timer club.
I'll stay one timer for a while. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that would be good. So I'm trying to think what else is in there. Actually, there is some more Philadelphia area-ish stuff coming from a trip I did later in the fall. And there's also a New Hope trip. So, yeah, there'll be a bunch of New Jersey and Pennsylvania stuff.
New Hope? You mean a Star Wars trip?
What'd you say?
A Star Wars trip?
Wait, what does Star Wars have to do with this?
Episode 4, New Hope.
Oh, okay. No. New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
No, he did not clinch the Darth Vader Expressway. Sorry.
But I might go clinch the Baltimore Expressway sometime.
Yeah, which one's that?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't think there is one, but I might go clinch Massachusetts 7 3/4.
7 3. I don't know that one.
Yeah.
31.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Huh?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not particularly.
It's the road up to Mount Greylock.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
yes.
the American
Livermore
counterpart
or
of
something like that.
Hogwarts is located at the top of Mount Greylock. So you get there by taking Massachusetts 7 3/4.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Yeah, okay.
I don't follow this either.
Well,
Neither do I.
Yeah, but you gotta know some Harry Potter lore to be able to
Yeah, no.
get the reference. Yeah.
This is not a Harry Potter outing.
And it wasn't even in any of the Harry Potter books. It was something that J.K. Rowling made up however many years later and posted something about on her website.
No, I'll stick to like Maryland -2. Thank you very much.
-2. Yeah.
Wait, what's Maryland -2?
Maryland 2 and
routes
4.
Yeah, Maryland routes 2 and 4, which in Maryland on the shields they put as
Yeah.
2-4. So
Oh,
like
that's
US
like
-8 in New
US
Jersey.
yeah.
Like US -8 in New Jersey.
Yep.
This is, I'm trying to do the math on this 7 3/4. Nothing is working out as I do the math.
Yeah, I know, right?
Does not compute.
Well, that's okay. That's like that one that you got in Shreveport, 79/80.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, U.S. Route 79 80ths.
Well, St.
Yeah.
Louis is great for trying to figure out the math.
Yeah,
Or the
Interstate
Matrix route.
Yeah, Interstate -11 and
No, but it's -11 over -6, so you do the math and you end up with.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
because they put all 4 of them
2.833,
in
yep.
the same shield. Yeah. So what?
Yeah.
Well, it's negative divided by negative,
Yeah,
so
so
it's
it-
positive something.
1 in 5/6.
Oh my god.
Oh no, because it's 11. Yeah.
11
Well,
over 6. Yeah.
Well, they put 45-52, no line between them, so it's like it's a 2x1 matrix.
Oh god.
Or in Wenatchee, Washington, you have US 297s.
Ouch.
That is very improper.
Yeah,
So,
I
if we're
stayed in
doing
Wenatchee.
matrices now, do we have to put the signs in reduced row echelon form or something? We're going to transpose that sign.
I
Yeah.
don't think we've ever
So,
had a presentation
yeah.
that got into matrices.
This is very advanced discussion for a roads webinar, but I suppose we were going to have to go here at some point, so let's just get it out of the way today.
Deal with math.
Wasn't there that website, roadsignmath.com?
See, I don't remember that. Was that a real site?
Yeah.
Roadsignmath.xyz.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yep. It's not actually that interesting, but yeah.
It seems like one of those things where you find it entertaining for 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
then it's like, all right, this is stupid. All right, I'm done.
And yes, that is an actual website. I remember when it came out, people were like, "Ooh, roadside math." I'm like, I don't want to talk about math.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I don't want to be reminded of all that crap, but you know, some people think it's entertaining, so that's why they integrate that stuff.
This has nothing
see what I
to
did there?
do.
Integrate. Uh-huh.
This has nothing to do with the signs themselves. This is just 4 signs that people thought make good math problems. I'm like, okay, whatever. Goodbye. Not going anywhere. I'm turning off the site.
Yep.
Yeah, so anyway, I've been alluding to this upcoming trip for a little while.
Is it another Olympiad?
So I think it's going to end up being that because... So I just came back from 16 days, and my flight is Thursday morning. I'm flying from BWI to Houston. And then I think it's 17 days for this one. I'll be coming back on the 25th. And,
Oh, you're not coming to Steve's house now.
no, but I think we're kind of making up for it today because he's here. You know,
Yep.
instead of,
You owe me.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I'm not making it to his party either, but I'm making it up because I have a hockey game I'm taking Steve to.
Right, you're going out to Buffalo.
Yep. And I'm not going to root for. And they're playing the Rangers, and I'm definitely not rooting for the Rangers for that game.
There you go.
I do have Sabres apparel, even though I'm an Islanders fan.
There you go. You gotta give the Western New York club a little bit of love, even though they.
Yeah, they're doing. The Sabres are doing. They're doing well. They're on the upswing. I'm glad to see that.
Are they in the playoff places right now?
They're fighting for that last wild card spot with none other than the New York Islanders.
Okay. Well.
By definitely, I'm morally opposed to rooting for the New York Rangers, so I will have to root for the Sabres. I will be rooting for the Islanders the weekend before, though.
Yeah, I hope you're exiting the next exit, because otherwise you're going to be taking hazardous material.
Yeah, well.
This is
Well, he has hazardous material already, all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to exit off and take a dump.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to. Yeah, road geeks aren't allowed to carpool through the tunnel, so they got to discharge their passengers. But
passengers have to discharge.
Tuck and roll.
Well, maybe that too. I don't know. Yeah, so as we pass over 394, you see on the left as we pass by the Basilica of St. Mary. That's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, the Basilica of St. Mary is there on the left. A stronghold of the Catholic Church in the state of Minnesota, and one of the reasons why the interchange between 94 and 394 is such a tight cluster. And right after that is the Lowry Hill Tunnel here. Yeah, so the trip that I've got coming up is, I think it's 17 days between flights. So I kind of want to pick up where I left off with this last trip that I came home from. I pretty much have all of Dallas done at this point. I have some stuff I'd like to do in eastern Texas, Arkansas, northern Louisiana. And then I also would like to continue and hopefully complete the drone photo album that I started on the lower Mississippi River bridges, which I got a decent jump on with this last trip, which wasn't something that I was expecting to be able to get to. But again, because of my more southerly route, I was able to sneak in a day's worth of drone footage further south on the river. So I'd like to finish that up, and then we'll see what else I have time to do. The thing about this 16-day trip was that there weren't any days where I didn't accomplish anything at all. It was 16 days, and it was very productive each day. I accomplished something really significant and meaningful each day. Even on the days when the weather wasn't so good, I was able to accomplish quite a bit. So that meant that I come home from that trip with about 100 hours of video that's now on my hard drive, that I'm going to have to go through and back up and all that stuff, and I'll do that later tonight. What will I be able to bring back on the next trip? Well, I don't think it'll be close to 100 hours. I don't think there's 100 hours worth of stuff to film, not even close. But I do like the idea of having this amount of time to sort of take it a little easier this next time around. Especially when you're trying to do like more photography stuff. It's not really like dash cam stuff anymore. It's more like, photography, urban photography, and using the drone a lot. You want to be able to take your time with that stuff and have it really come out the way you want it to. So that's what I'm really looking forward to with this latest trip. There will likely be an expansion pack of videos from the Houston area, since it's been about 5 years since I was last there. I also want to continue what I started with a new expansion pack in the New Orleans area. I also have cities to finish that I started on but didn't finish, such as Shreveport, Texarkana, and I'd like to revisit Jackson if I get a chance. I did everything 100% there, but if the weather is a little bit better, I'd like another shot at some of the stuff that I did. So on the urban side of the ledger, there's that. Oh, and I also might do an expansion pack for Memphis if I get the chance, and Little Rock.
Do try to drive down 71 through downtown Texarkana.
71, you said?
Yeah, right down the state line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's fun to weave across the center line to be in both states at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One side of the carriageway, one carriageway is in Texas, the other is in Arkansas, and sometimes you weave back and forth.
That's kind of like the main street in Bristol, Tennessee / Virginia, right?
Except this one is still states maintained. I think the state line in Bristol, at most half of it is a state route. I don't think the whole thing. It might be.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been to Bristol, so
those places get weird. Like part of it might be Tennessee.
Yeah.
I'm sure all of it is Virginia, some secondary or something, but.
I feel like Bristol gets used in way too many states.
Not New Jersey.
There's a lot of towns named Bristol around the country. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the one in Connecticut. There's the one in Pennsylvania. There's one in Alaska, which is the one that Bristol Palin is named after.
There's Bristol, Rhode Island.
Good
There's
point.
a Bristol in Maine. There's a Bristol in New York in the Finger Lakes, like a town of Bristol.
There was a long time when Bristol, Rhode Island was the only county in Rhode Island that I didn't have.
There is a village in Bristol, Wisconsin.
And we see there's a Bristol in New Brunswick, which I actually had wrote an article a while back about the Florenceville Bristol Bridge, part of my New Brunswick covered bridge series. I actually went through there, like New Brunswick, last spring, and that's actually, there's quite a bit of things in New Brunswick worth seeing, road-wise, and, even, outside the roads. It's a nice place and doesn't get visited by a lot of people, in our hobby.
Yeah, the Bristol, Wisconsin is the home to a Renaissance fair.
Yep.
So I'm curious, would you be interested in hosting a New Brunswick meet sometime?
Ooh.
That would be interesting.
There's stuff there. Absolutely.
I would want to, if I wanted to figure something out, might want to host something in Halifax first, because there's actually a new highway being built in Halifax.
I think there's enough interesting stuff around St. John for that to be the center of a New Brunswick meeting.
Yeah. There's also a Bristol in Peru, and Costa Rica, and Jamaica, and of course the UK. There's a Bristol, Maryland. There is a Bristol in Texas.
Well, I think the Bristol in England is the Bristol that all the other ones are named after in some form, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Which is Bristol, England is a pretty sizable city on the
it has about 450,000 people.
Yeah.
And apparently the second largest Bristol in terms of population is the one in Connecticut. Because you have to look, basically Bristol, Virginia, and Bristol, Tennessee. If you combine those, that's actually about 42,000. Bristol, Connecticut is about 61,000.
And if there's a NASCAR race, Bristol Motor Speedway can seat about 160,000 people.
Yeah.
It's Bristol, baby.
And apparently the Bristol, New Hampshire, has sand found in area that is similar to Bristol sand found in England. I'm just pulling this up from Wikipedia, so. That was a fact I had no idea about. So.
Yeah, if you just type Bristol in, you get the one from England. There's 3 in Canada. A whole host of them in USA.
I like how we're turning this into like a Bristol webinar.
Yeah. we get all flavors, Dan, right? We get roads, we get airlines, we get Bristols.
We talk about a lot of stuff on these shows. A lot of it is useless nonsense, but sometimes stuff like, the information about Bristols all over the world is actually quite interesting.
Yep. So in Bristol, England, there is the Clifton Suspension Bridge, which actually looks really cool. And that's something that that's something that I am seeing this now, and I'm like, okay, that's actually something worth seeing. And I'm actually just going to pull up a link to this. And it was built in 1835.
Yeah.
There we go.
The Clifton Suspension Bridge was engineered by Isambard Brunel, one of his crowning achievements as he was kind of a jack of all trades. We would consider him today to be a civil engineer, but he was also a naval architect, one of the more brilliant minds in the 19th century on that side of the ledger too. He was one of the first people to understand the potential of steamship design for use on transatlantic ships. In fact, one of the first regularly scheduling transatlantic ocean liner services was started by the Great Western Steamship Company, and that company was anchored by a ship called the Great Western, predictably enough, which was built in 1837. That ship was engineered by I.K. Brunel. So he was kind of all over the place. He had a lot of different areas of expertise. By today's standards, we would call him like a genius. Like that's kind of how we think of him today.
That's how far our society's fallen.
Well, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way too. By the way, on Brunel, I want to finish up the naval architecture contribution of him. In 1857, he was the lead designer and architect for a ship called the Great Eastern, which was commissioned it was built in 1858. It was commissioned in 1860. It took about 40 years for a ship to be built that was longer than the Great Eastern. It's by a lot of the metrics that we look at today, it was the world's first modern ocean liner. It was about 700 feet long. It was about 17,000 gross registered tons, which for 1860 was unheard of. That was like the size of 4 or 5 quote-unquote large ships in 1860s standards. The Great Eastern was, as you might imagine, decades ahead of its time from a practicality standpoint, from an engineering standpoint. Yet Brunel was one of these guys who was always, looking ahead. He was a very forward-thinking guy, and even with his creation of the Clifton Suspension Bridge, that was a very forward-looking design. In terms of how it anticipated the future evolution of suspension bridge technology. So he's a fascinating figure in engineering in the 19th century, and he's certainly worth a few minutes of your time if you'd like to read up on him a bit more and learn about him, because he's an interesting dude, that's for sure.
Yep, and I'm looking through, basically on Google Maps of Bristol, and Bath is nearby, and that's another British city, and I think it was named after Roman baths, but they actually have a bunch of viaducts there that are worth seeing. Just kind of like looking at the pictures from Google Maps. I'm not planning on having a British road meet, though. Although the British road geeks, they think they do have their own version of road meets that they call away days, and they kind of have their own version of like AA Roads, which is saberroads.org UK, which I'm actually sharing a link to. So if you're interested in just kind of learning a little bit more about the roads and the bridges on the other side of the pond, why not check them out?
Yeah, British road meets. So they have to. So you might have breakfast and then start the tour, but then you have to stop halfway through for afternoon tea, right?
I organized one.
Tea.
When I went out that way, I organized one. One person showed up, so we had a nice meet, the two of us.
You know what? And you count it in the road meet canon, right?
No.
You don't?
Not if one person shows up. That's just a get together.
Okay. Well, what? All right. So let's answer that question then. Like, how many people have to show up for it to?
At least 2 people who are not related, and none of the 3 of you are related to each other.
Okay, so you do the 2-person rule plus host. Okay.
Yeah. If it's just 2 people, it's a hangout. If it's 3 or more, and you announced it, and people are coming, like when there was a famous meet down in Jacksonville, and a couple people showed up to that from far away, they can count that as a meet that they went to, just not the host.
Oh, God.
That's when people learn to go to that host's meet.
Yeah, the infamous Jacksonville meet.
Yep. I think I need to go to England.
I do,
again.
too.
I've been to London, but I'm like, I think I actually need to head out into the British countryside.
Well, yeah, before the pandemic happened, I was looking into doing a trip to Ireland.
Yeah, I've been there too.
Yeah, Ireland's a place I really want to get to for family lineage purposes. Also, the British Isles in general, there are so many bridges there that are on my must-see list.
Far too
Yeah.
long. Yeah.
Like, I mean, you mentioned the Clifton Bridge. That's one of them. And then, obviously, I mean, there's so many other ones, too.
Yeah, up in Scotland, I definitely need to see the Forth Bridge. I've been wanting to see that for years.
So the first three.
So, did you know that they are talking about putting in a new visitor center / walkway on the Forth Bridge?
I did not know that.
So
That's the first time I've heard of that.
See, I like this guy. He knows what he's talking about. It's kind of been like this thing that's been talked about off and on for a few years, but it sounds like the people in Scotland finally secured the funding to do it. And it's going to be... So there's going to be a new visitor center at ground level. I forget on which side of the Firth it's going to be on. But, so it'll have a visitor center, and then there's going to be a walkway that takes you up the cantilever and to the summit of one of the towers. Kind of like what they do with the Sydney Harbor Bridge, where you can kind of do that walkway that goes along the arch up to the top.
Yeah.
So they're going to have something like that for the Forth Bridge, which I think is really cool.
Yep.
I don't remember the timeline off the top of my head of when they're going to put this in, but it may be like over the next couple of years they're looking to do that.
Yeah. Yep. So I actually got to go inside the Tower Bridge in London.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to London. I think it was about 8 or 9 years ago. I went to go to the Tower of London, and basically you could see the crown jewels while you're in the Tower of London. But the line was an hour long. I'm like, I'm not waiting an hour to see someone's crown. So I went to the Tower Bridge, because it's right next to it.
You were going to see the king's balls? What?
No. It was Queen Elizabeth who was still the reigning monarch at the time. But so I'm like, Tower Bridge is right there. I'll get pictures. I saw a sign. It's like Bridge Exposition, £9. I'm like, so I go in, and it's actually a tour. You get to go inside the bridge, and they take you into the engine room. Apparently, basically when they had to lift the bridge open, before they basically electrified everything, it was faster to basically lift the bridge before they electrified everything.
Yeah, that's got to be really cool to see all the mechanics of that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's obviously like it's 19th century tech, but it's still it's still kept up and fully functional today. So that's got to be really neat.
And yes, there is a blog article about it on Gribble Nation.
I would expect nothing less out of you. Absolutely.
Yes. Something from our very small European offerings.
So, in your estimation, like how many states do we have blog articles for? I mean, I think you did at least a couple when up from your Alaska trip, right?
But not in Alaska yet.
Okay.
Let me see. Tag archives. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know that. So, like the two hardest ones would be Alaska and Hawaii, and obviously.
Yeah, and I have something to work on for Alaska. I'd say, let me see. 2, 3, 4. There's a way to, because we tag everything by state or by province. I know we have stuff for like 5 Canadian provinces. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say probably at least. I'd say probably we have stuff up for, I'd say at least 30 to 35 states. But some states we might only have like 1 or 2 articles for. California, on the other hand, we have 556 articles.
Yeah, I wonder who's written most of them.
Yeah, well, I actually have a couple.
You guys.
I have a couple.
Yeah, Doug has a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Adam's chipped in 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lunatic out in Fresno, California, is responsible for most of those.
Yeah.
But no,
he's gonna have a road meet in May.
Yeah, he is, and I don't know if I said this before, but I'm really curious to see what the turnout is like for that.
Yeah.
Because it is West Coast, and we don't have a lot of road meets that are held out that way anyway.
Yeah.
But Tom is very good at being able to promote things. And so he knows a lot of those sites, and he'll promote it on the forum and all that stuff. So I'm curious to see how he'll do turnout wise for that.
Yeah, Fresno is actually an interesting place. I actually got to spend a little bit of time there last year.
What I can say is, when I first started going out that way, I heard that people would just get together for lunch and not, it wouldn't be a road meet, it would just be a get-together. You wouldn't be going there to drive with other people, you'd just be there to see them, and you happen to have this in common. And I went out that way. I've organized now 2 Seattle meets, and it's just, I want to see something, come join me. It was much less formal than your typical meet would be. I just get the feeling that out there, a formal meet was just, why bother? Everyone's too far apart. It's better just to schedule things as people get together.
And I've had a meet in Portland. This is going back to 2009, and there were 4 of us there. One of these days, I'd like to, if I can swing it, I'd like to arrange something in Salem, Oregon, which is a city I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, and you'll be heading out there again before too much.
Later this year at some point. I have to nail down when that's going to be, but yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's mention of a Western Suffolk County, New York meet.
Yeah, some doofus is doing that one at some point.
Yeah, somebody better speak up to that.
Yeah, still got to figure out when I'm doing it. No, I mean, one of the main factors is that I'm going to be moving sometime relatively soon, so I need to figure out how I schedule this in conjunction with the move and the renovation that's happening before the move and all of that.
I assume you're moving to my state, because otherwise, why bother doing anything?
No, I'm actually moving half an hour away.
He's buying a house.
Actually less, 25 minutes away.
You're buying a house, aren't you?
What'd you say?
You're buying a house, aren't you?
No, I bought a co-op, actually.
Cool.
What?
But yes, I did just become a homeowner.
Okay.
So
it's a different
I'm looking forward to not paying rent anymore, which is going to be nice.
You're still paying a mortgage payment, though.
Yeah, but the property is your own, so you can build up the equity, which is good. That's one of the reasons why when I moved out of my parents' house, I bought the condo I have instead of started renting it, because I wanted to get that ball rolling as soon as possible. So I've owned the place that I live in for the last 8 or 9 years now. And since the pandemic, I will say, and then this is true of a lot of places, at least in the New York metro area, the property values in the exurban counties have skyrocketed just because of all the people moving out of the city. And
yes, I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
And with COVID, everybody wanted to live away from other people, and so the home market exploded. At the same time, anyone in a home didn't want to leave it because that would expose them, and so huge influx of people wanting homes and a huge outflow of people who didn't want to sell them. And yeah, some great gains there.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that Columbia County, which is north of me, has seen a large influx of new people. And these are people who are remote workers.
Yep.
Who can they bought a house dirt cheap early on in the pandemic, and they work from home for some company in either Westchester or the city, and they can live the country life and still keep the same job that they've had all those years,
Still?
Oh yeah.
Is there still companies that are doing that yet?
No, I mean the culture in New York is different. They haven't companies up in this area have not mandated return to the office nearly as much as other parts of the country.
New Jersey is very much one by one whether a company is going to demand you back or not. It's very specific. So.
Yeah, the feeling I get in my industry is that if a company demands everyone come back, they're going to have retention problems.
Yeah, that's something to think of too. So yeah,
they're not going to care. They're out for the bottom line, their own pocketbooks.
Yeah.
But it only works if you can keep people. Otherwise, you're not going to be making a whole lot of money. So.
Yeah, and in other parts of the country, it's much easier to bring people back because of cultural differences or whatever you want to call it. You know.
And the human basically cost or capital or what have you is important to consider as well, because it's say if you're in a position where like people in the industry, like if you demand everyone to come back and let's say 25% of the people say no, it costs a lot of money to basically try to hire new people, train them, things like that. So
yep.
Yeah, I'm one of the few people who has never had the choice over the last 3 years.
Not far from few. Far from few, let me tell you.
Huh? What?
I know a lot of people who have had to work in person because of their job demands, and that's...
Well...
We admire you for what you do,
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not even asking for that. I'm just saying, you can't do the kind of engineering work that I do remotely. I'll put it that way. I guess if I really wanted to, I could show up to the office and fly my drone around the construction site all day and do inspection that way. But that's not very, productive. It's not as hands-on as it needs to be. Although I will say, when I was working on the bridge project in Westchester County, where we replaced the bridge over Route 9A on Route 100C in Greenberg, and we put in the new roundabout there. There were times when I would actually say, you know what, I don't really want to climb up this abutment scaffold to do inspections of rebar because I don't really trust the safety of it. So I would just bring the drone with me, and I would fly up and take some pictures and take a look and see what was going on up there, and it looked good to me, so I was like, yeah, I've had a look, and it's fine with me, that kind of thing. So the drone does have some usefulness in terms of reducing the amount of time that inspectors are in harm's way, safety-wise. So in that respect, I do think that it has staying power. But, would I use it on a regular basis for day-to-day tasks that really should be performed in person? No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I suspect, I don't know what the exact statistics are, but I suspect it's a not exactly small fraction of the population that either were classified as essential workers and had to remain in person throughout the pandemic, or got either furloughed or laid off because they couldn't work remote. So,
yeah.
I don't think it was all that rare.
Well, it'll be interesting either way to see how the last 3 years either reshapes or doesn't reshape the work landscape, several years from now.
I think it's gonna...
Yeah, what trends were started in 2020, 2021 that have real lasting, staying power.
I think there's also a question between started versus accelerated, because in my industry, we were already starting to see a certain amount of remote work that was already happening. Some companies were doing it more than others. And some teams within some companies were doing it more than others. My old team, basically everyone was in the New York office. My current team, even before the pandemic started, we had, one of our most important people on the team was in Dallas. So he was remote, and it worked fine. So, to some degree, this was something that was already starting to happen in my industry, and the pandemic pushed people who might otherwise not have done it at that point in time to give it a try. And then you discover, oh, this actually does work kind of well. My opinion is that I think that probably the best way to do things is, if you have a team that's remote, have, whether it's 1 day a week or 2 days a week or something like that, where you have everyone come into the office and have all your meetings on that day, so you can get that in-person interaction. What I find often happens is that when I go into the office, if I have meetings, very often everyone else on the meeting is remote. So I like going into the office to sit on Zoom. So, you kind of ask the question, how much is it really accomplishing?
Getting you out of the house.
What'd you say?
Getting you out of the house.
Yeah.
So you don't feel trapped.
Right.
No, the last time we had we routinely have Teams meetings. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Teams, but we routinely have them. And the last one, I said, wait, I know at least 2 or 3 of the other people here in the office. I reserved a room, and we had like 5 people in the room, but it was all remote until I was like, but we're all here. So use that. So that you have to push people a little sometimes to be like, oh yeah, we're allowed to see each other in person again.
Yup. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, there definitely is still a bit of hesitancy as far as what you're mentioning.
I mean, we kept it both, but at least some people were back in person, which always helps.
Yeah.
Having that flexibility is key.
Yep.
And some people choose to do all 5 days a week.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, again, it's...
I don't even choose. I'm supposed to, and I'm happy to.
Yeah. We're watching a full-length video of I-35W in Minnesota.
Down to Texas.
Yeah. Well, on that subject, I have recently clinched 35E and 35W in Texas as well. It's a pretty different experience driving that pair in Texas versus this pair up in Minnesota.
This one's short. That one's long.
Yeah, so the 35E and W pair in Texas is about twice as long as the pair up in Minnesota. I think 35E in Texas is 95 miles, 35W is 85. And those numbers are about double what the length is of the E and W combo in Minnesota. One thing that I noticed, and I wasn't really expecting this, the northern half of the E and W combo in Texas is where all the metropolis is. And then once you get south of I-20, it quiets down very quickly into rural, typical central Texas countryside for the rest of the way. It's not, yeah, but I mean, you don't necessarily, I mean, yeah, like the northernmost few miles and the southernmost few miles of the Minnesota versions are quiet, but there's much more happening per mile, I would say, on the highways in Minnesota versus the ones in Texas. I mean, yeah, Dallas is a much bigger city. Well, Dallas is a much bigger city, but it peters out very quickly once you get south of I-20. Mm-hmm. And there's not much happening for like 40 miles on both E and W in the South Metroplex. So I thought that was interesting.
Yep. I also think that it's much bigger. I want to say it's also more mileage between Dallas and Fort Worth as compared to Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Yeah, I was about to say that it's got to veer farther out of the way to serve it, and they want it to be gradual, so they just separate it much sooner.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is much more spread out than the Twin Cities are. It's kind of structurally set up the same way. Like, you have an eastern city and a western city, and there's suburbia in between, and there's suburbs on all sides. But in the case of DFW, it's just spread out over such a much larger area.
And Dallas outsizes Fort Worth greater than Minneapolis does see.
That's an interesting question. I mean, Dallas is decisively bigger than Fort Worth by a lot, even though Fort Worth is not a slacker in its own right. But whereas Minneapolis and St. Paul are much closer to each other population-wise, there's a decisive gap between Dallas and Fort Worth.
Dallas-Fort Worth is sort of like Richmond-Petersburg. Fort Worth is very Texan, very frontier-like. Dallas is very cosmopolitan.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the number of stack interchanges in the southern pair outsizes the ones in the northern pair by 100%.
Right, because
there are none in the Minnesota pair.
Yeah, I think we're alluding to this last week when we did the virtual drive of 494 and 694, is that around the Twin Cities, you have clover leaves everywhere.
Yes.
Right.
Even interstate to interstate.
Yeah, so we were talking about, if this was Texas, there would be 4-level stacks everywhere, but not in Minnesota. There aren't any.
Adam alluded to permission for the municipalities to do construction work. I kind of have a feeling that, and this is a total guess on mine, that is preventing a lot of all this high-level infrastructure because they really don't want it.
Well, they probably see it as community eyesore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Texas has a much more let's go and build it, yeehaw kind of attitude.
Well, everything is bigger in Texas.
That's what they say, and
this is Texas.
Well, they're not kidding around, in any part of Texas. You go out north, south, east, or west, you'll find really supersized infrastructure in all the cities you visit.
I've never been to North Texas, East Texas, or South Texas, but I've been to West Texas.
I've been across Texas on 40.
I meant West Texas, the city.
Yep.
That wouldn't have taken me very long.
Yeah, it's not quite across Texas.
Yeah, this is true. But that, like DFW, the airport actually straddles 2 counties. So,
yeah.
Say everything's bigger in Texas.
The airport access road at DFW is interesting because it is a toll road, and the toll comes from. It's kind of like the turnpike system where you would enter at a point and get a ticket and then leave the system and pay the toll at the end. Except in DFW's case, they do it based on the amount of time that has elapsed between your entry and exit. So the higher toll is geared towards people who spend less time between entrance and exit because they don't want the airport boulevard there to be used as a commuter highway. So I think to drive straight through from one end to the other, I think I paid $6 for the toll, which is the highest rate. And then it decreases to a point. I think the lowest toll rate on that is somewhere around an hour between entry and exit. And then it increases again from there. It's an interesting setup. I don't know that there's another example of a toll structure like that's based on time elapsed.
I don't like tolls in general for airports. You should be able to pick someone up for free.
So you're saying it's a non-linear relationship with the time?
Well, it's basically they don't. Yeah, it's a. You want to aim for this amount of time. They're more just penalizing short term. It's like take a steady ramp, but then add a wedge onto it that they'll charge you if you leave too soon. And you put these two together and you've got the shape.
It's kind of like
it's interesting because if you just applied that to a random toll highway, I could see how it could create some weird incentives. Like, first of all, it would incentivize speeding. And second of all, if you stop at a service area and camp out there for a while, you're paying to camp out at the service area, which I'm guessing would not make people particularly happy.
Well, you should ask CPZ to talk about the weird quirks involving the Dulles access road and how you can bypass the Dulles toll road by using the access road, like stopping at the convenience store. Like,
I remember him telling me that one.
Yeah. Don't be giving away too many hints.
Or the thing that nobody realizes is go in on the access road and then just leave on some other road that isn't that. As long as you're not U-turning going right back out on it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so like you could take the access road to the terminal and then leave onto Leesburg Pike or something like that.
Yeah, that's how I clinched it. I just left on the little local streets in the airport.
And you totally bypass the toll road that way. Yeah. And then nobody takes the Dulles Greenway westward to Leesburg anyway, so people will just take the access road, they'll do a loop around the terminal, and then they'll exit to Leesburg Pike, and then take Leesburg Pike the rest of the way. And then that saves you all the toll money. Yeah. People in D.C., you got to be sneaky with people in D.C. because, they know all the secrets of Northern Virginia out that way.
You're also giving it away, too.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I'm all for alerting to people to all the different possibilities.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that they do catch you doing this, but they won't.
Yeah, because
isn't there also some sort of shunpike through the service area at the northern end of the Garden State Parkway?
Not that one.
Wow.
No? I thought there was.
No, Cheesequake Bon Jovi is the famous one for that.
No, but I thought there was some sort of shunpike onto Grand Avenue.
You can get out there for free, so I'm not sure what you're looking for with the shunt. Can you get back on the parkway from there? Yes. But you're going so many miles on local road. Like, if you're going north, just get on at Route 17. If you're going south, you could also just get out at Schoolhouse Road, and it's probably easier. So,
okay, I'm just remembering wrong.
Yeah. I would say there's no big deal there with it. But that's me.
Dan, you and I kind of think alike. Because there's no reason to go out of your way to avoid tolls.
You would be shocked. Everyone will be shocked to hear this. When I came up this morning, I decided to stay on the thruway and pay the $1.33 to save 15 minutes because I was running late. And I was like, I don't want to get here after the thing starts, so I paid.
Oh my God, Steve paid a toll.
A whole $1.33, yeah.
I got the.
It's kind of like when you're at a fancy dinner and you ask for someone for jelly instead of plain or Alfred. Could you please pass the jelly? Oh.
Wait, so which section of the thruway was it where you paid?
I got on 287 off at 84, and the whole thing was just over $1, and I'm buying lunch anyway, and I'm like, well, if I'm spending
I guess it's
$25 on lunch, what's another $1 to?
It's not that much on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's better than trying to drive to Tappan Zee Bridge eastbound.
Exactly. I'm already saving by doing a different bridge, so whatever. I know everyone who knows me is like, this can't be him.
Yeah, exactly, because you're the one that... You're the shunpike king of America.
Yes, thank you.
Pretty much is.
Oh, God.
See, when you're from Long Island and you have to deal with MTA tolls to get anywhere, these other tolls just seem small by comparison.
Well, yeah, right. So, David's right. Like, he and I and Steve grew up in the New York metro area, so we're used to... Well, and Doug, too.
Yeah, I grew up on Long Island.
Yeah, I always forget that you grew up on the island. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's its own state, though.
Some people think it should be its own state. Yeah. Yeah, so we're
It's
used
something
to high
that's
tolls.
floated around every so often for a long time and consistently goes nowhere.
Yeah, so we're like when you look at the toll rates for like the Port Authority bridges and tunnels, the MTA bridges and tunnels, everybody else around the country is like, holy crap, at how high the toll rates are. But we look at that and we shrug our shoulders and we say to the rest of the country, you guys have a bargain. So
yeah.
Like I was just in, I've obviously spent a lot of quality time in Dallas Fort Worth, and the toll rates for the express toll lane system that they've got now. I mean, people complain about that, but I'm like, that's like half of a GW Bridge toll. Like that's not bad by my standard. To drive, 10 miles or something like that. And this also kind of leads into something that I want to circle back on, because we were talking about paying tolls and saving time and all that. But one of the things that's happened recently in DFW is that they've completed basically a seamless express toll lane roadway that connects you between downtown Fort Worth, DFW Airport, and downtown Dallas. It's more or less on an east-west alignment, although part of it utilizes the median of I-35W leading northward from Fort Worth. But it follows I-820 and Highway 183 before it ends. It dumps you onto 35E on the north fringe of downtown Dallas. And one of the things that's interesting is that, and I'll have to go back and check the numbers on it when I drove it, but one of the things that had never been in existence before this highway came into being was that there had never been an express toll route with free-flowing lanes that were guaranteed at all hours of the day to get you between the two downtowns and the airport, which was considered to be the most important movement for passenger traffic. Now that that's a thing, it does become an interesting question. What's the toll rate that you would pay? If it took you an hour, let's say, to get between the two downtowns in rush hour traffic, would you pay, I don't know, $20 to save half an hour? Or would you pay $20 to save an hour? Like, what is that threshold?
And that's where the variable pricing really makes sense. That if they think too few people are paying it, they'll lower the rate to get the lane to its optimal utilization, and vice versa. The smart agencies are the ones that are watching it and trying to keep it free-flowing but consistent with the number of vehicles in it, so that they're maximizing the use of that lane, which helps everyone and makes them the most money, etc. So,
yeah, I mean, I'll have to check, because when I did that whole drive between Dallas and Fort Worth, only using toll express lanes, it must have been north of $20 that I paid. But I got between the downtown.
But you also had to pay the rental company surcharge too.
Well, I don't even want to factor that in, because that's not a typical surcharge. I'm just talking about like average day-to-day use, day-to-day local residents who would have the option of doing one or the other. I probably got between the downtowns in about 25 minutes, but I paid a toll of probably $20 to $25 to do that, which...
Well, I'm trying to picture what you did. So you did 35W up.
So if you're leaving...
820 to 183 to 35E.
Yeah, which dumps you onto 35E, yeah.
Yep. And
so if
right
you
now,
follow
your Google Maps, it marks it all closed.
Well, that's because of the ice storm right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're not even treating the express lanes with salt, because they can't even keep the general lanes open right now. It was that bad. But yeah, so if you follow that arc between Dallas and Fort Worth, you have a seamless line of toll express lanes. So it's an interesting question, because you want to see the usage of those lanes maximized, because they're not there to sit empty, right? And then you end up playing this psychological game, which is, what is the rate that people would pay? Like, I think it's really freaking brilliant that we have a set of lanes that'll get you between, those two cities and that metroplex in less than 30 minutes at all hours of the day. And once these lanes catch on with the general public, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Like, what is the threshold that people would pay? Is it like a DC situation where, people will pay $30 to save an hour or something?
I mean, if you can work for that hour, you make back the $30.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, the time savings alone almost makes it worth its while.
Yeah, during the times when they're looking for the time is money. On the way home, probably a lot fewer people willing to pay because it's like, well, I'm done working. So.
See, I actually have the opposite opinion. I think that people would pay more in the afternoon because when you're starting the day, you have more stamina and more energy. In the afternoon, you're just dying to get home.
I'm the opposite. I have no energy in the morning. Once I wake up, I'm set.
Okay, well, you're a dope then. But I'm just saying,
I do not wake up for a couple hours.
I am one of those people where if I was in that situation, I would be much more willing to use the lanes in the afternoon instead of the morning. Because once I leave the office, the first thing I'm thinking about is just getting home.
When I think about where I am, if I had a job in the city where I had to drive into the city, I would be much more likely to pay it in the morning, knowing how bad that can be. In the afternoon, I'll find my way to the tunnel. I'll deal with it because once I'm through the tunnel, I'm set the rest of the way. So it may just be a factor of where we are, where we're going, whatever. But
I think that's true.
I think it'd be more likely New Jersey to succeed that way.
Yeah, and again, it is dependent on your point A and your point B and the time of the day and stuff like that. And a lot of these decisions are down to the individual, like as we've kind of outlined for you just now. Like he and I are of different opinions of when we'd be more likely to use those roadways. Yeah. And so that's part of the psychology of these things that gets factored in. The lanes, especially on the Fort Worth side of the metro, are relatively new. And so they've only been around, I don't know, for like a couple of years at most. Probably less than that. What's that?
I know that the 183 lanes were the last ones to be built because I drove 183 general lane in 2018 and they were still in construction.
Well, there's new lanes that were recently opened on 35W, and there's even more lanes on 35W that are currently in construction.
Oh, so
there's new.
They were expanding 35W in 2016.
Well, there's new lanes on 35W being built. There's new lanes on 820 that they're building. They're actually building the LBJ East right now on 635.
East of the high five?
East of the high five to I-30, yeah. By the way, that section of highway is an absolute disaster right now. Like
I can see right now.
Yeah,
there is lots of parking lot on LBJ east of the high five.
Yeah, like I drove it once, and with all the lane shifts and the construction that's going on there, like that's a spot to avoid the next few years because it's just they're trying to they're basically doing what they did with the first phase of the LBJ, which is build a new tollway either underneath or atop of the existing interstate right-of-way, which is not a small task in a space like DFW. So.
This is different. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. This is very different than what I've been looked at when I drove the high five in 16.
Yeah, it's changed so much since then. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There was no split on the east side.
Yeah, but I guess to wrap up the toll lanes discussion, a lot of it is a personal choice. People say to me, like when I post about toll lanes on my Facebook page, people will they'll have this attitude of like, well, you're one of those people who chooses to drive the Lexus lanes. That's the popular, slang term for express toll lanes nowadays that's floating around the community. And I choose to look at it differently. You know, I'm willing to pay a little bit to save a lot of time. And if I am guaranteed a congestion-free drive in a metroplex like Dallas-Fort Worth, yeah, absolutely, I'd look into paying that. Absolutely. Not that I would do it every single time, but let's say that I'm leaving my house and I've got, you know, a meeting with the superintendent of my contractor, and I have to be there by a certain amount of time, and I want to guarantee that I can be there for that meeting. You know, let's say it's a big meeting. It's either a pre-con meeting or like a progress meeting of some sort that has a lot of significance. If I can guarantee that I'm going to be at that meeting on time, and I know that there's, you know, congestion in the general use lanes, you know, I'm willing to pay $10-15 to save 20 minutes and guarantee that I get to that meeting on time.
Yeah,
and
that's what it's all about. If you got to get somewhere, time is money. Very quickly becomes a driving factor.
I think that in urban areas, it's always a great thing to have a free-flowing option, and let the consumers, quote unquote, aka the drivers, be the deciders of what the rate should be. Yeah. And that's kind of how this thing is going to evolve over the years, in the next few years, as more of these toll express lane systems come online in other cities. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing evolves with time. And we're going to learn a lot about what people value in terms of time, in terms of, you know, fiscal considerations, if you will. As an engineer, I actually find this stuff really fascinating, like the transportation side of things. And the psychology of it is really interesting. So we'll see what happens.
I think there's a distinction to be made between what someone would pay every day for their commute versus, you know, one-time expenses every now and then. That if we're talking about, let's say, a $20 or $30 toll, I don't know, to take the Long Island Expressway into Manhattan and not have to sit in traffic, or even not into Manhattan, because if you're going into Manhattan, you could take the train, but if you're going somewhere in Queens, it might not be so workable to take the train. Anyway, that if it's a 20 to 30 to south and go to New Jersey and then on to wherever else, and going to pay a one-time $20 or $30 toll for that vacation, then yeah, I think that's very much within what's accessible to middle-class people. Unfortunately, it'll probably never happen in New York City because of with how far left the politics is there, that it'll be said, oh, it's not equitable, so we can't do it.
I also, you know, you say it's not reachable to the middle class. What's middle class depends by area. $20 in the New York City area is middle class. $20 someplace like Minneapolis is going to be out of the reach of the middle class because wages and the cost of living are both lower, so what works out to be middle class is different. So you would say proportionally maybe.
I mean, this is the same reason why we have different minimum wages in different states.
But no, I think he makes a good point with, you know, and that goes back into the psychology of it, right? Like part of it is knowing going in what you can afford and what you can. And there's a whole, I mean, geez, we could spend a whole show just talking about like the psychology of these decisions, right? Because every individual is different. Every individual has a different job and a different set of values as far as their time and their finances are concerned. And this is why I say that it's really interesting to see what trends develop over the years with this stuff. Because, yeah, everybody goes into these things with their own individual set of values. But over time, there will be trends that emerge. And it'll be interesting to study those trends as we go. And it'll be interesting to see what regions of the country value certain things versus others. You know, what works in Dallas-Fort Worth may not work in Northern Virginia. It may not work in San Francisco. So, these are things that we're going to have to monitor, and we're going to have to adjust with time. And as engineers and planners, we're going to have to adapt as far as in order to see what's really beneficial on a city by city basis. We've talked a lot on these shows that we've done over the years about planning and about how highways have come to be, and there are a lot of parallels that you can draw across all of these cities that we've talked about as far as the genesis of these highways and how they were shoved into these urban areas and what groups of people were disenfranchised as a result of their construction. There are clear patterns that you see. But if we want to really achieve solutions that are lasting in all of these cities, it really has to be on a city-by-city basis. Because at the end of the day, there's no two cities that are really the same as far as the populations that live in these places. So I would like to see the solutions that are longer lasting and more long-term be more individual in their makeup. There's no one-size-fits-all for any of the problems that we have, in these cities, as far as congestion and as far as, picking up the pieces from the wrongs that we made 50 years ago and putting these freeways in the first place. I hope that we take more of a path that includes more individual, more localized, more grassroots inspired solutions to these problems.
Those are the types of people you're going to find in Texas in general.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Texas culturally is different from a place like New York, and is different which is different from a place like Florida, and is different from a place like Illinois. So that's kind of what I mean by, individual solutions for individual cities. Like I don't like the idea of, people in
New York City determining what goes on in rural the Finger Lakes.
Yeah, people in New York City determining what goes on in New Orleans, because we tried that. Robert Moses was consulted on the New Orleans freeway system in the 1950s and 60s.
Good, it's a beautiful one.
Well, I mean, look, I like the New Orleans freeway system, but it's not without its issues. And so that's why I like the idea of more localized solutions for a local population.
There's also, I think, you have something where historically you went too far to some extreme, and then you can react to it by going too far to the other extreme. So you've got, on the one hand, the Robert Moses way of doing things, where you just shove stuff through without any regard for the local communities, versus the current approach in New York, which is that you become so sensitive to the interests of the local communities that it becomes impossible to ever build anything. So, where's the middle ground between those things? I don't think either of those answers is right.
I'd be curious to know what kind of impact these freeways have in Dallas.
Well,
sorry, I couldn't make out what you said there.
I think Scott is circling back to what we were talking about the toll lanes, I think.
Yeah, I'd be curious about what would be the impact in Dallas of all the stuff that's being done.
Well, yeah, and if I can circle back to that too, free-flowing freeway lane mileage, which I know is a loaded term, is very hard to come by in a place like Dallas-Fort Worth. And so I'm very interested to see how the population of the Metroplex recognizes that and takes advantage of that. That's going to be that's an interesting study in and of itself. Because everybody in DFW is used to just sitting in miles and miles of bumper-to-bumper traffic. But then you drop this new, tolling corridor into the middle of that that's free-flowing at all hours of the day. And I kind of get the feeling right now that DFW knows it exists, but they don't really know what to make of it. Because sometimes these things take time to really process and understand. Not only understand that they exist, but also understand what they're there for. And so I kind of feel like we're in the midst of a feeling out period right now, where these lanes are there and people know that they're there, but they don't really know that they're there to take advantage of, if that makes sense. Again, it goes back to the psychology that I was telling you about. Like, all of this kind of falls under the psychology umbrella. And as I said, it's fascinating stuff that I hope that we're paying attention as planners and engineers, and I hope that we're going to be able to follow up on this stuff in future years in other cities or in the metro areas that we've already started this work. So we're going to be really interesting. I know we've been talking about like Texas while we're watching videos of Minnesota.
No, we're talking about 35 E&W while we're watching videos of 35 E&W.
Well, that's true. We've been doing that.
I mean, to be fair, we
now
only
we're watching a video of I-94 while talking about town. Yes.
So not all that unusual.
Yeah, it's topical. Trust me.
Yeah, we go off on tangents.
The things we would talk about when we're in cars during a road meet. Yeah.
You know what? It's interesting that you bring that up because some of these conversations we do have at real life road meets. So it the more sophisticated of us will talk about that stuff, But while everybody else talks about button copy the whole time, but. Anyways, I had a question in the chat that I want to answer here. Roadway Wiz, who's your favorite football team? I am a long-suffering Tennessee Titans fan.
I won't boo that. It's okay.
Oh.
Well, he suffers.
He's a thumbtack.
Yes, I'm a fan of the flaming thumbtacks. That's what their logo looks like.
I prefer push pins.
I was just, I mentioned this before, but I was just in Nashville yesterday. I started and ended the trip, not including the flight, in Nashville. Have you seen that they're planning to build a new stadium in Nashville?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so the Titans are getting a new stadium, apparently. And the people of Nashville, I have to say, are not happy about it. Because this is one of those things that was... I have to do some studying on how, city government in Nashville is set up, because I don't really know about it at all. But it sounds like it's one of those things that was kind of shoved through the legislature or the city council in the middle of the night, and there was no public meetings or no public referendum on the actual funding for the stadium. And another reason why the people are not happy is because the new stadium that they're planning to build has 10,000 fewer seats than the existing stadium.
Yeah, I think that's with the new Bills stadium. I think that's going to be about 10,000 fewer seats as well.
I, as a Yankees fan, I can speak to they want to upsell.
Well, the owner wants to make more money. That's what this is all about. Because it's not just the stadium that they're looking to build. They're looking to, if you got your Google Maps ready, they're looking to redevelop the entire east bank of the Cumberland River on the opposite bank from downtown. And the Titans want to basically take all of that land and buy it up so that they can build their own entertainment complex on that side of the river, which I am dubious about from the start because people don't come to Nashville to go to the Titans Entertainment District. They go there because of all the bars and the restaurants on Broadway. So you're already going to be competing with a well-established tourist district on Broadway by building something of your own on the other side of the river that doesn't have the hotels and the transport infrastructure that they already have on the downtown side of the river. So I have an issue with it on that front. As for the stadium itself, I mean, the existing stadium was opened in 1999. There's nothing wrong with the existing stadium. I mean, they've been spouting all this BS about how they need to do structural repairs on the stadium, and they need to, upgrade the luxury suites, and they need to upgrade the video boards and all that. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense that they're spewing right now. There's nothing wrong with the existing stadium. What this is it's a power play by the Titans organization, because they want to be able to control not just the new stadium. They want to own that. They want to own the parking lots. They don't own the parking lots at the existing stadium. I believe the city of Nashville does. So they want to own that. They want to own the new stadium. They want to own all of the restaurants and hotels that they're going to build in this new entertainment district that they're looking to build. And
then they want to upcharge the existing rates that the hotels would want to put in.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they're looking to do. And they're going to do this on the backs of Davidson County taxpayers, which is BS, if you ask me. The owner, it's a power play for the ownership group to make more money. That's all that this is. Okay. It's not about... It's not, well, I mean, for them, it's okay, because you know what? They're in this to make money. They're not in this to win a Super Bowl. And that is what is disgraceful about this above anything else. They're in this so that they can just be good enough, make the playoffs every other year, and we don't care if we advance in the playoffs. We just want to make as much money as we can.
I'm a Jets fan.
The Jets don't even make the playoffs, so you're not even on this level. Like, you're not even on the level of good enough. Like, the Titans make the playoffs every once in a while. They are a middle-of-the-road average franchise. I think if you go back and look at their record, as far back as 1960, when they were founded in the original AFL, along with Buffalo and the Jets, they have their roots also in the AFL. I think their average win-loss record every year has been 8-8. So they are the quintessential example of an average team. That's what they've been their entire existence, and the ownership has been okay with that. And I say has been because the current owner of the Titans franchise is the daughter of the founder of the franchise from 1960, Bud Adams.
And you get a lot of that with with some of these teams that they've basically been owned by the family for generations.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs, the Bears,
Steelers.
The Steelers, the Giants,
the Broncos until recently.
All right, if I could just for a second, I got to run. So this has been great.
It's kind of cold.
We'll see y'all next time.
All right, David. Thanks for coming.
Really all right. Welcome. Thanks for hosting.
Take care.
Enjoy your run.
You too. Bye.
Anyway, back to my rant now. So, I mean, certain NFL franchises have kind of been in the family for the last 60-plus years or whatever. So that aspect of it is not that unusual. But, maybe it's not unusual that these owners are in it just to make money, because relatively few owners are willing to spend whatever it takes to build a winning franchise from the front office on down to the player roster. But yeah, it just really, it rubs me the wrong way what they're trying to do in Nashville, and probably what they're going to end up getting away with, because
They're not the only ones. Look at the Atlanta Braves and what they did.
Well,
they moved out of a relatively newish Turner Field to Truist Park for the same reasons, similar reasons.
Well, the Braves started this trend. You know that, right? Like, the Braves were the first ones to say, you know what, we're going to leave the city limits and we're going to build an entertainment complex and a stadium of our own where we can control everything. And we'll be the landlords for all of the restaurants and hotels surrounding us. And we'll make money that way too, no matter how good or bad the product is on the field. So it's really just a money grab. That's all it is. The Braves were the first ones to really make this a reality. And now professional sports teams across the spectrum are looking to do the same thing. And the Titans are no exception to that.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, yeah.
A lot of people in Nashville are not happy about the new stadium proposal, and I'm not happy about it either because it, in a way, the Titans ownership group has revealed their hand that they ain't in this to win Super Bowls. They're in it to make money.
They're greedy.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's up to them what they want to do with their money, but it's awfully telling when they make decisions like this instead of, maybe we should spend some time investing in the scouting department so that we don't have draft picks that suck every year. I would think that if you had a winning team year in and year out, that would be a much more sustainable formula. But no, they don't see it that way. It's all right. So... Somebody in the live chat asked me what my favorite football team is, and that just spurred on a rant that lasted 10 or 15 minutes. But, I had to get that off my chest because it's not just me that feels that way. It's a lot of people of the Titans fan universe and other franchises, too. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of franchises that are in the same situation, so...
I'm not sure. I didn't look into it much, but the Milwaukee Bucks, I think, probably could closely fall, but they don't do all the land buy-ups and everything like that. But they have a entertainment district, as you would call it, a deer district. But they don't. Call it? That's what they call it. Yep. And right. They came to the point when they built Fiserv Forum and it really came to the news and like that when they won their championship a couple of years ago. Is that people were celebrating in the Deer District. Yeah, they were making a super spreader event at the time. But
spend too much time around 3-year-olds, don't you?
I do. I spend too much time with these little things.
Oh, we gotta.
Well, I think even with the Patriots, after they built, Gillette Stadium, all the old land is now part of Patriot Place, which is... a shopping district that's right next to the stadium.
Yeah, it's interesting that they did that because of, obviously, they play in Foxborough, which is...
Boo, I don't like whoever you're talking about.
They're not...
Neither do I. But it's a good, it's topical.
It's St. Minnesota.
They play out in the middle of basically the countryside between Providence and Boston. Yet they've made that location work, as far as their redevelopment. And a lot of that is due to the team's recent success in the 21st century and all that. I get that. But Foxborough has really become a destination.
It also has a direct rail line on game days, which I accidentally almost got... Well, I got on that train, but I got off just in time to get on the train that was coming a minute later that I was actually supposed to take. That's when I learned that they have special Foxborough trains. So
they have Foxborough trains that leave from where? From South Station?
It's either South Station or Back Bay. It'll stop in Back Bay on the way down. But yeah, it's very much a... If you can do that, you can be like the Giants and Jets to some degree at least. But you can locate further out as long as you're linked in that way.
In the interest of this YouTube video, I saw you got a shot of the crossing here from that US West 35 overcrossing, and isn't that just a awesome shot?
Which one are we talking about?
The one we're crossing right now, or at least when the St. Croix River crossing here.
Oh, if you're standing on the overpass on the Wisconsin side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I got that right as they were in the middle of completing it, and they didn't have the full north side path, and you could tell it's unfinished because the sidewalk wasn't even fully built.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unusual that you have that sort of vantage point for a bridge like that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's a nice view. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Laura's not here right now, as far as I can tell.
Maybe she's still napping.
Yeah, she might be. Well, she deserves it.
Yeah, that was my cat. That was actually Adam's cat that you heard.
Yay!
But yeah, the Orioles aren't going anywhere, so don't worry
In the
about that.
playoffs, yes, I agree.
Well, that too, yeah.
Camden Yards is a different story there. They're not greedy.
Well,
And Cal Ripken might be a fraud.
Well, Cal Ripken is a fraud. We all know that. See, if there's one thing that you should take from...
What about Billy Ripken?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Well, you can always look at the bottom of his bat.
Yeah,
after he stuck it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there's three things that you should take from this season of programs, it's that bridges are awesome, express toll lanes work, and Cal Ripken Jr. is a fraud.
Yeah.
And then everything else, whatever else you want to take from it, that's okay. But I just want to make sure that we nail down those three important things. All right. Well, the Baltimore ownership group, there had been some rumors that the one half of the family was trying to sell the team and the other half wasn't, and if the one half got their way, they were going to move the team and stuff like that. I think that's what Mark was alluding to. The Orioles aren't going anywhere. I mean, that's they're not going anywhere, period, and they're not going anywhere in the playoffs. We understand that. So let's just get that out of the way.
They don't have a well-knit team.
Well, and the city of Baltimore is no stranger to teams just packing up and leaving in the middle of the night. So,
yes, the Indianapolis
let that
Ursas
happen twice.
You mean teams packing up in the middle of the night to go to Baltimore?
Well, packing up in the middle of the night in Mayflower vans. That's what I'm alluding to.
Yeah, like the Colts.
Ah, see, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The Indianapolis Ursas.
That's right. Yeah, that's another family that has owned a team for a lot of years and still does. Yeah.
So there could have been a possible Baltimore and Minnesota sports connection. When we were talking a lot earlier about how the Minnesota North Stars, they were one of the NHL expansion teams in 1967. Another city that was looking at getting in basically an NHL franchise in that expansion was Baltimore. Mm-hmm. And there's a couple of reasons why they didn't. A, the arena situation in Baltimore really wouldn't have been favorable towards an NHL franchise. And B, the only, really, from what I heard, basically the only way the Chicago Blackhawks were going to sign off an expansion is if they the NHL expanded to St. Louis instead.
Is that because
the Blackhawks ownership, which has also been in the family for generations, the Wirtz family, I believe they actually owned the old arena in St. Louis as well.
Oh, so they were in it for the money, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh. So that's how the Blues came to be and not the Baltimore what's-your-faces.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still disappointed that there was no NHL team in Wisconsin.
I think in the expansions in the 90s, there was a push to try to get a team in Milwaukee, but unfortunately that never came to fruition because that Wisconsin would have been a good market.
It would have been, yes. It's kind of a wishy-washy situation. I mean,
well, as we alluded to before, there's plenty of college hockey up that way.
Oh yeah.
So you have no shortage of that, and then of course the NHL minor leagues are pretty prominent up that way too. So.
And then you got the semi-pro leagues as well.
The USHL.
Yep.
It's 6 o'clock or just past 6 o'clock in the east. If you've joined us late, we're just kind of going through some video of the Minneapolis St Paul metro area and talking about random nonsense that generally we wouldn't talk about as a group, but we're here as a group, so we're going to talk about it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, just like a regular road meet. We're talking about nonsense right now.
And on roads.
Yay!
It's no bullshit.
Yay.
What's the I mean, the list of road meets for 2023 has been out there for a while. What's the one meet that you guys have zeroed in on that you're really looking forward to? And I'm not, and I should clarify.
You're pretty biased if we're trying to say
all
nothing
right,
other than what you're saying.
For a second. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for you all to say, "Oh, I want to go to Buffalo." You know, that's
well,
not...
that's probably going to be the meet I wind up going to.
Yeah.
If
I'm not
going
looking
to
for
be...
you guys to kiss my ass. I'm just looking for.
No, I'm over here for that. Yeah.
That's why Steve's here. So you know. but meets that are intriguing for you, and I'll take Buffalo out of the equation for this. How's that?
That sounds fair.
See, Omaha would be interesting.
I've just committed to that because the person who lives there has a second ticket that for the all-you-can-eat the following weekend that we just talked about. I just confirmed that I'm taking that second ticket. So.
See, I'm glad I brought this up so that now you can experience it just like I did.
I'm there.
Yep.
All right, very nice.
Yeah, so Omaha and Grand Forks would be interesting to me, as would Fresno.
Yeah.
I'm still burnt out on California, so Fresno's out. But Grand Forks and Omaha, same. I'm not ruling out Buffalo as an interesting meet because it's an opportunity for me to do the old Canada cut.
There could be a fall 2023 Donner Pass guided hike where you get to eat the other attendees.
Yeah, the person who finishes the tour last gets eaten. I am really looking forward to getting back to Columbus myself. That's the meet that's in mid-April.
Yeah, the 15th.
Yeah, I haven't been in Columbus in quite a while.
They're too big on electric vehicles.
Well, I know why you don't like Columbus, and it has nothing to do with electric vehicles.
Well, no, it mainly does. It's okay.
Well, okay.
Yeah, Columbus, you know, that is a place I could definitely see more of.
Yeah, I like the city itself. I just don't like the sports team they root for. I like Boston. I just don't like the sports team they root for.
That's what I was going for.
Or the people, but you know, it's the city itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been to Columbus once, and it was going on 6 years ago. And I only really did the highways there. I didn't really explore the city all that much. So
I did a little bit of both last year.
There's a nice German restaurant in Columbus in the German village called Schmidt's. I went there a couple years ago.
It is wonderful.
No, you said it's called Schmidt's?
Yep.
Okay.
Schmidt's, yes.
There's another one right near there that's some other genre that's also really good, so you're going to want to spend some time there.
Well, I'm gonna offer that Sondor has his post-meet sausage party there. You know, just had to get that out there.
So in Dublin, Ohio, which is in like the northwest part of Columbus, there is a sculpture exhibit which I wish I had known of the last time I was there, called the Field of Corn, which is basically just concrete corn in a giant field.
All right,
I accept.
Don't crash your plane into it.
Yeah. But yeah, there is another restaurant. I can't think of what it is, but I know there's another one that's pretty interesting in Columbus that I'm trying to think of.
Is right near Schmidt's, so I'm gonna see if I can find this thing. You guys keep talking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so like that's kind of an example of what I was talking about. Like I've been to Columbus, but I haven't either because I haven't really explored any of the cities. So like the German village sounds really interesting to me. So I'd like to check that out at some point. And I know that every time Shandor does a meet in Ohio, it's really good. So
yeah, he's done basically he's combined a few things. There was the one meet up in Mentor, which was combined with a talk led by Brian Farr of the Historic Route 20 Association.
I don't know how people would feel about this. There's a restaurant in a 100-year-old gas station that serves original pancake balls.
Pancake what now?
Yes. That's why I have to know Catalina's apparently would be a strange one for you.
Well, I've had pancakes in a railroad car diner before. I don't think I've ever had pancakes in a 100-year-old gas station, though.
The pancake balls.
Yes, I don't even know what pancake balls are.
You have to find out.
Well, I'm not in a hurry to.
Try some of their chocolate salty balls. They're big chocolate brain.
Do they make sweaty balls? That's my question.
Imagine throwing a birthday party at Buc-ee's.
Oh my god.
Did you guys catch that?
I caught something. I don't know if it's what you wanted me to catch or not, but...
No, imagine throwing a birthday party at Buc-ee's. Not my line.
Well, you know what? With all those people who were crashing into each other on the highways in Dallas, I would assume that there were a few impromptu parties there.
Columbus at least has Buckeyes.
Well,
no,
yeah, but you can't do that as a selling point for Steve. Remember?
I don't want to unsell this for anyone.
That's.
But they have the Blue Jackets.
Yeah, well, if you want some NHL hockey, you got to go to Columbus for that, because we all know that the Cleveland NHL experiment went bust. So.
Yep, and what happened, looping this back into Minnesota, is when the NHL decided to fold one of the teams at the end of 1978 or so. They what they did was they kind of merged the Cleveland Barons into the Minnesota North Stars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, some of the assets got merged into them. Yeah.
And then when the San Jose Sharks came to be, there was an expansion draft, and then there was an extra dispersal draft between the North Stars and the Sharks, kind of unmerging, the North Stars.
Oh, so that's what they did when the Sharks were expanded, right? Cause kind of the Sharks kind of filled the void that the Barons had left.
Yeah.
Right? So, okay, so there was an exchanging of assets between those three teams.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that is the most recent example of a team folding. At least in the major sports in the United States.
Yeah.
I don't count the Cleveland Browns in that because technically they went into hibernation for 2 years.
What about the Houston Oilers?
Right. The Houston Oilers never missed a season. They were just branded as something different. So that's the story with them.
You're sticking to it.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yep.
They changed from oil rigs to thumbtacks.
That's right. And they were called, and they went through a 2-year period where they were called the Tennessee Oilers, which must have been really confusing because there's no oil in Tennessee. So.
And then the Edmonton Oilers almost moved to Houston.
See, that name would have made sense, Houston Oilers.
Edmonton Oilers also makes sense. That would have been in 1998. Like they were pretty close to moving to Houston.
I didn't know that they were thinking about making that move. Okay.
Because of the name.
Well, the Canadian dollar was in the toilet in the late 90s.
Yeah, so this would have been around the time when Quebec lost their team, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Winnipeg and
Yeah.
Hartford, but that's not because of the Canadian dollar.
Yeah, long live the whalers, right?
Yes.
Now, you've been to Hurricanes games, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the one who they threw the shirt to. It landed in the walkway above, and the guy up in the walkway just took it instead of throwing it to the crowd, which is where he's supposed to do because he's the employee of the place. So until I get my shirt, I will remain an enemy of the Hurricanes. As soon as they give me the T-shirt, I will become their friend again.
Yep. So there was a Hurricanes game that I went to. Steve was there too, and it was
oh boy,
Jaromir Jagr was, I think, he had just joined the Florida Panthers at that time, and we got seats of like a few rows from the ice. So I was wearing an Islanders jersey. Steve was wearing a Rangers jersey, and then friend Joe was like more of Adam's friends Joe was wearing a Penguins jersey, and we're all yelling like stuff at Jaromir Jagr, basically yelling like AARP and Medicare and you're old and things like that.
There's a lot of depends involved in those.
Yes, and I think it got the linesman's attention.
The linesman was so confused at us why we were all there. Yeah.
Yeah, because you all were wearing different jerseys.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're Americans. We can do whatever the heck we want.
Yeah.
It was a night to remember.
And just it's like heckling at basically Jaromir Jagr, but keeping the comments clean and just focused on his age, which.
And yet,
I mean, he's still playing at the age of 50, so he's pretty impressive.
At one point, they did come to me. The ref said to me, "I had to quiet." Someone said to me, "I had to quiet down."
I think it was a fan, actually.
I was keeping it PG, but
Yeah, there was a fan who came up and was like, "Well, you need to stop this."
Yeah, but right. I mean, at least they were keeping it PG, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's good ways to yell at someone and creative ways, and then there's just being belligerent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you're being creative, I feel like they'll give you more slack.
None of us had Boston hats on.
Well, that's another way that you can, have more slack. Boston hat is an automatic ejection, right?
I hope so.
Yeah. Has anyone chosen a restaurant for the after-meet virtual dinner? I don't know.
Tonight, yes.
What did we decide on?
For tonight, or?
I don't know. That's the question in the chat from Bob.
I don't know. If Bob wants to come out our way, I think we can go his way a little bit.
I mean, I'm willing to meet Bob in, like, Waterbury or something for a dinner. But then we'd have to invite Corco and Kelly, and I don't want to do that.
Aww.
Where is he? He was supposed to call in at some point today.
I think he was finishing up his clinching of Connecticut.
You know what? He's another dope. I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's thinking.
I will say this: it's only 6:19 p.m. and I'm happy to drive an hour and a half east or whatever. So, if my cousin,
it takes me a couple hours to get to Hartford from here.
If my cousin's listening, we're heading through northern Connecticut. Want to join us for dinner?
Let's see if we can make this happen on the fly on live TV. You're like, hey, let's work something out here. Let's make a deal.
There's a nice Polish restaurant in Southington I've been wanting to go to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called the Polish Plate.
The Polish Plate.
Is that better than the multiple Polish restaurants near me?
No, wait. I gotta hear more about this Southington place. So do they have, like, authentic kielbasa and stuff like that?
4.5 on Yelp. Anything over 4 stars on Yelp is solid.
If it's really good, we gotta take a road trip.
That is.
They're only open till 8 though.
So we'd have to leave like right now to make it before closing.
And even so, that's probably a bit iffy.
Yeah.
All right.
Really
what are you guys doing tomorrow? Are they open tomorrow?
I don't know.
They are open. Looks like 11 to 7.
Oh, yeah, they are open. You said it's in Southington?
Southington, yeah.
Oh, that's not far from Corco's place, relatively.
Yeah.
If you want to see it.
Yeah, because I've been kind of keeping a mental list of restaurants that I want to go to in that area in case I want to see if Corco and Kelly want to meet up for dinner.
Well, yeah, why don't we meet up with them in Southington at this Polish place? I want to try this place out.
Yeah. They have stuffed cabbage. They have a Polish plate, kibasi. They have cucumber salad.
Yeah, I got to try this place out.
Chicken cutlet holiday. Holiday.
Yeah, so Doug, if you're ever passing through Wilmington, Delaware, there's a really good Polish place called Delaware Provisions. I know it's not a Polish-sounding name, but they have homemade kibasi and other Polish delicacies there.
Yeah, so
and that's a place
so,
to go.
Yeah, I have a Polish restaurant down the hill from me called Musa.
Oh,
I've been there.
Okay. So
yes, I've taken Steve there once. Yeah.
So you got good stuff locally then. Okay.
As do I.
Yeah.
All right. See, Fishkill has good pizza, but we don't have good Polish stuff. So
I went to a nice sandwich place when I was there earlier in the winter. I think before the Syracuse show.
Okay.
It's a Hudson Sandwich Company or something like that.
Well, if somebody on there actually wants to join us for dinner, I think we are a lot more likely to be willing to go some distance for it.
I think we're required by road enthusiasts international treaties to do that, aren't we?
I would be happy to go a little further, just like I came up here today. So let's see what they say in chat. If somebody says let's go for it, then we'll go for it.
If Bob says that we should meet somewhere in Hartford, I think we should take him up on it.
Alrighty.
I'd make the trip.
Make sure Corco makes it.
Yeah. Well, make sure that. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the hell he's doing tonight, so he might not be available anyway.
He's probably laughing at us for.
Yeah, he's probably one of the people still watching this stream 6 hours in, and he's probably like, "Oh, well, staying at home with Kelly would be delightful." Yeah.
That's a good impression.
It's not bad, right? I'm working on it. I got a few months before I have a few months to work on it before the wedding, so
yeah,
I gotta work on some of my one-liners, but it's not too bad right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dan and I are actually in the wedding.
Yes, we are. I don't know that have Doug. Have you told anybody about that on your end?
The only people I've told are the people listening right now.
Yeah, I haven't said anything about it either, because Corco asked me to be a groomsman when I was in the middle of clinching toll roads in Fort Worth. So I was like, oh yeah.
And I was trudging in the snow up in the Adirondacks.
Yeah, so you and I were both preoccupied with other stuff, and so I was like, I mean, I understood what he was asking me to do, and it was a real honor for him to ask me. But I was kind of I said yes, and then I promptly forgot about it for a few days. So I was kind of well, okay. Wait, I said yes to this. Okay.
Enjoy hundreds of dollars on suits.
So I've been to, let's see, how many road enthusiasts have I been in a wedding party for? I think this is the fourth.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 sounds about right.
Yeah, because what, Adam
Laura.
Not Adam Prince. I went to the wedding.
I was at his.
But Adam Froehlich, I was in the wedding party.
Oh, okay.
I was at Sean's.
Anthony's.
Okay.
I was one of the groomsmen in Anthony's wedding.
Oh, I've only been in groomsmen once. You're lucky, Doug.
Yeah, I was the groomsman in CJ's wedding.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
I never knew him that well, so.
Yeah. I went to Mark Sinsaba's wedding reception.
The real one.
The one that I think you had 2 dinners at.
There was the one that was open to people, and there was one that was just him. So I'm assuming you're talking about the open one. Okay.
The one that, because the one that they had a dinner or a lunch. They got married in Howe Caverns.
Yes.
Oh, did they get married underground?
They did, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And I was invited to the wedding, but they had such a short engagement period. I actually was hosting my twin brother's bachelor party the same weekend. That was already scheduled, so.
Congratulations to the three of you.
Nah.
You choose which three.
Ooh, the Amazon man came today.
Well, you're lucky. The Amazon man didn't come to my place.
It's like Christmas Day all over again.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, yeah, so Corco asked Doug and I to be groomsmen for his wedding in August. So, Doug, I'm going to be asking you for some helpful hints, because this will be my first go around. So,
yeah.
I know you're not a rookie for this kind of thing, so.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Always a groomsman, never a groom.
I'm right there with you on that.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Well, you got to start working on that there, Doug.
Yeah, I know.
And Dan.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Doug's mom and my mom are the same in that regard. They've been nagging us about that same thing for quite a while.
More so my sister.
Oh, your sister, really?
Yeah.
Do what she says. She knows you. She's family. Trust her.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what they say. Sorry.
Might have all accepted the fact that I will never be married.
I looked at my YouTube and it was on exit 2, and I looked up on TV, it's exit 7. I'm like, this is more than 30 seconds.
Oh, is it really that much of a delay on your side?
I briefly lost internet and forgot to.
Oh, well. Okay.
Apparently, you have to take care of that when that happens.
Anyway.
Yeah, I might have to. I might have to get some Polish food.
Well, you're making me think about it because all this talk. Now I'm getting hungry, so I might have to look into that.
There's still pizza.
Yeah, you know what? There is still pizza. You're right.
You're hungry.
Pizza that Steve brought over to my house, by the way. So,
yep.
Props to him.
Yep.
Because I actually wanted to show up to the meet.
Yeah. Steve wanted to make himself useful today, so he brought food, which is never a losing proposition.
I baked cookies one time for one of these things.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Wasn't that
They
the
were good
Syracuse
cookies.
one you did that for?
Yeah, it was right before Christmas, so I figured it was a good Christmas gift for everyone.
I remember the Vermont meet where it's like, oh, you should bring us maple, and then you felt compelled to then bring all of us maple.
I bought maple, like little bottles of maple syrup, like kind of like the shot bottles. I bought I want to say a dozen or so,
No,
and then
more than that.
two dozen people came, so I had to make a stop right before the meet and buy an extra dozen little samples of maple syrup.
Yep, that makes sense.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that was the only meet where Bennington, Vermont, which we gave away an actual food product as kind of a meat gift.
Yes, the legendary Bennington Road Meet, where I think there was a, what do you call it?
There were more people at the road meet than at Occupy Bennington.
Oh,
yeah, the Occupy Bennington movement was.
Because that was right after Occupy Wall Street.
They were very pleasant people too. They were not at all angry about anything.
Oh my God!
Everyone was very happy to see them. I'm sure everyone had lunch together.
Everybody had lunch together in harmony with each other. It was all good. That's one of my. What was that? When was that meet? 2011, something like that.
Yeah, November 2011.
Yeah, like that. See, I I started attending meets relatively late on in the process. You know, like I didn't attend my first meet until 2014. It was actually one of her meets that I went to my first one. You're not even paying attention right now. Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, it was that I didn't start attending meets until I was relatively further along in my consumption of road enthusiast material, if you will.
I've had multiple meets where someone we now all know well showed up with a parent because they were under 18 still.
Really?
Yep. So
I'm not going to ask you to name names, but
we all know Ian.
Really, Ian was one?
Yeah. He lived nearby with his parents, and he showed up a little smaller than he is now.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, the South Jersey. I remember. I don't even know. Actually, that one wasn't even my meet, so never mind. New Jersey. It's not me. It's just New Jersey in general.
Well, but he would have been in the area, though.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I remember.
That's interesting.
I remember meeting him there.
Meeting him in his.
We went to the Atlanta County 666. Or.
Yeah, I think that was one of the. Was that the? No, that was not the meet where we got a picture with Santa.
Really?
That was the best.
That was the Doylestown meet where we got a picture. Yep. Santa happened to be at the restaurant where we had lunch, so we got a meet. I think we got a neat picture with Santa.
Yep. In terms of meet photos that will just never be topped.
Which one of you sat on Santa's lap? Nobody's talking.
I'm scared to answer this. I'm scared to even think about what the answer might be to this one.
Is this meet photo on your website?
Probably too recent for that.
When was this meet then?
I don't know.
Doylestown. Was that in 20? I think it was in 2012.
That should be on my site.
Yeah, that sounds like it would have been a meet that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Let's see. Was I not at that one? I thought I was at that.
You were at that one because I drove you to the meet. We carpooled.
Well, that's.
If it was that long ago, it would be on my page. So either it wasn't that long ago, or it wasn't the Doylestown meet that had Santa.
Well, that's why we have. Yeah, it was 2012. And the. Oh, that's when I had the roads whiteboard. I had a whiteboard that I would bring to some of the meets, along with my fat head, which is,
I don't know why I don't have it.
Where is the fat head today?
It is behind my dresser.
Okay, so
it's still intact.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't.
Hey everyone.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Well, speaking of people who were at the Doylestown meet in 2012.
Yes, I was there.
Do you remember Santa Claus being there?
Yes.
Steve is like beside himself because he doesn't. You don't remember.
Oh, here we go. I found a link
from my PA page, just not from my main page.
Yeah. I think the only thing that would top this that is if we had like Mr. Met at a meet.
Yes.
Or the Duolingo owl.
This one he came out.
Oh, there's a lot of people laughing right now.
You can link that to the
because
chat so that
Santa is
that?
holding a send help sign.
Hang on, Steve's gonna post a link to this picture in the live chat so that people can see it. You have to see it. Like it's probably the single funniest me photo I've ever seen.
This is December 8th, 2012. I mean, like.
Who knew that Santa was a road geek? I didn't know that.
Because Santa's amazing.
Well, that's true. Yeah, Doug just posted the link, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. If you want to be amused at a meet, yeah, if you want to be amused by a road meet photo, click on the link that Doug just shared. So this is why I say that, like, historically, the period of, like, 2010 through 2012 was, like, peak road enthusiasm.
Right, because that was right after the AA Roads Forum came in, so it opened up a lot of things like road meets to a lot more people who may have not have read about road meets, like, on Usenet.
St. Louis was the road meet to end all road meets, and that was March 15th, 2014. So that was the end of the golden era.
Yeah, all right. Like, I guess you could extend it out to, like, because your meet in 2014 was the first one that I went to, and that was New York City National.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I did that one, and then St. Louis was in the same year. So, yeah, I guess you could say, like, 2010 through 14 was kind of, like, the period of peak road enthusiasm, if you like.
Oh, there we are, right up front with Santa. Oh, me and Mike look so young. Everybody does.
You are so young.
I know.
You're looking better than me.
That was almost 10 years ago.
It was more than 10 years ago.
Oh, right. I thought you got... Sorry, wrong year. It was more than 10 years ago, yes.
Get your math right, you dope.
I need my road sign math.
How was your nap, Laura?
My nap was wonderful.
Nice.
How is your child?
I assume she's still wonderful. Yeah, it shows where my priorities are, right? I take a nap and enjoying the child free time. And I wake up and the first thing I do is, let me check on my Road Geek friends.
Because we're awesome?
You are awesome. But yes, Mike and Rainey went to his parents' house, so I'm sure that they're having lots of fun and doing just fine.
And you didn't go with them.
It's too cold out. They went to snowy went with them, not rainy.
I want some snowy weather.
Yeah, I know you two like the snowflakes. Yeah.
Oh yes, and we like dragging you out in them, Coco Dan.
Yeah, well, that makes one of us. Can I just make the point that with the weather that we've been having, it appears that Dallas, Texas has gotten more snow than Fishkill has the last month or so. How crazy is that?
You mean.
It's unbelievable.
Snow or ice or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
The only snow that Rainey has gotten to play in this year was in Fishkill.
Oh yeah, back in December, right?
That's right.
We had that one storm in December, and you were here for the aftermath of that, but that's pretty much been it.
Yeah.
So. And
we got out so late that it was practically all melty at that point. But that's okay, because then Rainey got to jump in muddy puddles.
Yeah, that's true too.
In her snowsuit.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that all y'all are still here.
We've been having a very lively discussion.
I have no choice
about anything but roads.
Yay! I see that apparently y'all were talking about Camden Yards a half hour ago.
Yeah, I guess... Well, we had a question in chat, because we were talking about... What were we talking about? We were talking about football teams and...
Oh, we were talking about the greedy thumbtacks and the greedy Braves.
Yeah, we were talking about the rumors of the Orioles relocating, which I said was nonsense, but I don't know. Did you want to chime in on any of that?
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Yeah, see, I know what I'm talking about sometimes.
Just like being an Orioles fan.
Yeah, I mean... I know that they didn't, renew... I haven't been fully following, but I know they didn't renew some kind of deal with Camden Yards, but I don't see that as them, relocating. I think they're just trying to renegotiate.
Yeah, Yeah, they want to build a brand new generic ballpark 30 years after the previous generic ballpark.
No.
Yeah.
Baltimore's not like that.
They want to move into M&T Bank Stadium with the other dopey birds.
No. No. Which, speaking of which, unlike your, flaming thumbtacks, at least the Ravens aren't looking to build a new stadium 20 years after their first one.
I have been on the record throughout this live stream of saying that the new Nashville Stadium proposal is a bunch of BS. So you're not getting any disagreement from me.
Good.
Yeah. So,
Bachelor of Science.
You missed it. While you were taking a nap and, all, snug in your bed, I was busy ranting about how the owner of the Titans is a dope for wanting to build this new stadium instead of investing in, a proper scouting department so that we wouldn't pick lousy-ass players in the draft every goddamn year. So,
What do you really think?
You know what? I'm gonna have to put my thoughts down on paper, and then I'll get back to you on that one. It sounds a lot like what Jets fans would say, right?
We don't have thoughts. We had thoughts. You
have thoughts; they're just not coherent ones, I think. Yeah, so I'm on the record of saying that the new Nashville Stadium proposal is a crock of shit. So it's all good.
Yep. But yeah, basically, my understanding is that they don't want to extend their current lease because they want to do a totally new lease agreement. Not that they want to leave. I think that they probably just want a better deal. They don't want to extend what they've already had. They just want something that's a better deal for them.
They want to renegotiate another 20-year term on different terms.
This is what America wants.
Yeah.
America wants a new deal.
Yeah.
Not the same as the other one.
Well, I think, we tried the whole New Deal thing in the 1930s, didn't we?
And look where it got us. I think it worked out gangbusters.
Well, the kind of New Deal that some people think the Americans want, that I think we're headed towards, is not exactly the best New Deal that I think of.
We just, you know what? We just need more Chinese weather balloons in our airspace. That's all.
We just popped the last one.
Did we finally get rid of that one?
Yeah, they waited until it get off the coast of South Carolina.
Yes, so that's what I was just about to say, is that my besties in Myrtle Beach were texting like crazy while I was asleep, being like, oh my god, they just popped the balloon over us.
There are now memes coming out of various types of things regarding balloons.
Yeah, I'm sure, because, the internet never takes a day off, so...
Of course not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
You just got my cat's attention.
Well, I'm glad your cat's finally paying attention. So let's, I know that we touched on this when we went live, 6 hours ago now, but...
almost 7 hours ago.
Yeah, going on 7 hours.
What's wrong with us?
What are you guys' thoughts on...
Dinner.
Alright, well, maybe we can circle back to that.
Is it warm enough for me to leave the house?
Doug, are you above 0 at your house yet?
I don't know. I was when I woke up this morning, it was minus 11.
Ooh.
That's Fahrenheit.
Either way, it sounds
we're up to 8.
Hooray!
Yeah,
I don't have to worry about above 0 today.
It was 6 when I woke
I have to worry about above freezing today.
Wow, boy.
It's 23 here.
It got up to 40 today.
Yeah, but you know what? We're all doing better than Adam Froehlich is doing in Vermont, so there's that.
No, but he likes that weather. He's doing just fine.
Well, see, he likes the punishment. That's why he lives where he lives.
Well, he is from Minneapolis originally, so
yeah,
he's used to it.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why I don't go to my cabin this time of year. Well, besides the fact that we shut the water off for the winter because the pipes would freeze. Because right now it's probably like 0.
Yeah, that can't be too pleasant.
Yeah, I mean it's at about 2,050 feet above sea level there. So
okay,
just a little higher than usual.
Yeah, just higher than my usual. I'm about 370 feet above sea level where I am now.
I was just a little bit higher than that when I had my 2 glasses of wine on the plane last night.
Yeah.
But
Wanna get high?
Laura, were you with us when I recounted the story of my flight last night?
No, I want to hear it.
Oh, you missed it?
Well, so I zoned out for a bit before I actually left. So I don't know, maybe you did say it in the first 3 hours and I missed it?
Yeah, see, I the first 3 hours, I don't even remember what I did 45 minutes ago. So,
So I'm going to assume that the answer to that is no.
Yeah.
That you said it sometime in the past 4 hours.
I guess.
I think it was right after we started showing videos, and that was probably a little after 4:30ish.
I was definitely off by then because I pieced out when you all got to Bridges.
And then we blamed Willie Dog.
Yeah.
Come up to dinner with us. We'll tell you all about it.
No, just tell me about it now.
And there, by the way, you saw some of the traffic signals that make Minneapolis unique that we were talking about at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, these are those signals that Steve was, on and on about.
On and on for 5 seconds, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So tell me your story.
Once upon a time. No, because we already told you. You have to come to dinner, then we'll tell it again.
No.
Oh, you don't like us enough for dinner?
I'm not driving 4 hours to go to dinner.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Be quiet.
Oh, by the way, just to revisit something, I'm 1 kilobyte high from sea level.
1,024 feet?
That's correct.
All right, I'm glad somebody understands that reference, because I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 kilofeet.
Oh, oops. I activated Rainy's nighttime owl.
Aww.
Woo.
Woo.
Aww.
Woo.
Yeah, so Laura, as I kind of alluded to in my text messages to you last night, I had the flight from hell last night.
Tell me more.
And one of the reasons why I got through it, and to recap for all of you, I've already mentioned this on live air, but to recap briefly, the only reason I got through is through a double helping of red wine that I had on the plane.
Oh.
Because I said to the flight attendant who had announced a couple of things ahead of time. One, they had said just how rough it was going to be, so that you had time to mentally prepare for it. And 2, they said that they were coming through the cabin with the complimentary beverages and all that. Well, usually they don't make alcohol complimentary to the whole plane. It's usually just for first class and Comfort Plus on Delta. Well, they did it for the whole plane on this trip. Yeah, so that was kind of like your not so subtle hint as to how bad the approach to New York was going to be. So I said to the flight attendant, she was coming through, she's like, what would you like to drink? And I said, do you have red wine? And she said, yeah. And I said, can I have 2? And she gave me 2. And I have to say that when you're highly buzzed / borderline drunk, it doesn't necessarily make the experience fun, but sometimes it's better to not really be fully cognizant of your surroundings. If you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
For most of us, that's in social situations.
Well, for us engineers, that's my daily life. So, but so it was, and look, it was the bumpiest ride I've ever been on, and I hope that was the bumpiest ride I will ever be on.
Just wait till dinner.
Well, because like they had said before we had taken off from Nashville that there was a gale warning in New York City, so that kind of, I mean, that's like 35-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
And because of the runway configuration at LaGuardia, you're basically trying to land in a crosswind, which is really nasty.
Yikes.
Yeah. So if it's not bad enough, when you see, our flight was pretty good for like the first 3/4 of the way until we started descending from altitude, and that's when it really started to get rough. And I had a nice view of the World Trade Center as we were passing like over Brooklyn and Queens, and the plane was being bounced around between here and Pennsylvania. But I was kind of like highly buzzed on wine, so I was like, oh, okay, like this sucks, but like,
yay, suck,
yay. And we landed, and there was a rousing round of applause from everybody in the cabin. And I don't know if I told you this, but it's the first time I've ever been on a flight where at the end of the flight I went out of my way and shook the hands of all the crew members, including the captain.
Wow.
Because of that's how bad it was. Like, it was like we started descending over Baltimore, and because I recognized where we were, and I was like, well, you know what? We got like 200 miles to go, and I don't usually do this, but maybe I should like say a couple of prayers or something when we start descending, because I knew how bad it was going to be. Well, and that same crew and that same plane had just done the New York to Nashville outbound trip. So, like, they were talking to us on the ground even before we left the gate about how bad it was. So,
wow.
Was the plane coming in sideways?
Oh, it had to be.
It's flying sideways!
It had to be. Yeah. Because, I mean, it wasn't just sideways. It was like, the plane was being bounced around in all directions. So, it's sideways plus X, Y, and Z axis being bounced all over the place. So, But yeah, that's one to remember for sure.
Wow, I'm really glad I was not on that flight, because I think I would have been puking.
I would have enjoyed the hell out of that flight. That's just me. The worst flight I've been on flights like that with strong winds. The worst one for me was Michigan, when I actually flew out there for pre-frost weekend, and the conditions were such that it took 3 tries to land, and by the 3rd try I said they'd better give up after this, because I was actually getting airsick for the only time in my life.
Jeez.
It was just that much. Every time they were coming down, then they were like, no, we can't do it. Then they had to pull back up. It was that constant up and down I was getting.
Yeah,
the left and right doesn't bother me. The sudden up and down doesn't. It's just the constant waves of motion were the problem.
Yeah. And I had mentioned I had a pretty wicked flight from Portland to Seattle in a propeller plane once.
Yep. I did a 6 or 8 passenger plane to Syracuse from Boston when I was in college, and
probably Cape Air.
That, whatever it was, that's when I learned what it's like to fly if you're not in a plane. Like, if you could fly yourself, what would it feel like? There's no... You were basically feeling exactly that. There was no buffer from the plane to the air around you. So you felt everything.
Okay, guys, this is probably what it sounds like when you guys are doing things like this, right?
What?
What?
You didn't hear that?
No. Nope, sorry.
Okay, I was just playing Johnny on airplane and saying, ADM! Come hit me! Toto! It's a twister! It's a twister!
Yeah,
I
think I've seen that movie once, and I have not really had any motivation to see it since then. So
I got really sick on the flight from Seoul, South Korea, to Hanoi. That was a 5-hour flight. Huh?
Must have been the airline.
It was Korean Air.
Yeah, that's the airline.
But
It's definitely an airline.
But that was actually the most memorable flight of my life because it was probably the most wonderful interaction I've ever had with another passenger whom I did not speak the same language as. And then after we had this beautiful interaction and I was trying to explain to him my name and where I lived, you know, like showing him on the map and saying my name out loud. And then it was really cute. He spelled it ROLA, which in Japanese and I think other Asian languages, L and R are the same. So the fact that, you know, he spelled Laura, Lora, was kind of cool. And he was just amazed at where I had flown from and was like, you know, showing him the map of the U.S. and everything. And it was just such this warm and fuzzy interaction, and it was really beautiful. And then there was turbulence, and then I had to like practically push him aside to run to the bathroom to go vomit. And I felt so bad, but he was still so nice, and I could tell that he was like concerned about me, like, if, you know, like in his face, like that, like wondering if I was okay.
Yeah.
But it was very memorable for two very wildly opposite reasons.
People who aren't Americans are so nice.
Yes. People are very nice in general. I've come to find.
Except Americans.
Except Americans? No! Actually, what's really funny is when you travel internationally, or at least my experience has been, that people can tell you're an American because you're so nice. Because we have this air to us that's like really friendly to strangers that is not the case in a lot of other countries.
Yeah, I'm definitely not friendly to strangers.
This doesn't
so I don't know what you're
sound
talking
right at
about.
all, yeah.
No, this sounds like somebody's a little bit on something.
No, because my understanding is that Americans are generally like to make small talk and like to make eye contact and smile.
I've heard just the opposite, Laura. Sorry. I've just heard the opposite.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard the opposite quite a few times. It's like...
I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
That's so weird.
Maybe it's just you.
We don't know how you've heard this, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just been my experience. I mean, I travel. How many countries have I been to? God, that's like the most privileged sentence I could ever say, right? How many countries have I been to, right?
I've been to 18. 18?
I've only been to 3.
Male could be a big difference here, too.
That what?
Female versus male could be a big difference in how you're perceived.
That is true. It could be. It could be the female versus male thing. But that's just my understanding is that the friendliness factor is how generally that, like, in particular, like, Europeans and in the Asian countries that I've been in, that it's like, oh, we can tell you're American because of how, like, you know, friendly you are.
Yeah, see, I never would have thought that was the indicator, like friendliness.
It's kind of funny. I went to Ireland, and one thing that really impressed me by the people that I had encountered when I was in Ireland was their hospitality and how nice they were.
A lot of people, a lot of places.
Well, it must mean you're a jerk, Doug.
I just realized that I am talking to a bunch of Northerners here. That could be another big factor.
I do think for us it very much depends on whether you're one of the arrogant assholes or a nice person here, because that comes across, like, abroad, despite what you may think about me, Dan, I'm actually a very nice person. I get along with everyone.
Yeah, sometimes.
Because I'm just interested in learning about their place, whereas over here I already know everything, and you know that.
Well, yeah,
that's
I know
true.
Your choice, you know, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I never really thought about it like that. Yeah, I mean, it also is, like, person to person, right? So, like Laura is very sweet and personality-wise, she's great. And so she would probably get along with somebody from, I don't know, whatever European or Asian country she's visiting. But, you know, if if Jeff Taylor's favorite WIP personality, Howard Eskin, were to do the same trip, Howard would be calling everybody a dope, and so therefore I don't think that those people would like him very much. So it's a personality thing. I guess there are trends that you see that develop, but it's not necessarily one size fits all either.
Yeah. I have not traveled internationally in a while, not since 2016, but I'm planning to change that this summer.
I'm planning on traveling internationally this summer.
I'm planning at minimum to ride the Maid of the Mist from Niagara Falls, New York, across international waters.
I will be in Canada next weekend.
Ooh.
I'm going to Montreal to see a hockey game.
Nice.
Why am I not coming with you?
Because my brother bought the tickets.
Ah.
and that's why I'm taking you to a hockey game next month, or two actually. Apparently.
Yeah, so then we have to go to Canada anyway. So.
Oh yeah, you two are going to two different games. So you got
the
one in Buffalo, and then you've got the one at UBS, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
That'll be my first time at UBS Arena.
Very cool.
I hope they.
I just didn't have a chance to go last year because I try to go to the games in the afternoons, and there's not many of them that the Islanders are scheduling for matinees. I think there's only one this season at home.
Yeah. Oh, I had to schedule a work outing at the Devils, and there was literally only one day I could schedule it that was early enough to bring the kids on a weekend. One game in the entire season.
See, I would have thought that there would have been a lot more than that.
There used to be.
Yeah, they've been really cutting down for reasons unknown to anyone.
That's weird. Because that would be a great opportunity to bring families to the games.
Or people who live a few hours away that are fans and want to go to games but really don't want to commit to either like going at night or making a weekend out of it.
Yeah, if you live a few hours away from the Islanders arena, just like if you live in Suffolk County.
Well, Suffolk County, it's easier to take the train in.
Yeah, well, they have a station now, don't they?
Yeah.
You can take is it the same station as Belmont Park, or did they build a new station?
Yeah. They built a new station at Belmont Park.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's not difficult to get there by train, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, my hope is that this will be Rainy's first international trip, and that she'll remember it because Niagara Falls is amazing.
I remember when I went at age 5 or so yeah.
Yeah, that was my first time when I went to Canada was when I was about 5. Apparently, if you listen to the rest of my family, they'll tell me that I planned the trip to Niagara Falls when I was 5.
I can totally see that happening.
Yeah, except that it was really, I'm like, okay, I want to go to Niagara Falls, and we combined that with visiting Rochester because my mom went to college out there, so we saw like some of our college friends while we were out there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, road enthusiasts have that way of being like really good at remembering roads and stuff like that from really early ages, like 3 through 5.
I took photos of scenery, but I took photos at age 5. So.
Yeah, I remember like one of the best stories is the story that I don't remember this myself, but my mom tells the story a lot about how, like, at my kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, I recited to my teacher the way that we took from New York down to Florida. And like
that's amazing.
And talked about like the towns along the way and stuff like that. Yeah, like if you didn't need more clues, if you needed another hint that I was, destined to be a road nerd at somewhere along the way, I guess that would have been your hint at age 5.
Reading road atlases for no other apparent reason other than just to read them.
Yeah, I did that too, and I think that's actually how I taught myself to read at age 3.
That's exactly how I taught myself to read at age 3.
Oh yeah, I'm with you guys. Yeah, I was one of those people too. Yeah.
I will say, oh my gosh, so y'all, Rainey starts preschool on the 13th. And
wait, what?
Oh yeah, so surprise. So Rainey's starting at a Montessori preschool on the 13th, which is really exciting.
That's good education.
Yes. But what's extra exciting is when we were doing the tour, you better believe she gravitated to the world map and the world globe.
Yay!
So does that mean she... Never mind.
What?
Yay! Hey, Remo, you want to get on?
Yay!
Yay, cats!
You know one thing
C-A-T-S, cats.
Aww. Hi, Remo.
One thing I didn't think to do when we had more people in here earlier was we never did a virtual meet photo.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
I meant to pick that up earlier, too.
Yeah. So
And I'm not
should do that
on
really
my
quick, and then we can close up shop for the night.
Oh my god.
yeah.
Well,
I'm on my desktop, so I can't do a photo otherwise.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right.
So my laptop has the camera. So
Okay, we're photobombing again.
Hey,
Oh boy.
Remo, you want to see another kitty?
All right. Really? You're gonna do that?
Yes.
Doug, I can't get this guy out of my face until you turn your video on, and I can take a screenshot of it. Where did he go? What happened to Doug? I think he.
Oh, I'm here.
I'm
here. I'm not on the. I don't have a camera hooked up to this computer.
Oh, jeez.
Boo.
Boo.
That's it.
Well, I'm on my desktop, and I'm not on my laptop. So.
Oh, so you don't have a
webcam on his
camera
monitor
set up there?
No.
All right, so we're gonna have to do this without him then. All right.
All right. Just.
All right. Where's the? Okay.
I can't.
All right.
Put Photoshop my photo onto Doug's. I'll be Doug. Kitty.
Meow.
There went my cat.
All right. I think there's a good one in there. All right.
Make sure to have one serious one.
Should we wrap up? It's after 7 o'clock in the east.
Does that mean I have to put long sleeves back on?
You do it. You do it. you do whatever
What
the hell
have
you
you
want.
guys been doing?
I'm not telling you what to do, all right? Because you are a genius after all. So.
Yeah, that means I don't know basic skills.
Well, anyway. All right. Well, I guess we can wrap up if that's the case. I'm out of video stuff to show you guys, and we obviously went through the PowerPoint already, so I am out of stuff to show you guys today. So,
unless anyone has a green belt or a Juicy Lucy.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about food during the show.
Well, we did, just not that type of food.
Well, just not Twin Cities food.
Yeah, we talked about that. We actually talked about that during the virtual drive last week.
Yeah, we did. We did cover it quite well. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much to everybody who was a part of today's show. There were several people who came and went during the day. The people who are still with us, it's me, it's Alps, it's Sconson, it's Laura, it's Doug. We also had Anthony stop by. We had Adam Froehlich come by for a while.
David Golub.
David Golub was with us for most of the time too, and I feel like I'm missing one or two other people. But
so Anthony, Adam, David,
Mike and Rainey.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to include them, that's fine.
That's right. They were here at the very beginning.
They count as attendees, so we can count them.
Yay! And Remo.
Kitty Cat.
Yeah.
We had at least 2 kitty cats with us.
Is that the record for most cats at a road meet?
It might be. Well, you've never brought your kitty cat.
I don't think she's ever going to a road meet. No.
Yeah.
I had a cat in my hotel room when I went to the St. Louis meet.
Oh,
Right.
did you stay with Jeremy?
I did, yes.
Nice.
Well, anyway, thank you all very much to the contributors on the Skype call. Thank you all very much if you joined us in the live chat today. It was great having everybody with us today to spend a nice afternoon talking about roads.
Yay.
Are you waving goodbye? Is that what you're
Yes.
doing? Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Well, we are going to sign off now. It's late, and I gotta have dinner. What do you wanna do?
Yeah,
You
I
wanna-
haven't eaten since 11:30 this morning.
Yeah, I
Indeed.
should do. Yeah, I think we all should do something about that. But it was great hanging out with you guys today. Glad that we could spend an afternoon together talking about roads.
Roots!
Thank you.
Signs,
Thank you.
bridges.
People.
No signs.
Thank you all very,
Tangents.
very much for being a part of this. It was great having you all with us along for the ride. We certainly look forward to the next one. I hope you all found this episode useful. Look forward to the next one, whenever that might be. Until next time, thank you all again for joining us. Have a good rest of your night and weekend. Happy and safe travels.
Good night and have a pleasant tomorrow.
And I'd
Good
like to
fight,
say-
good night.
And I'd like to say thank you all on behalf of the group and ourselves. I hope we pass the audition.
Good fight, good night.
Let's get it on.